Initially, Alex had planned to harvest the giant bear's body. Its pelt was valuable, and the meat could feed him for days. But those plans changed the moment he saw her cub. Now, with a firm decision in his heart, he chose instead to bury the bear beneath the rocky earth. He knelt beside the small, grieving cub. "Looks like you're coming with me, little guy.
Don't cry too long.
Your mom died protecting you.
Be proud of her.
I'll be nearby if you need me, if you understand me at all." He stood and left the cub, who sat silently by its mother's grave, eyes full of sorrow too deep for its age. Alex turned his attention to the massive black serpent he had killed. It would be a waste to leave such a valuable creature behind, but the beast was far too large for him to process on site, and he lacked the proper tools. "Guess I'll drag it back and let the professionals handle the rest." His plan was simple: sell the serpent whole to a craft guild in the previous town. Unlike magic guilds, craft guilds were made up of artisans, some mages, some not, who specialized in crafting and processing materials. Guilds across Ishgar varied in function. Layla and Jude Hartfilia, for instance, belonged to a merchant guild called Love and Lucky. Some guilds were legal, others not. Permits made all the difference. The serpent's skin alone would be a treasure to craftsmen. Its bones were sturdy, magically infused materials. The meat, however, was useless, poisonous to most races. That didn't matter. The hide was worth a fortune. Still, the little bear remained at the grave, unmoving. As hunger gnawed at Alex's stomach, he sighed and began walking toward the cave's exit. Suddenly, the bear cub scrambled after him, crying, afraid to be left alone.
"Oh?
So you knew I was waiting for you, and now you're scared I'll leave you behind?" Alex said, kneeling down. "Don't worry. I'm just getting food. That snake ruined my dinner, so I haven't eaten in hours." He looked at the cub's small frame. "You must be starving too.
But you're too young to eat meat.
You need milk. Let's head to town quickly." Despite his reassurance, the cub kept following him, stumbling on tired legs. With a sigh, Alex scooped the little guy into his arms and cradled him carefully. Hunting was out of the question with the cub, so Alex opted for fruit. Fortunately, a nearby patch yielded plenty of edible ones. He ate a few, packed the rest, then returned to the serpent. Using a partial transformation, Alex morphed his left hand into Shikaku's and extended a massive sand tail to coil around the serpent's head like a thick rope. With the cub now dozing on top of his head, Alex dragged the beast toward the town. 2 hours later, they reached the outskirts. But the serpent's colossal carcass drew immediate attention, blocking the gate. Curious townsfolk gathered, including members of the local craft guild. Alex raised a hand. "Anyone interested in buying this?" The guild members glanced at one another before rushing off to fetch their master. Moments later, a portly man with ink-stained fingers and wide eyes arrived, practically drooling at the serpent's pristine black hide. I'll give you 100,000 jewel for it," he said with a greedy grin. The younger members behind him stifled their laughter. Alex's eyes narrowed. 100,000? For a perfect condition giant black serpent? That's less than a third of what it's worth. They're trying to rip me off. "Good to know," Alex said flatly. He didn't argue. Instead, he transformed his left hand into Shikaku's again and summoned a massive flow of sand. In seconds, he encased the entire serpent within a sealed pyramid. The guild members froze in place. Then, without another word, Alex turned and walked past them into the town. Murmurs and gasps followed him. Wait. Why are you leaving?" the guild master called. Alex paused, smirking over his shoulder. "Because I'm not selling it for that joke of a price. Even if I haggled, you'd just raise it a little. I'd rather sell it somewhere else, for the real price. 350, maybe 400,000 jewel." "Why you know?" "Of course I know," Alex said coldly. "You saw a kid and assumed I was ignorant. But I know the market value, and I'm not wasting my time on scammers." Thanks to his time at the Hartfilia concern, Alex had learned more than most adults. Well, Matatabi had. With her perfect memory, she had absorbed everything Layla taught them about trade, monster parts, and magical resources. It was Matatabi who whispered the price of the giant black serpent in his mind. Wait. All right. 350,000. Basic price after a scam attempt? Alex turned. No deal. 400,000 or nothing. The master clenched his fists. Fine. 400,000. Good choice, Alex grinned. Bring the money. I'll deliver the goods when I see the cash. The guild members hurried off, while their master looked ready to cry at being outplayed by a teenager. After receiving payment, Alex had more money than he'd ever held before. He immediately bought milk for the cub, who eagerly drank it the moment it was offered. Then, Alex bought powdered milk for future use, grabbed a warm meal for himself, and visited the local veterinarian. The vet was understandably shocked at her newest patient, but after a quick checkup, the bear was declared healthy. With a new companion in tow, Alex decided to hold off on further hunting. Instead, he began the long walk to Magnolia. He stuck to the roads this time, keeping out of the wild. Sometimes the cub walked beside him, but it tired quickly and often rode atop Alex's head like a crown of fur. 2 days passed before Magnolia appeared on the horizon. It looked much the same as when he left, a bustling, magical town full of life.
But Alex knew better.
Beneath the surface, the city had undergone major changes. Last year, construction crews had installed the famous town-shifting mechanism, the Gildarts shift. After repeated destruction from Gildarts returns, the city could no longer afford repairs. The mechanism allowed the buildings between the gate and the fairy tale guild to move, creating a safe path for the powerhouse mage. The project had been years in the making, with most of the components pre-built and installed using earth magic. Only the gate to guild stretch was reconstructed, not the whole city. Standing near the town's entrance, Alex looked toward the fairy tale guild. The familiar silhouette stood tall and unchanged. He grinned, his heart stirring with emotion. Been a while, fairy tale. Alex stood before the fairy tale guild hall, a familiar grin on his face. Still the same old building. Just how I remember it. With a mischievous spark in his eye, he walked forward, transforming into his humanoid Shikaku form as he reached the entrance. His sand-covered tail curled behind him as he slammed the doors open with dramatic flair. Rar! The entire guild went silent, head snapping toward the doorway to see a towering sand raccoon monster roaring into the room. But before the moment could land, a stray bottle rolled under his foot. Alex stumbled and fell flat on his face with a loud thud.
A beat of stunned silence. Ha! What? No one moved. No one spoke.
They were all too confused. Most hadn't seen Alex in over a year, and few were familiar with his beast forms. The grand entrance he had envisioned?
A total flop.
Alex stayed there, lying face down on the floor, too embarrassed to move. Even the bear cub behind him tilted its head, unsure of what just happened.
Then,
wait a sec, isn't that Alex? Gray finally blurted out.
Oh yeah.
It is Alex. Kana added, snapping her fingers.
Alex? Oh.
He's back. Recognition finally clicked, and within moments, the room erupted with laughter.
Ha ha ha.
That entrance was the best fail I've ever seen.
Trying to scare us?
You had the monster look down, but you tripped on a bottle. That was hilariously anticlimactic.
Failed?
Nah, that was spectacular, just not the way you intended. Alex groaned, reverting to his human form with a puff of sand.
Shut up, he shouted red-faced.
It's been a year and none of you recognized me. What kind of guild forgets their own member? Maybe try showing your face next time instead of storming in like a sand monster. Yeah, we don't exactly have a tall raccoon guy on our memory list. Fuming, Alex launched himself at them, and just like old times, a full-blown brawl broke out. It wasn't the warm, tearful welcome he imagined, but this was fairy tale. Chaos was their love language. Ho ho ho, what a lively reunion. Master Makarov strolled in with a chuckle.
He paused. A puppy.
Alex quickly snuck out of the mess he'd started and jogged over.
Master, he greeted.
I just got back.
Oh, and I found this guy.
Is it okay if I keep him as a pet? Makarov crouched to get a better look at the small creature.
Looks kinda chubby for a puppy.
Where did you find it?
In the forest.
He's a bear cub. Wait, a bear. The entire guild froze at Makarov's shout. The fighting stopped immediately as everyone rushed over to get a look.
Kya.
So cute.
Kana squealed, reaching out.
But the bear cub bolted behind Alex, trembling. Hey, you scared it, Gray said, frowning. I just wanted to hold it. You have to approach animals gently, Laxus chimed in, arms crossed. Especially wild ones. Alex picked up the cub to soothe it. Laxus is right. Even lions are wary of humans when they're small. He'll get used to everyone, eventually. But isn't it dangerous?
Macau asked.
It's still a bear, even if it's young. That's what I wanted to ask Master. If it's not allowed in the town, I can raise him in the forest until he's old enough to survive on his own. Makarov hummed thoughtfully as he looked the cub over. As I thought, this is a jack bear.
Jack bear. Gray echoed.
They're magical creatures, Makarov explained. Mutated bears with innate magic power. They can naturally enhance their physical attributes, strength, speed, durability, and even brain function. Wait, so they're smart? Laxus asked, raising an eyebrow.
Very.
Depending on how they're raised, they can become trusted companions or dangerous threats. Makarov's gaze sharpened as he looked at Alex. Can you raise him right? Can you make sure he grows up as a friend, not a threat? Absolutely, Alex answered without hesitation. He already knew the cub was a jack bear. Matatabi had figured it out after checking its body for distinct traits: dark blue paws, unique fur coloration, and enhanced magical presence. Jack bears were notoriously hard to identify, but she had memorized all the signs from their time in Hartfilia Konzern.
Very well.
Makarov finally nodded. There are many mages who raise magical creatures. Just remember, it's a life, and that's a big responsibility.
I'm ready for it.
Good. Then I suppose it's time to welcome a new member to Fairy Tale. Everyone cheered as Makarov placed the guild mark on the cub's back.
Oh. What's his name?
Kana asked as the cub wriggled happily under Makarov's hand. Alex puffed out his chest, clearly proud. Meteor Destroyer.
The guild fell silent. What? Meteor Destroyer.
Makarov paused, halfway through the mark.
Yeah. Alex grinned. Cool, right?
One day, he'll be strong enough to destroy meteors. If Altair were here, she'd be very glad she chose Alex's name and not the other way around. Q. The bear cub chirped, clearly thrilled. Well, if you're both happy with it, Makarov muttered, finishing the mark. And with that, Meteor Destroyer officially became a member of Fairy Tale. Naturally, the guild did what they did best: throw a massive party. Drinks flowed, plates piled up, and laughter filled the hall as they celebrated Alex's return and the arrival of their newest, fluffiest member.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
When the guild is having a party to celebrate Alex's return and Meteor Destroyer joining them, someone suddenly enters the guild, taking everyone's attention. It's a red-haired little girl wearing iron armor and carries a sword on her waist. Oh, Erza, you've finished your job? Makarov calls the little girl from the bar.
Yes, master.
But what happens here? Why is it so loud? The young Erza asks while looking at everyone who continues to dance and sing. Ah, we're celebrating someone's return. Here, let me introduce you. This is Alex. He was away for a year and has just returned. He also brought back a new member with him, Meteor Destroyer. Makarov points at Meteor Destroyer that is playing with Kana now.
Huh? A puppy?
Erza seems quite happy seeing Meteor Destroyer.
It's a bear cub.
Kana corrects her while playing with Meteor Destroyer.
What? A bear cub?
Meteor Destroyer is a bear. It seems to stun Erza a bit, but she quickly gets over it and gets closer to look at Meteor Destroyer. Is she a new member? Alex acts oblivious about Erza because he shouldn't know her yet by now. Yeah, she joined last year. Remember what you told me in Harjan.
Harjan? Ah, don't tell me dash dot.
Alex doesn't finish his sentence because Makarov quickly nods. Well, he already knows that Erza was from the Tower of Heaven. But it seems what he told Makarov last year sometime after he worked for the Hartfilia family has changed how Erza escaped the Tower of Heaven. I will tell you about it later because you were the one who gave me the info. But for now, just don't mention anything about it. She has bad memories about that place. Makarov says it quietly so Erza won't hear about it.
All right.
Alex nods in understanding. He then introduces himself to Erza, who already seems strict like her older self. Though she still doesn't look as overwhelming. She's actually quite shy or maybe awkward talking with new people. Maybe because it hasn't been long since she was saved. Anyway, the party continues with Meteor Destroyer being the star of this party. Everyone just wants to cuddle the furball while it's still very small and cute. Once it grows, they won't be able to play this freely with it, after all. Meteor Destroyer's growth is also one of Alex's concerns. Once it grows big enough, he would need to find a place big enough for it. But before that, He already has a problem with where this little guy will stay.
Huh? A bear?
The dorm keeper is stunned when seeing Meteor Destroyer. Alex asks if he can keep Meteor Destroyer in the dorm to the dorm keeper. But obviously, even the old dorm keeper doesn't know if he should allow it or not.
Please, sir.
Just until he is a little bigger. Maybe until he's the size of a dog. He is already as big as a dog though. I mean big dogs, not the small ones. But what if he breaks stuff in the dorm? We surely don't have rules about pets, but that's because no one here has a pet. There are many things we need to think about when keeping pets like sound, poop, piss, and even safety. Well, you are right about that. So I actually have an idea. What if you let me keep him with me in the room while he is still small? Then when he gets bigger, I will prepare a place for him outside, maybe near the front door. Are you planning to make him a kind of guard dog? The dorm keeper raises an eyebrow.
Bingo. You catch up fast.
A bear is a guard. Don't you think thieves wouldn't even think twice to run away?
It sure will be scarier than dogs, but will it be safe for our people?
What if he attacks just anyone? As you can see, even Master has approved him to be a guild member. While it means he can use magic so he can be a member, it's also because he is intelligent and can understand us. Master won't make him a member if he doesn't at least have that much intelligence, after all, because he can endanger the guild members if he is just a wild bear. So he should be able to differentiate between good and bad guys that come here.
Well, if he can at least recognize the residents here, then it should be fine.
Master Makarov also approves of him, so I will allow it.
But remember,
the dormitory rules also apply to him, and if he hurts the residents or innocent townspeople, then both of you need to leave.
Don't worry, sir.
I will make sure he becomes a really good boy. Meteor Destroyer is finally allowed to stay in the dorm with Alex now. But he knows this kid will grow very fast, so he needs to think of the place he'll make for Meteor Destroyer quickly. The next day, Alex takes Meteor Destroyer to walk around the town to familiarize the little bear with it, and the other way around, to familiarize people with the bear, so they won't be too shocked when he grows much bigger. Alex also wants to buy a collar for Meteor Destroyer to show that it's a pet. It has a big white fairy tail symbol on its back, but having a collar will make it more recognizable. As Meteor Destroyer will grow bigger very quickly, Alex needs to buy collars that can match its growth. So the collars are the belt-type collars as their sizes can be changed. To make the collars noticeable, Alex buys the ones with bright colors because Meteor Destroyer has brown fur. So he buys white, blue, yellow, red, green, and some more that can be seen clearly on the brown fur. For now, he only takes one collar to be put on Meteor Destroyer right away. The rest of the collars can only be taken next week because they are customs. Alex ordered big collars for when Meteor Destroyer grows bigger, and most of these collars are just for dogs or cats which are too small for Meteor Destroyer, so he needs to order custom collars. Also, because they are customs, he can use his own designs for them. Though he still chooses from the store's main designs and just asks them to add fairy tale symbol and Meteor Destroyer's name on the collars to fully show the bear's identity. Other than looking for collars, Alex also looks for dog houses. Of course, they will be too small for Meteor Destroyer when he grows bigger, but just like with the collars, he can order a customized house for the bear. Alex just bases the size on Jack Bear's average adult size. But Alex still makes it a little bigger to make Meteor Destroyer more comfortable when he lives in the house in the future. Then Alex also buys books about Jack Bears to learn how he can raise Meteor Destroyer properly. He also buys some necessities for Meteor Destroyer like food and shampoo. Alex really goes all out to take care of his pet as if raising his own child. Meteor Destroyer quickly becomes the town celebrity, and the fairy tale mages are also very fond of him. They often give him food so they can cuddle him. It's good for Alex because it reduces his expenses for the little guy. Alex always brings Meteor Destroyer on his jobs too. He has started taking jobs again now because he misses doing jobs as a mage after so long. When he was in the Heartfilia Konzern, he never got any dangerous jobs even though he wanted to fight. So now he takes rather dangerous jobs like subjugation of magical creatures or bandits. Sometimes he takes the jobs with the other young members like Laxus, Grey, Kana, Erza, and even Mest that still hasn't infiltrated the Magic Council. Then soon, the time to open the Eclipse Gate finally comes. But on July 7th X777, Alex is working on a job quest to subjugate a manticore, a winged lion magical creature. It takes over an iron mine to be its den and killed some miners in the process. Alex does the job just with Laxus and Meteor Destroyer. Manticore is a strong monster and it's too dangerous for the other young mages at their current levels. Also, they need to fight in a mine, a closed space that can collapse and bury them, making it much more dangerous. That's why when fighting it, Alex transforms into his humanoid Shikaku form just in case the mine collapses. He restrains the manticore by binding its legs so it can't move while Laxus attacks it with lightning. The manticore is so strong that Alex needs to put all his focus on binding its legs with his sand. He also needs to block its wind magic attacks that it can shoot from its mouth and wings. Alex focuses on stopping its movements and blocking its attacks so Laxus can focus on attacking. Laxus bombards it with powerful lightning spells, but it still hasn't fallen even after 15 minutes and Laxus almost exhausts his magic power. They manage to kill it eventually, but it really makes them exhausted. They swear they won't take any jobs that involve Manticore until they become S-classes. When saying that, Alex is reminded about the event that happens today, the arrival of the Dragon Slayers from the past. While Alex knows that the Dragon Slayers have arrived in this era and get scattered, he doesn't have any plans to find them and unite them. He's already busy with his life and besides, they will be fine because they have their dragons inside them. Those guys are also the main characters of this world, so they should be fine even if he doesn't do anything about them. For now, he should just focus on himself and get stronger to prepare for the unpredictable future. Then, a few days after Alex and Laxus returned from their job, Makarov brought a pink-haired boy into the guild. Of course, he finds and brings Natsu to join the guild, just like in the story. The guild welcomes a new member again after a while. They now have some young mages, not just the adult ones. Alex knows more young mages will join them in the next few years, but for now, they only have a few. Though Natsu's arrival makes Alex think about Wendy. Idolos Jalal, aka Mystogan, should have found her. But then he would leave her in the care of a tribe that actually is just a group of spirits, so she basically will live with ghosts for a few years. Even the villager spirits are actually projections made of the chief's magic. That old village chief was surely one hell of a strong mage because even after his death, he still can stay in this world and even have enough magic power to make that level of illusion. His illusion magic is so strong that Wendy doesn't realize that they aren't real humans for a few years. Maybe it's because she is still a child. But Alex is sure that it's also because the illusion magic is just too real. Normal illusions can't be touched, but there's no way Wendy will never touch anyone in the village when she lives with them. That means the chief's illusions can even create physical bodies, which is a very high level of illusion magic. Well, Wendy will still have a normal life even when she lives with those illusions or spirits. Even so, they are still not real living beings and her only living companion there will be Carla. Alex still thinks that it's not right to make her live in that environment even though they raise her properly. After all, he thinks she still needs to interact with more people and know more about this world. Besides, that chief's spirit stays in this world for a reason. Alex can't remember it well though. He can only remember that the chief is guarding a massive and very powerful weapon or device that's buried near that village. That weapon is very dangerous and it was created by his people. Alex can only vaguely remember whether the chief stayed there to guard it and waited for the time when he could find people who had the power to destroy that weapon or to avoid awakening it. Anyway, Alex surely remembers that a dark guild will try to use that weapon and the alliance of 3 guilds will stop them. Fairy Tail, Blue Pegasus, and Kate Shelter. It's another strange thing when Alex thinks about Kate Shelter. For them to do a joint mission with Fairy Tail and Blue Pegasus must mean that they are legal guild. But he doesn't understand how they can even be a legal guild when their members are mostly just illusions and they stay in a forest. Well, it's too difficult to think about, so he just stops thinking about that. What he thinks now is actually the weapon that is guarded by the chief spirit. To be precise, the energy or magic power kept in that weapon. Such a massive and powerful weapon surely needs a lot of energy to operate it. Alex vaguely remembers that there are some big lacrima crystals filled with ether nano inside that giant weapon. The amount of ether nano in those lacrima crystals must be very massive to be able to move such a gigantic structure. It might be dormant now, but the ether nano inside those lacrima crystals must be full because the weapon can be operated right away when the Dark Guild finds it. Alex is really enticed by those fully loaded lacrima crystals. After all, he needs a lot of magic power aka ether nano to break the tailed beast seals. 6 beasts are still sealed, so he really needs a lot of magic power to break their seals. He doesn't know whether the magic power inside that weapon's lacrima crystals will be enough to break all the remaining seals, but it should still help a lot, so he needs to find a way to get the magic power of those crystals without causing a disaster by accidentally activating that weapon when he can find it. Yeah, finding the location of that weapon is not easy either. He doesn't remember the name of the forest where Kate Shelter is located. So he can't find it now because it should be near Kate Shelter, but he doesn't know where it is. He can only wait until he hears something about Kate Shelter might haven't even formed yet now because they only make it for Wendy and she might still be walking around the forest with Mystogan. Alex thinks that maybe he should ask Mystogan when the guy joins the guild. But he doesn't know whether Mystogan will even join soon or quite later because Mystogan comes to Earthland to find a way to close the anima that connects Earthland and Idolos. It might be hard to get closer to him too. After all, Mystogan keeps trying to hide his real identity even to his guildmates. He literally puts them to sleep whenever he returns to the guild since he is introduced in the story. So getting closer to Mystogan might be more difficult than getting closer to Laxus. That's why Alex needs to think of another way to find the location. He can't just randomly explore forests, after all. There are so many of them, so it will take a really long time if he does that. Well, even if he can find it now, he is still not ready to get that weapon. He needs to improve his magic power absorption skill or he might trigger and activate the weapon because he can't absorb it fast enough and the weapon activates its defensive system or something like that. Alex needs to make sure he can absorb so much magic power very quickly so the weapon will lose its energy before it can even move and destroy things. After all, he only wants the magic power, not destroying the world. So he focuses on what he can do now and can think about that weapon or Wendy later. His hands are already full of many things. Training, taking care of Meteor Destroyer, taking jobs from the guild, etc. Anyway, now the guild has become even livelier since Natsu joined. He literally just can't be calm since his first day. Both Natsu and Gray also become enemies very quickly, just a while after they know each other and show their magic to each other. Erza is still quite shy, so she doesn't try to stop them like she usually does in the story. That is until they anger her by destroying her strawberry shortcake during their usual brawl because no one bothers to stop them. She gets really angry and beats them quite badly. From that day on, Erza will often stop them when they fight. She even starts stopping other fights too, which Makarov thinks is a good sign because she becomes more open with the other guild members now. Alex is never bothered with the fights though, at least that's how it looks from the outside. He will always just enjoy his drinks or meals at the bar while others fight. But he actually uses his magic sneakily to escalate the fight. He will partially transform just a finger into Shikaku's finger. Then he will sneakily control small amounts of sand to trip the fighting members so they'll hit each other more often, even the ones who only watch, so they will join the fight too. Only Makarov realizes his sneaky action, but the old man doesn't say anything. After all, Makarov is very impressed by Alex's ability to only transform a finger. Partial transformation isn't rare, but takeover mages usually can only transform a big part of their bodies like limbs. Transforming only a finger needs a lot of concentration, and to use the beast's magic just through that one finger needs even more concentration and effort. So what Alex does is really impressive. Makarov thinks that it might be Alex's way to train his magic mastery while also joining the fun, and he is right. Alex realizes that he can increase his understanding of his magic and the beast's magic when he limits the area of transformation as small as possible. After all, using the magic through a smaller area is much more difficult than a bigger area or even just fully transforming his whole body because he needs to concentrate all his magic power to flow through that small area to use the spells. Alex, do you want to take a job? Makarov suddenly asks, making Alex stop his game out of surprise.
Job?
Why are you asking so suddenly? Well, you seem to be looking for challenging jobs since you returned. But the only difficult job you did since then was the Manticore subjugation with Laxus. But now there is a challenging job that you can do alone. So, are you interested? Alex hasn't heard what job it is, but just the thought of doing a challenging job alone is enough to make him interested. It's finally time to push himself again. The job that Makarov assigns to Alex is escorting a young noble boy going back home from Magnolia to the capital city after doing some business. It should be faster and easier to just use the train, but the young noble boy stubbornly wants to use the normal road with carriages. All because the boy wants to stop by in a forest to look for a kind of flower. He doesn't say what kind of flower he wants and stubbornly wants to get it himself, even though his guards say he can hire some mages to get it for him because the forest is full of dangerous magical beasts. The boy is a little younger than Alex, but he already represents his family doing some business. This means this kid is smart and wise enough to do what adult nobles usually do. So Alex can't understand why this kid is so stubborn about getting this flower himself. But Alex knows why Makarov sends him instead of another mage. Among all guild members, Alex is the most sensible, knows manners, and his age is also close with the client. He also has decent power and abilities to guard the noble in the dangerous forest. Though because of his age, the noble's knights are doubting whether he really can guard them in the forest. For an unknown reason, the noble only hires one mage after all. So the knights were hoping for a strong-looking mage. Does Fairy Tale really send you? The knight captain asks while frowning when Alex comes to the mansion that the noble uses to stay in Magnolia. Why? Do you think I'm not enough? Alex knows that they are doubting his abilities, but he can understand why.
Well, I mean,
The knight captain doesn't know how to say that Alex looks weak. You look really weak, that's what the captain wants to say. Suddenly, the noble boy shows up and blatantly says what the captain wants to say. I figure as much, but Guild Master sent me after reviewing the difficulty and the purpose of your quest, so I'm sure I can handle the job just fine. It's just exploring a forest, right? You can say that's my specialty. I believe I'm better in a forest exploration than anyone available in the guild right now. They still don't believe what Alex says, obviously. Well, I don't know how to prove the other things now, but I can show you my fighting abilities if you want. Alex just wants to get over this and does the job quickly. I request for a mage who is as strong or stronger than a knight squad because we are about to enter a dangerous forest. So if you want to prove your abilities, then you need to fight my knight squad. The noble boy really seems too mature and smart for his age, seeing from the way he talks and acts.
Sure, call your knights.
Alex smirks because this has gotten fun so suddenly.
They do the fight in the backyard.
There are 15 knights in the squad, including the captain. They seem hesitant to fight a kid like Alex, but an order is an order. Hey kid, you better give up when you have the chance. We won't do anything if you just return to your guild and ask them to send a capable mage. We don't want to hurt a child like you. Just so you know. We are trained to fight mages, so it won't go as you expected it to be. The captain seems really worried because Alex is around the same age as his son, so he is really worried.
It's okay, just come to me.
The knight captain sighs and orders his men to attack. They can't disobey their master's order and they've given Alex the chance to give up, but he refuses, so they can only attack him as ordered now. Meanwhile, the noble boy is watching from the side with a maid standing behind him. Meteor Destroyer is sitting near him. Actually, the noble boy is the one who stands near Meteor Destroyer because he wants to pet the bear cub, but he is afraid that it will bite him, so he just stands there. The knights attack Alex from different sides with their spears and swords. Alex moves nimbly to avoid their attacks and slides under a knight's legs. He kicks the knight's knee from behind, making the man fall backwards. Then he hits the falling knight's lower jaw from the side when the man falls, knocking him out. Alex then jumps very high and kicks another knight's head from behind very strongly. He uses the kick's momentum to dodge a spear. But he grabs the spear's handle and pulls himself toward the attacker. Alex dropkicks the spearman from above right on the face, making the man release the spear, so now Alex has a spear. Alex breaks the spear head and only uses its wood handle as a wooden staff. He deflects a sword from the left with its broken tip before hitting the swordsman's stomach from the side with the other end. His hit is so strong it actually sends the swordsman fly a few meters to the side with a dented armor. But the wooden staff is also broken. All his attacks so far have knocked out the knights, so 4 knights are out already. Alex keeps moving agilely to avoid the knights' attacks and hits them with strong punches or kicks. He doesn't even use his magic, only pure fighting abilities. Yet he already overpowers the knights very easily, leaving only the captain in the end. So, do you want to fight me too, or we've done enough? Alex asks the knight captain while pushing the last knight he knocks out with a knee kick on the stomach. I thought you were a mage. Why would I waste my magic power when I don't need to?
I see.
We have no doubt about your power now that you've defeated my men even without magic. But we still need to see if you really are a good mage. The captain suddenly holds his sword horizontally in front of him. Then he touches the blade with his left hand while his right hand holds the hilt. Suddenly, a red magic circle appears under the knight captain's feet, surprising Alex. Fire magic, the Knight of Fire. After he chants it, the captain's body is covered with fire that quickly shapes into a full body armor. His sword is also covered with fire, making him look like a fire human, or in this case, a fire knight.
So you are a mage. Sigh, I should have checked.
No wonder I felt something strange from you. But damn, that really looks cool. Alex didn't try to sense magic power from anyone here, so he doesn't know that the captain is a mage. Now show us your magic, young mage, or you will be defeated. The captain gets ready to fight with his fire magic. Alex actually wants to fight the captain without using his magic, but it seems they really want to see his magic. Also, Matatabi is somehow very intrigued with the captain's fire magic, so Alex decides to transform into Matatabi, but in her cat form with the size of a tiger. So you are a transformation magic user. But what kind of beast is that? I've never seen it. The captain is very curious about the type of beast that Alex is transforming into. Meanwhile, the noble boy looks very excited to see Alex use his magic. This kid is actually a magic enthusiast and really likes magic. He also can use some simple magic, but he doesn't really want to go on a path of being a mage and only loves to study things about magic. Back to the fight, the knight captain finally moves to attack Alex. He charges and swings his blazing sword diagonally from below. Alex grins and stops it with his right front paw. It surprises the captain, who's sure that he has used a lot of power for that swing. He pulls his sword back and then swings it as strong as he can from above. But Alex blocks it with one of his two tails without any problem. The captain tries to use different attacks. He even uses kicks sometimes, but all of his attacks are blocked by Alex, and his fire doesn't affect Alex at all. This level of fire magic won't affect Alex, who uses Matatabi's power because he is basically the fire itself now. After defending the captain's attacks for a while, Alex finally decides to attack. Matatabi has done analyzing the captain's fire magic, after all. It's the reason she was excited to fight, because she wanted to learn more about this world's fire magic, and now she has understood the captain's fire magic. So there's no use in continuing the fight anymore. Alex ends it easily by slapping the captain's body that's protected with the fire armor using a tail. It sends the captain flies quite far until he crashes onto the wall and breaks it. The captain faints from the impact and his fire magic is dispelled. Alex also returns to his normal form. He doesn't even drop a sweat yet and the fight is already over. Alex finally passes the test, and they finally go to the forest that's located quite far from Magnolia. They need to hit the road first using some carriages, and somehow the noble boy wants Alex to stay in the same carriage as him. Others might think that the noble kid wants to befriend Alex, who is around the same age as him, but Alex knows that he just wants to play with Meteor Destroyer. Now the noble kid isn't afraid of the bear cub anymore, but he still only dares to pet Meteor Destroyer lightly. But thanks to him being that gentle, Meteor Destroyer is comfortable around him. After all, Meteor Destroyer doesn't like the knights because they laughed at his name before. Only the noble kid thinks that it's an adorable name, so Meteor Destroyer gets closer to him quickly, which makes him really happy. By the way, Randy, what kind of flower are you looking for in the forest? Alex asks because the noble kid, Randy Gracia. I can't say. Randy seems hesitant to tell Alex. What? Then how do you expect me to help you if I don't even know what we are looking for? Or do you have a way to find it without my help? Well, not really. I only know that it's located in that forest and grows around this time. Then what is it? You made it sound illegal. Randy doesn't say anything. Alright, I'm going home. No. You need to help me. I've hired you. Alex wants to get out of the carriage, but Randy grabs and stops him. There's no way I'm going to help you do something illegal. I haven't even lived that long yet. It's not illegal, I swear. Then tell me what we are looking for, damn it. That's. See, can you keep it a secret? As I thought this is an illegal business. It's not. It's just that the item I want might not exist. So what is it? Alex still wants to know what it is. The healing spring. Randy looks down with a red face, but Alex just tilts his head. Huh? What's that? I thought we were looking for a flower. Are you saying you don't know the healing spring? Randy's jaw drops. Should I know? Well, not really. But I feel stupid for worrying about it. Randy slaps his forehead. So what is it? And what about the flower? Sigh, healing spring is a spring from the legend. It's said that the water from that spring can heal any illness. As for the flower, it's just an excuse to enter the forest because no one will allow me to enter it if they know I am looking for that spring because it's just a myth. You sick? Alex looks worried now. No, not me, it's my father. He is severely ill. That's the reason why I am the one who keeps going as the family's representative for everything, even if I haven't even come of age yet. My mother was handling everything at first, but her body was weak, so she fell sick some time ago and can't do it anymore now, so I take over the job. The doctor said there's no cure for my father's illness and told us to give up. But there's no way I would give up. Alex can sense that there are more things that Randy can't say. Probably things related to being nobles, like political things or noble familial things that Alex will never understand. So you are looking for this spring that can heal any illness even if it doesn't exist? I want to believe that it exists. How does the spring look? Why, you'll help me look for it. I will even look for a living dragon if you pay me enough. Randy smiles, then explains the healing spring's characteristics to Alex. How long are we going to look for it? A week. If we can't find it in a week, then we need to leave no matter what. In a week, I need to go back because I need to prepare for the family meeting. By family I mean big family. If I can't find a cure for my father in this 1 week, then my uncles will try to take my father's position, and I won't win even if we take this matter to the royal court because I am still too young to inherit my father's title. So I need to find the cure in a week. This is a very difficult matter, but Alex doesn't want to get involved in this nobility problem. He'll only do what he is paid for. Anything else is beyond his capability. So he won't put his head into this nobility problem. Anyway, their forest exploration is finally started the next day. They explore the forest carefully with Alex leading the group. After all, he is the most experienced even though all the knights are much older than him. But he has explored forests more than any one of them. So he knows which paths they need to choose to avoid dangerous creatures, when to rest, where to set up camps, what things they can eat, and how to get food. With Alex's help, they can find many water sources or springs following the map that Randy has. But as he and all of them thought, they don't find any springs with the characteristics of the legendary healing spring. They encounter quite a lot of magical creatures and some of them are aggressive, so Alex needs to fight those creatures, which isn't that difficult. He doesn't kill all of them though because it's faster and easier to just scare them, and it takes less energy. Anyway, instead of the healing spring, they find many medicinal herbs. Alex collects the herbs because they are valuable and there are quite a lot of rare herbs among them. He also collects the knights to collect the herbs because they might be useful one day. As Alex and everyone thought, they can't find the healing spring even after a week. So they don't have any other choice but to give up and go to Capital City. Randy looks very dispirited on their way there. You know, I think healing spring is just a figurative name. It might just mean that we can find so many medicinal herbs that can be used to heal many types of illnesses there because there are rare herbs and even specific herbs that only grow there.
You may be right.
Now that Randy thinks about it, what Alex says might be true. It's called healing spring because there are many herbs that can be used to cure many illnesses. If exaggerated, it can be said that they can find any herb to cure any illness there. After all, if there really is a spring that can heal anything, then there would be no use for doctors and medicines. Well, let's look at the positive side. Maybe we can find a way to cure your father using the herbs we found there. Alex tries to cheer Randy up and it works a little. At least now the atmosphere won't be so gloomy because it will make their travel very torturing. After all, they need 2 days to reach the capital city. After they arrive at Gracia's family mansion safely, Alex wants to ask Randy to sign the job done form immediately. But the kid storms off right after they arrive. So he sighs and follows Randy into the mansion because he needs Randy's signature. He follows Randy to a big bedroom on the 2nd floor. It's Randy's parents' bedroom where his father is bedridden. His mother is also there, taking care of her husband. She looks pale but she still can move around while her husband is unconscious. When Alex enters the room, he immediately frowns. His senses are tingling for an unknown reason, so he activates his magic sense to find the source of his uneasiness. He finds it very quickly and it only makes his frown get deeper. Randy, can we talk?
Alex approaches Randy. Alright, you have finished your job.
Sorry, I wanted to see my father's condition immediately, so I just left the carriage. I will sign the paper now. It's not about that, there's something else I need to say, but I can't say it in front of others.
Alex looks around.
There are some servants and even guards in the room. Randy immediately understands that Alex wants to say something important, although he doesn't know what it is. Do you need to say it now? Yeah, you would want to hear it now. Alright, let's talk in my room. Alex nods and they go to Randy's room. After arriving there, Alex quickly scans his surroundings to make sure that no one is listening. After making sure that it's safe here, Alex finally tells Randy something surprising. Your father, I think I know what causes his illness.
What?
This is not what Randy expected Alex to say, so it really is shocking. Randy grabs Alex's collar with an angry face. I don't want to hear any jokes now, Alex. If you think this is funny, then I'll tell you that it's not. Do you think I will joke around in this situation? Even I know when to play around and when to be serious. Randy sees that Alex is serious, so he releases his grip on Alex's collar. Alright, now tell me what you mean by that. You are not a doctor, so how can you know what happened to my father just from a glance when even the best doctor in the capital can't understand it? That's because it's not a medical problem. Have you called a mage doctor? We have, but she didn't find any magic on him. He is not a mage, so there won't be a problem with his magic power or anything like that. I see, so even a mage doctor can't detect it, huh? Maybe it's because it's hidden too well or it can't be sensed by most mages because of its unique property.
Don't just talk to yourself.
Quick, tell me what you found. Randy urges Alex. I've told you that I've fought a demon before, right? Yeah, the one you and your teacher killed. What about it? Well, actually, I have an ability to absorb magic power from the enemies I've defeated, and I've absorbed that demon's magic power. Demon's magic power is very different from humans. Maybe because I've absorbed a demon's magic power, I can differentiate them easily.
Wait.
Don't tell me Randy can guess what Alex wants to say. I sensed a demon's magic power inside your father's body, your mother too. Randy is very surprised now because he never expects this before. Alex needs to wait for a while before continuing the conversation. Your mother is a mage, right?
Why yeah. No way.
Are you telling me it's my mother's doing? Randy is shaking.
No, I'm sure it's not.
What I want to say is, because she is a mage, even if she is a weak one, she has more resistance to the demonic magic power compared to your father. That's why she only gets weakened while he gets into a coma. But the demon magic I sensed from them is the same, so it must have come from the same demon. Maybe they got attacked at the same time when they encountered that demon, but didn't realize it.
I see. Wait.
But mother got sick a few weeks after father. Doesn't that mean they get attacked at different times?
Eh?
If it's just a few days difference, then maybe it's because her magic power gave her some immunity. But a few weeks are too long for the magic to take effect. This means that she was attacked at a different time.
But by the same demon?
It's as if the demon was targeting her specifically. But why? Alex and Randy think hard but can't find the answer. Alex isn't really smart while Randy doesn't know much about demons, so they can't find any good answers. That is until Matatabi tells Alex her guess, which makes him widen his eyes. Randy, didn't you say that your uncles will try to take over the family soon? Yeah, we'll do the meeting in 2 days. This is just my guess, but maybe one of them has a connection with this demon. Randy widens his eyes. If it really is a plot from one of his uncles who wants to take over the family, then it might really be possible. Damn those pigs. Randy is very angry. Calm down, it's just a guess, we can't be sure yet. Besides, that's not our priority now, right?
Oh, right.
Do you know the way to cure my parents? Of course, but this is not on my job contract, you know. Alex grins slyly, making Randy speechless.
TSK.
You damn greedy mage. Hey, I also need to make a living. Fine, I'll pay you separately for this. Good, let's make the contract. They quickly work on the contract, and after agreeing with the deal, Alex wants to start curing Randy's parents. Obviously, they tell Randy's mother about it first to find out how she got infected by the demonic magic power.
Demonic magic power?
But I wasn't attacked by any demons. I would surely realize that it was the cause if I was attacked by a demon.
So it wasn't through a fight, but a sneaky method.
Well, we can find out about it later.
For now, let's solve the problem.
Ma'am, your hand please. Alex holds Randy's mother's left hand and starts absorbing the demonic magic power inside her body. He only absorbs the demonic magic power without taking any of her magic power. It's a very difficult task, but he can do it quite easily with the help of the tailed beasts. This demonic magic power is more useful for breaking the seals compared to Beast's magic power. Too bad she doesn't have much. Shikaku shakes his head disappointedly, but then Matatabi scolds him because it would be bad if Randy's mother has even more demonic magic power in her body. Though he is right about something. The demonic magic power has a stronger effect on breaking the seals that trap the other tailed beasts. Maybe it's because the demonic magic power is more destructive. Too bad that demons are hard to find, and even if he meets one, Alex isn't sure if he needs to fight the demon. After all, demons that roam near human civilizations are most likely the strong ones. It would be really bad if he meets a demon like Deliora when he's not ready yet. Anyway, it takes a while to absorb all the demonic magic power in Mrs. Garcia's body. Alex needs to be careful after all, and he also needs to make sure he takes every single bit of the demonic magic power from her. Her complexion gets better visibly as Alex takes out the demonic magic power from her body. Though she is still weak even after getting cleaned completely. Her magic power and stamina have dropped so low before. She needs time to recover them. After that, Randy immediately does the same thing to Mr. Garcia. It's easier to do now because Randy's father isn't a mage, so he doesn't have his own magic power. There's only demonic magic power in his body, so Alex doesn't need to be too careful. Mr. Garcia's condition is much worse than his wife though. There are black-purple marks on some parts of his body as the effect of the demonic magic power. He is lucky that there's only a small amount of it, so he doesn't die already. Alright, your parents just needs time to recover now. I guess the herbs we collect will be useful to help them recover faster, so our trip to the forest wasn't exactly a waste, right? Thank you so much. Alex is stunned when Randy and Mrs. Garcia grab his hands while crying. He knew they would be happy, but this is beyond what he expected. Alex, I know this may be too much to ask, but can I hire you for another task? I'll write another contract for it with a good reward obviously, so please help me. Randy wipes his tears and looks at Alex seriously.
What do you want? You can sense the demonic magic power, right? Then can you help me find this demon?
If it really is one of my uncles, then I have a feeling that he will bring the demon here on the meeting day. Yes, I predict the same thing. He must plan to use the demon to worsen our conditions so it can increase his chance to take over the family. Mrs. Garcia has the same opinion as Randy.
Alright.
Alex agrees because it's a good chance to get more demonic magic power to hasten the process of breaking the fourth seal. The meeting is in 2 days, and until that time, they hide the fact that Mr. and Mrs. Garcia have been cured. They hide it even from their most trusted servant and family member. It's because they don't want to give any chance for the news to spread no matter how small it is. Alex keeps his guard all day long until the meeting time, but the demon doesn't show up before the meeting. He finally senses it when Randy's second uncle's group comes. So Alex focuses on it to find the hiding demon. To his surprise, he finds out that the demon isn't disguising as a human. After all, the source of the demonic magic power he senses isn't any of the people there, but from a tool. Now this is interesting. Alex tells Randy about his findings and they make a plan to expose Randy's second uncle. They don't want to let the person who colludes with a demon get away easily. So they plan to expose him during the meeting. Soon afterwards, the meeting starts and as they have thought, the second uncle is the most zealous to get the right to be the family head, replacing his older brother who has been bedridden for a few months. Some are on his side while some are on Randy's father's side. But those who support Randy's father can't really put up a fight with the other side because it's a fact that Randy's father has been ill for too long and if he doesn't wake up soon, the family will fall. Though they really don't want the second uncle to be the next family head. After all, he is well known for his bad personality and selfishness. If he becomes the family head, then they have no doubt that he will only think of himself, not the family as a whole. So you think you are the best candidate to replace my father as the family head, huh, uncle? Randy joins the meeting even though he is still very young because he is the only child of the current family head. Also, his mother is sick, so he is the only one who can represent his father.
Well, yeah. Who else will take the job? You?
A little boy who hasn't even come of age. The second uncle asks while smirking and looking down on Randy.
Well, I wouldn't dare.
But you need the family's approval for that, right?
What?
Do you think they will object? The second uncle looks at the other members that include his younger siblings. Some surely want to object, but even if they do, they don't have any power compared to him, so it will be useless. Well, I surely will object. Suddenly, the door opens and Randy's father enters. He is in a wheelchair, being pushed by his wife because he is still very weak even though he has regained consciousness. Everyone is surprised to see him and his wife enter the meeting room because they all thought that he was still in a coma and his wife is severely ill. But they suddenly show up here even though Randy's father is still weak while his wife looks healthy. It's good news for those at their side because this means they don't need to change the family head and follow that asshole.
Nice to see you, everyone.
It has been a long time. Even weakened, Randy's father still has the aura of a great nobleman. His supporters quickly bow and greet him while smiling while the oppositions take a while to do the same. It's nice to see you again, second brother. Randy's father greets his second brother with a soft but chilling tone. Anyway, everyone is surprised, but the most surprised is Randy's second uncle. After all, he was the one who made his older brother sick. He was sure that Randy's father won't recover at all and would die soon, so this is not what he expected. What's wrong, second brother?
Why do you look so surprised?
Are you not happy seeing me? Why, you must be joking, elder brother. Of course I'm happy. Well, I'm happy to see you too. After all, I can't let the culprit who caused me and my wife to fall ill, right? Everyone is surprised by what they've just heard. Of course, the second uncle defends himself by saying that his older brother is just joking. Well, we can find out whether my accusation is baseless or not when the Magic Council's mages arrive to check you. They will surely become very happy to find a demon follower. Oh, I can only imagine what they'll do to you, little brother. The second uncle is very surprised when hearing about the Magic Council. They actually haven't called the Magic Council, but no one knows the truth. They just want to corner the second uncle, and it works really well. Hearing that the Magic Council will come makes the second uncle panic. He immediately decides to escape using his demonic ring's power. The ring on his left hand glows purple as he raises his left hand, scaring everyone else.
TCH.
I can't believe I need to do this. You should have just died already and give the family head seat to me. Now because of you, everyone here needs to die. I don't know how you remove the poison from your body, but I'm sure whoever helped you won't be able to stop the full power of this ring. I didn't use its full power on you because I wanted you to suffer before dying.
But now, I will just kill everyone here, ha ha ha.
Behold the true power of the ring. The second uncle raises his left hand that has the ring really high. The ring glows brighter, scaring everyone even more. They want to run away, but it's too late anyway because they are already too close with the caster. But suddenly, sand rises quickly from the floor beneath the second uncle. It wraps the guy's hand and ring, blocking the magic spell from spreading. The sand that wraps the hand keeps getting thicker and thicker as blue marks appear on the sand to strengthen it. Everyone looks at where the sand comes from and is surprised to see Randy's arms turn into that of a sand monster's arms. But then Randy suddenly transforms into Alex, which confuses those who don't know. Well, this Randy is Alex from the beginning. He is disguising as Randy so he can fight the second uncle anytime. Alex is glad that he can use transformation magic because he is a takeover mage that's a type of transformation magic. He can't use other magic after all, so he's glad that the only magic he can use is useful for his job. Well, that's easier than I thought. Alex is quite disappointed that it is solved very easily. But it seems he concludes it too fast because something terrifying happens. The second uncle's body suddenly turns purple, starting from his left hand where the ring is located. He screams because he feels an unimaginable pain coming from the spreading purple mark. It spreads really fast and in a very short time, the second uncle's whole body turns purple and his eyes become completely white. The second uncle stops screaming and becomes limp, making everyone think that he's dead. But Alex feels something strange coming from the second uncle's body. Suddenly, the second uncle's body starts transforming. Some strange parts start appearing on his body and he also gets bigger. Alex has a very bad feeling about this, so he throws the transforming uncle out of the mansion. Get out of here now. He turning into a demon. Alex yells that before he jumps out of the window to chase the transforming uncle. Everyone is panicking and they quickly run to escape from the mansion. They don't want to get killed by the demon, after all. Meanwhile, Alex is trying to kill the demon before it fully appears. But can escape from him even though it is still not fully awakened. The half-awakened demon jumps to the rooftop and runs away with a very high speed. His speed surprises Alex because it's so fast even before being fully awakened. So Alex transforms into his tiger-sized Matatabi form to chase the demon with an even faster speed. He catches up to the demon near the city's plaza and slaps the demon to the big fountain in the middle of the plaza. Alex feels bad for the people there, but they should be running away now after seeing the big fountain is destroyed by something big. As he is hoping for, people are running away from the plaza while screaming in fear. Though they run not just because of the attack that destroyed the fountain, but also because they see a two-tailed tiger with a body made out of blue and black fire dropping from the sky. Alex feels hurt that people are scared of him, but at least now there's no one here. He transforms into his humanoid Matatabi form while looking at the destroyed fountain that buries the demon. It will be expensive to repair the fountain, but he can't care about it now. The demon finally comes out of the rubble by pushing the debris away. It roars like a beast as it shows its form. The demon's body looks like a human with purple spiky scales all over its body, but its face is almost like a snake. It also has a snake's eyes and fangs.
So this is power. Ha ha ha.
I am power. The demon looks ecstatic. Oh nice, I'll take that power soon then. Alex smirks while looking at the demon. He finally will get a good amount of magic power to help him break the seals after a while. At first, Alex thought that a demon had taken over Randy's second uncle's body. However, after a short observation, he realizes that the man isn't possessed. Instead, the man is the one turning into a demon. After all, he talks about his ambition to take over the family and how he should have just killed his siblings and their children to get everything. The demonic power in the ring is only enhancing his desire and turns him into a demon. This reminds Alex of how Tartaros turned Minerva and her father into half-demons. The same probably happens to this man, but he can't control himself as well as Minerva and her father, maybe because he is much weaker than them. Alright man, I'm tired of hearing your nonsense, so how about we finish this already? Alex is bored of hearing the half-demon's chatter about his shallow ambition. The kingdom's knights and mages will come soon, so he needs to end this quickly or he won't be able to absorb the half-demon's magic power. It will be such a waste, so he needs to act quickly or he won't get anything but fatigue. What Alex says seems to anger the half-demon greatly. He even recognizes Alex as the one who stops his plan to kill everyone in that meeting room, even though Alex was transforming into Randy and used Chikaku's form, while now he uses Matatabi forms. You know that it was me? I thought you won't know because I looked different before. You were transforming while chasing me, so obviously I recognize you. I guess you're right. Alex forgets to consider that fact. He thought the half-demon could sense his magic power, so he was just overthinking.
Well, doesn't matter.
What's important now is he needs to defeat the half-demon. So Alex quickly charges to attack it before it escapes again. But it seems the half-demon doesn't have any plan to escape as it also makes its move to attack Alex. Alex covers his sharp claws with hot flame as he approaches the half-demon. He dodges the half-demon's attack, some purple energy blades shot from its claws by lowering his body as he runs. Then Alex swings his right burning claws at the half-demon's chest, sending it fly to a building, crashing into its wall and breaking it. Alex can't care about damage to his surroundings because if he doesn't stop this demon here, then it will kill people. He wants to chase the half-demon, but it comes out on its own very quickly. It has some cut wounds on its chest from Alex's claw attack, but it doesn't seem to feel hurt that much because it can still move normally. The half-demon laughs sinisterly as it walks slowly. Alex wants to attack it again, but suddenly purple mist comes out of the half-demon's body and spreads everywhere. It gives him bad feelings, so he steps back. Right at that time, the knights are coming to the plaza. They quickly raise their weapons at Alex because they think he is the demon that's being reported. Well, he certainly looks like a demon in his humanoid Matatabi form.
Wait.
I'm a mage from Fairy Tale. The demon you are looking for is inside that purple mist. Alex shows his guild mark on his left shoulder. He pours some magic power into it to make it glow silver so they can see it because the symbol is hidden by his blue-black flame skin. Luckily, the symbol is made out of a spell and can glow when he uses some magic power on it. The knights recognize the fairy tale symbol and immediately apologize before shifting their focus on the purple mist. They stupidly surround the purple mist that keeps spreading as if they can stop it with their swords and spears.
No.
Get back. That purple mist might be very dangerous. Don't get too close to it. Alex shouts at the idiot knights who don't know what the mist can do, yet they approach it fearlessly. Listen to the mage. Don't get too close to it, you idiots. It might be a deadly spell. A muscular middle-aged man suddenly shouts when he has just arrived on the scene. He introduces himself as the squad's captain to Alex. Do you bring any mages with you, Captain? Alex asks curiously. I have asked the mage team, but it will take a while for them to arrive. Don't worry, my knight squad is trained to fight against mages. Though this is our first time facing a demon. Alex assumes that Randy's family has reported about the demon to the knights. That's why they know that it's a demon, not a mage or a beast. Mages and demons are different. Sometimes human magic won't even affect demons, so they are very dangerous. I don't even know what that purple mist is. It might kill normal people instantly, so I don't think your knight squad can fight it because it's hidden inside that mist. Just when Alex says it, a purple liquid ball is thrown out of the purple mist. It falls near some knights and evaporates instantly, creating thick purple gas that strangely moves to the nearby knights. Those who are touched by the purple gas suddenly feel excruciating pain as their skin turns purple. It doesn't take long for their whole bodies to turn purple, and when it happens, they die. In just a few seconds, the infected people die.
Shit.
Hurry and get away from here. Alex shouts, but he doesn't really need to do it because everyone already runs away. He can't let this demon throw more of that deadly poison liquid ball, so he quickly uses a spell. Alex slams his hands on the ground and then a very wide red magic circle that covers the whole plaza appears on the ground. Fire style, cat flame seal. Even though all of the tailed beast skills have transformed from jutsu into magic, Alex and them somehow found that keeping jutsu naming sense into their skills are making their skills, or in this case magic spells, a lot better. It may be just a name, but it affects how they imagine their spells. Imagination is important because it can affect the spell's power, energy efficiency, shapes, scales, etc. That's why they decide to start keeping the jutsu naming senses on all of their spells. Anyway, the cat flame seal that Alex has just used is a spell that creates a round wall of very hot red flame. The round wall is tall, around 25 meters in height. The top part is hollow, but it's not like any enemy can jump over it to escape, at least this half-demon can't. Please stay outside the firewall. I will enter to fight the demon. Alex shouts to the knight captain before entering the firewall. The knights can only follow his order now because they can't even get closer to the firewall. After all, it's too hot for them. Even if Alex didn't tell them to stay away from it, they still won't be able to get too close to it anyway. Inside the round firewall, the half-demon's purple mist has disappeared. It's evaporated completely by the heat of the fire. The half-demon tries to shoot some of those purple liquid balls onto the firewall, but they all are blocked by it before they evaporate too. The firewall might be made out of fire, but it is also a solid magic wall. That's why the liquid balls can't just pass through it even if they don't evaporate instantly. It's as hard as a concrete wall, and Alex can control whether it'll be sturdy or not. That's why he can pass through it when he wants. This is such a good trait of this spell, but it also has a problem. It costs a lot of magic power to maintain. So Alex can't keep it for too long. He needs to finish the demon ASAP before he runs out of magic power because of this firewall. Well, you've chosen to be a demon, so you should be prepared for the consequences. Alex grins before he charges at the half-demon. The half-demon thinks it can fight Alex, but it can't. While it gained enough power to match some decent mages, it still doesn't have any experience at using its abilities in battles. It also doesn't seem to have that many abilities in the first place. Even with great power, it will be useless if someone doesn't know how to use it, and that's basically the case here. This half-demon can't fight and never has any proper fighting experience even since he was still a human. So Alex doesn't have any problem fighting it because it can't even throw a punch properly. Alex hits its body on different spots with different moves. Punches, knees, kicks, claws, all land onto the half-demon's body, and it can't even land a hit on Alex. You should have just stayed human. Alex grabs the half-demon's face and starts absorbing its magic power. It screams, but Alex ignores it and just keeps absorbing it until its magic power is empty. But he doesn't kill the half-demon because it's the Magic Council's job. It will take a while for the Magic Council's squad to arrive. The kingdom has called them because they are dealing with a human that turned into a demon. It surely is dangerous, and the kingdom is afraid the demonization effect can spread to other people, so they want the Magic Council to take care of it. In the meantime, the half-demon is cuffed with a handcuff made out of magic sealing stone, and he is put in a prison made out of the same material as well. They also station mages and knights to guard the half-demon even though he is still unconscious. Alex is also asked to guard the half-demon because he was the one who defeated it. If the half-demon is awakened and somehow managed to break free, then at least they know that there's someone who can defeat it. They ask many things about what happened, and Alex doesn't have any choice but to answer them. Soon, when the Magic Council squad arrives, he also needs to answer their questions. This is more exhausting than fighting the demon. The ring is the cause, you say? The investigator from the Magic Council asks while frowning. Yeah, I assume so. When we were still in Garcia's mansion, the guy raised his left hand and the ring glowed. I was already prepared for him to attack, so I responded quickly by covering his left hand with my magic. The attack was blocked, but then his whole body turned purple. He appeared to be dead at that time, so I thought it was the backlash of his magic item. But then he started turning into that creature. Alex explained thoroughly how Randy's second uncle turned into a demon. He doesn't want to be suspected of suspicious things and wants to end his involvement in this problem right away. Besides, the other members of the Garcia family will be asked as well. So he needs to give them explanations that match everyone else, and giving a detailed explanation is the easiest way. The only thing he doesn't explain in detail is how he defeated the half-demon. He will never tell them that he absorbed the half-demon's magic power because it will make them think that he might turn into a demon as well. I see. So the problem is the ring, and it seems no one else knows about it. So we'll need to wait for him to wake up. Though it seems it will take quite a while because you beat him up quite badly. Well, I couldn't risk it. We were fighting in the middle of the city and I didn't know his abilities. So I'd rather beat him up as bad as I could. You made the right choice, though maybe it's also because you are a fairy tale mage. This is how you always do things anyway, so I'm not surprised. Alex doesn't know whether he should take it as a compliment or an insult. But the way this Magic Council inspector says it is really annoying. So I'm done here, right? Yeah, you can go now. But we might need to call you in the future if we need something. Though I doubt it will happen. Alex finally can leave and return to Magnolia. Of course, he needs to take his payment from the Garcia family first. They might be in a rather bad situation now, but a job is a job. He needs to be paid because he has given them good service. Randy and his parents want to entertain him more, but they are too busy handling the problem with this demonization incident now. So they just give him his pay and even give him a decent bonus for his job. Alex can finally return to Magnolia now, and he uses the train. It's the first time Meteor Destroyer rides a train, and Alex is sure the bear cub won't have many chances to do it because soon it will be too big to be allowed on a train, so this can even be its first and last chance. While on the train, Alex actually feels uneasy, like someone with motion sickness. It reminds him of the Dragon Slayers and thinks that the same might happen to him because he has some creatures living in his body, just like how those Dragon Slayers have their dragon parents inside their bodies. But he only feels a little uncomfortable, unlike the Dragon Slayers who feel very uncomfortable. It makes him think that maybe he is still too weak because Wendy didn't have motion sickness at first when she was still weak. I don't think it's because you are weak. If I make an assumption based on your memories about this world story, then it's most likely because you have experience with trains and other transportation modes in your past life, so you are more used to them, unlike those Dragon Slayers who never experienced riding modern vehicles before being Dragon Slayers. Your slight discomfort is coming from us because we don't feel that comfortable in this vehicle. Matatabi is always the one who can find the explanation for the unknown situations. Without her, Alex wouldn't be able to solve many of his problems. Though it makes Shikaku very jealous because Alex depends on Matatabi more than him who was here first. Well, Alex never cared about it because the tailed beast's abilities are different from each other. They have their advantages and disadvantages. So Alex just needs to choose the correct abilities to use depending on the situation, and he obviously never discriminates on them. Anyway, they arrive in Magnolia rather quickly and Alex reports the job to the guild. The news about the half-demon has reached the guild first, so everyone bombards Alex with questions which he answers with a lot of exaggeration to entertain them. Demons are very rare to see, after all. Only a few have ever seen demons and even fewer have ever fought them. So it's easy for Alex to make them believe everything he says. A few days later, Alex hears from Makarov that the Magic Council suspects that the ring contains the power of a demon from the Book of Zeruf because it has some traits similar to the magic used by Zeruf's worshippers. They suspect that it's either made using the body of a demon from the Book of Zeruf, or made by Zeruf's worshippers, or made by a demon from the Book of Zeruf, or worse, Zeruf himself might be the one who made it. Either way, it has a very different type of magic power than the natural demon race. The Magic Council actually also has demons as members, real demons of the demon race, not artificial demons like those from the Book of Zeruf, so they can differentiate them. They also have fought Zeruf's worshippers for so many years. So they obviously have a lot of knowledge about the demons from the Book of Zeruf. But this is the first time they find a human that gets demonized with the demonic magic from the Book of Zeruf. So what are they going to do with this finding? Well, they wanted to learn more about it to find ways to defeat the demons from the Book of Zeruf. But the ring was destroyed when they took it off from the user's finger. The demonized user also died when the ring was taken off and his body disintegrated into nothing. So now they can't learn anything anymore. I don't know if I should say they are stupid for taking off the ring without knowing the risk or simply being unlucky. Alex stood before the Fairy Tale Guild Hall, a familiar grin on his face. Still the same old building. Just how I remember it. With a mischievous spark in his eye, he walked forward, transforming into his humanoid Shikaku form as he reached the entrance. His sand-covered tail curled behind him as he slammed the doors open with dramatic flair. Rar! The entire guild went silent, head snapping toward the doorway to see a towering sand raccoon monster roaring into the room. But before the moment could land, a stray bottle rolled under his foot. Alex stumbled and fell flat on his face with a loud thud.
A beat of stunned silence. Ha! What? No one moved. No one spoke. They were all too confused. Most hadn't seen Alex in over a year, and few were familiar with his beast forms. The grand entrance he had envisioned? A total flop. Alex stayed there, lying face down on the floor, too embarrassed to move. Even the bear cub behind him tilted its head, unsure of what just happened. Then, wait a sec, isn't that Alex? Gray finally blurted out. Oh yeah. It is Alex. Kana added, snapping her fingers. Alex? Oh. He's back. Recognition finally clicked, and within moments, the room erupted with laughter. Ha ha ha. That entrance was the best fail I've ever seen. Trying to scare us? You had the monster look down, but you tripped on a bottle. That was hilariously anticlimactic. Failed? Nah, that was spectacular, just not the way you intended. Alex groaned, reverting to his human form with a puff of sand. Shut up, he shouted red-faced. It's been a year and none of you recognized me. What kind of guild forgets their own member? Maybe try showing your face next time instead of storming in like a sand monster. Yeah, we don't exactly have a tall raccoon guy on our memory list. Fuming, Alex launched himself at them, and just like old times, a full-blown brawl broke out.
It wasn't the warm, tearful welcome he imagined, but this was fairy tale. Chaos was their love language. Ho ho ho, what a lively reunion. Master Makarov strolled in with a chuckle.
He paused. A puppy.
Alex quickly snuck out of the mess he'd started and jogged over.
Master, he greeted. I just got back. Oh, and I found this guy.
Is it okay if I keep him as a pet? Makarov crouched to get a better look at the small creature.
Looks kinda chubby for a puppy.
Where did you find it?
In the forest.
He's a bear cub. Wait, a bear. The entire guild froze at Makarov's shout. The fighting stopped immediately as everyone rushed over to get a look.
Kya.
So cute.
Kana squealed, reaching out.
But the bear cub bolted behind Alex, trembling. Hey, you scared it, Gray said, frowning. I just wanted to hold it. You have to approach animals gently, Laxus chimed in, arms crossed. Especially wild ones. Alex picked up the cub to soothe it. Laxus is right. Even lions are wary of humans when they're small. He'll get used to everyone, eventually. But isn't it dangerous?
Macau asked.
It's still a bear, even if it's young. That's what I wanted to ask Master. If it's not allowed in the town, I can raise him in the forest until he's old enough to survive on his own. Makarov hummed thoughtfully as he looked the cub over. As I thought, this is a jack bear. Jack bear. Gray echoed. They're magical creatures, Makarov explained. Mutated bears with innate magic power. They can naturally enhance their physical attributes, strength, speed, durability, and even brain function. Wait, so they're smart? Laxus asked, raising an eyebrow. Very. Depending on how they're raised, they can become trusted companions or dangerous threats. Makarov's gaze sharpened as he looked at Alex. Can you raise him right? Can you make sure he grows up as a friend, not a threat? Absolutely, Alex answered without hesitation. He already knew the cub was a jack bear. Matatabi had figured it out after checking its body for distinct traits. Dark blue paws, unique fur coloration, and enhanced magical presence. Jack bears were notoriously hard to identify, but she had memorized all the signs from their time in Hartfilia Konzern.
Very well.
Makarov finally nodded. There are many mages who raise magical creatures. Just remember, it's a life, and that's a big responsibility. I'm ready for it. Good. Then I suppose, it's time to welcome a new member to Fairy Tale. Everyone cheered as Makarov placed the guild mark on the cub's back.
Oh. What's his name?
Kana asked as the cub wriggled happily under Makarov's hand. Alex puffed out his chest, clearly proud. Meteor Destroyer.
The guild fell silent. What? Meteor. Destroyer.
Makarov paused, halfway through the mark.
Yeah. Alex grinned. Cool, right?
One day, he'll be strong enough to destroy meteors. If Altair were here, she'd be very glad she chose Alex's name and not the other way around. Q. The bear cub chirped, clearly thrilled. Well, if you're both happy with it, Makarov muttered, finishing the mark. And with that, Meteor Destroyer officially became a member of Fairy Tale. Naturally, the guild did what they did best, throw a massive party. Drinks flowed, plates piled up, and laughter filled the hall as they celebrated Alex's return and the arrival of their newest, fluffiest member. As usual, the S-Class exam is held at the end of the year. Too bad for Alex, his leave for half a year when he was helping UR and Altair by staying in the Hartfilia family has exempted him from being chosen, even though Makarov says that with his power and abilities, he can already try joining the exam. But half a year was a long time for him to not take any guild job. It will be very unfair for the other guild members who have been working hard for the whole year if he is chosen for the exam too, even though everyone knows his capabilities. So unfortunately, Alex still can't be chosen as an S-Class candidate. Much to his annoyance, Laxus is chosen, and as he has predicted, the blonde guy mocks him for not being chosen. You know, maybe I'll take you to do some S-Class jobs after I become an S-Class. Or maybe I won't. Laxus says it smugly while putting his elbow on Alex's shoulder and drinks. Are you sure you will pass though? Heh, it would be very funny if you don't pass. Then next year, I will make sure to join and become an S-Class before you. I'm sure it will be very embarrassing if it really happens, right? Alex knows that Laxus will become an S-Class soon. But he doesn't remember whether it's this year, next year, or even the year after that. But even if he knows that Laxus will be an S-Class soon, it somehow still annoys him, mainly because they've become good friends and it feels like he is being left behind.
Ha! As if I will fail. Oh wait.
Maybe I should fail this year so I can fight you next year and snatch that S-class promotion in front of your eyes. Laxus doesn't want to lose the verbal fight.
Oh ho! You sure know how to dream, Laxus.
I don't remember you ever defeat me in a fight. Alex doesn't back down too. Because you never accept my challenges, so we never really fight, you damn it. As everyone has predicted, they end up brawling in the guild hall. Everyone is cheering on them, but as usual, everyone also joins the brawl. Erza is doing a job, so there's no one to reprimand them and she can't really stop them yet with her current power anyway. Anyway, a month before the S-class exam, Gildarts stays in the guild and doesn't take any job. He has been taking S-class jobs all the time and now he will join the exam as an examiner. When Alex returned from the Heartfilia mansion, he was surprised to know that Gildarts was taking Kana on his S-class jobs. Sure, he wanted to get closer to his daughter, but Kana shouldn't be strong enough to be taken to S-class jobs. Fortunately, Gildarts was just too strong to do those S-class jobs and he only took the ones he deemed to be safe if he brought Kana. He taught Kana many things while doing the jobs and they also visited Cornelia's grave some time ago. Anyway, before the S-class exam, Gildarts tells Alex to team up with Kana again from now on because he will start taking more dangerous jobs again. So for a month before the exam, Alex needs to train with Gildarts again after a long time. It's not just him who trains with Gildarts though, Kana also joins the training. During their training, Alex can finally see how much Kana has improved after being taught by her father and followed him in his jobs for months. Her magic power has grown significantly under Gildarts' tutelage and her battle skills have improved greatly too. Now she surely can fight actively when she teams up with Alex. She was mostly working as a support before, but now she can even be the main fighter. So Alex and Kana train for a month with Gildarts before the S-class exam starts. It really is a good chance for Alex to learn a lot of things, so he doesn't waste it. Most of their training are battle practices with Gildarts giving them advice. While Gildarts is goofy and seems stupid most of the time, his knowledge about magic is surely greater than most mages. Maybe the only one in Fairy Tail with more magic knowledge than him is Makarov. His teaching skill is not as great though because he has difficulties explaining stuff with words. That's why he always explains while showing how to do it because he doesn't know how to say it. So Alex and Kana really need to have a good comprehension skill.
Anyway, a month is a short time.
It doesn't feel that long since Alex started training with Gildarts, but the S-class exam finally starts. The examiners are just Makarov and Gildarts, while the participants are just 3 people including Laxus. Alex and Kana decide to take a job instead of just waiting for the exam to finish. They take a beast subjugation job, the most common job for mages. This will be a good chance to test their teamwork after not taking a job together for quite a long time. Surprisingly, Natsu, Gray, and Erza want to join them. Alex doesn't see any benefit in bringing them. Instead, it will reduce his share of the reward significantly. But Kana seems happy, so he agrees to take them too. He can take this as a chance to see their current abilities and skills. Besides, his main goal isn't the money reward anyway. His main goal is the beast itself, a rock ape, a beast he never fought before. It's said that this beast can control rocks with its magic, so it will be an interesting opponent to fight. The team goes to the location that's quite far from Magnolia using the train. Natsu still hasn't had his motion sickness because he is still weak now. So he doesn't have any problem with the train, although he looks like a country bumpkin when riding the train. They still need to walk quite far even after using the train. Natsu and Gray always bicker along the way, but Erza will always stop them when they go overboard. Kana is taking care of Meteor Destroyer while Alex is navigating. Alex might not be that bright when it comes to studies or other things, but he has a great navigating skill. It's because he often hunts in the wilderness, so he has a really good sense of direction and it really helps with reading maps. They arrive in a village in the evening after walking for hours. It's the village that posted the job because a wild rock ape often appears near their hot spring. This village is famous for its hot spring, but because of the rock ape, they need to close the hot spring for the visitors' safety. The team stays in the village provides for the night. They need to rest first before going on the hunt. Also, they can't hunt at night because it's too dangerous when they don't even know the terrain and how strong the enemy is. So they start their job the next day and the first thing they need to do is tracking the beast. It's Alex's specialty to track wild beasts, but he takes his time when tracking this rock ape to teach the others because this is an essential skill for mages like them who often need to hunt beasts like this. It is not easy to learn in the beginning, but they show great interest, especially Natsu who can also smell the beast's traces with his sharp nose like Alex. Though Natsu's nose is still not that sharp at the moment, so he can't smell the beast's traces as well as Alex for now. It gets tougher for Natsu to find the smell because of the sulfur smell coming from the hot spring. This is why Alex doesn't just rely on his sense of smell to track his targets and learn to use other methods as well. Eventually, they find where the rock ape hides. It hides in a kind of stone hut that seems to be made with its magic. The beast looks like a gorilla with pieces of rocks covering many parts of its body. There are many normal monkeys around the stone hut that go around carrying fruits for the rock ape. They are like servants serving their king that only lays around lazily while eating the fruits its servants brought for it. They can feel that the normal monkeys are terrified of the rock ape. So they can guess that the rock ape is forcing the normal monkeys that can't fight it to serve it. It must have attacked the hot spring to enslave these monkeys that often hang around there. The more they look at this rock ape, the more annoying it looks, making them want to beat it up quickly. But Alex wants to see how the others fight, so he tells them to fight without him. Alex can see how inexperienced they are from the way they fight. Natsu and Gray just keep using as much power for every attack which will tire them quickly. Well, their attacks are still not that strong, so maybe they need to try their best for every attack. But it's a problem that most of their attacks can't even hit the rock ape. They also keep bickering instead of focusing on fighting the rock ape. Both of them compete for who can cause more damage to the rock ape. But their silly competition only weakens their attacks because they don't focus. Only Erza and Kana are fighting the rock ape properly. But Erza still doesn't have decent weapons to fight the beast. Her current weapons can't break through the rock ape's rock armor and her fighting skill is still not that good. Kana is better than them because she has learned a lot of things from Gildarts. But it's her first time fighting without any guidance and even teaming up with new members. So she still has difficulties knowing the correct attacks to use. The biggest problem is they still don't know anything about this beast. They don't know its abilities and weaknesses. So they don't know what attacks are effective and what needs to be watched out of the rock ape.
Enough with your fight.
You aren't helping at all. Erza finally can't take it anymore and stops Natsu's and Gray's silly fight by hitting their heads. She scolds them while Kana holds the rock ape and tells them to focus on the fight. They obey out of fear and finally focus on the fight. But they have spent too much energy, so they won't hold for too long. Still, at least now they can work together properly and it really makes a big difference. Kana surprisingly takes the lead and gives them orders. She has gauged the rock ape's weaknesses by throwing basic cards that are weak on many spots of the beast's body. Gray, freeze its legs. Natsu, shoot fire on its face. The two boys follow Kana's order and they succeed in immobilizing the rock ape.
Now Erza.
With Kana's signal, Erza attacks the rock ape's left armpit with her long sword. The rock ape is raising his hands to block Natsu's fire, so its armpits are wide open. Kana has talked to Erza about this strategy, so Erza knows what to do. Erza's sword manages to cut the rock ape's left armpit's tendons because the armpits aren't protected with rocks. She retreats immediately after doing that, and when she retreats, a card flies above her. The flying card slips into the wound that Erza makes. It enters the rock ape's body rather deeply because of the wound. Then suddenly, a big explosion happens on the rock ape's left armpit. Kana's card was an explosive card and it was a strong one. Thanks to the deep cut wound that Erza made, Kana's explosive card can enter deep into its body, making the damage from the explosion much bigger. The rock ape's left arm gets ripped off its body because of the explosion. Its left chest is also broken by the explosion, which damages its heart too. With its heart damaged, the rock ape dies after struggling for a while. You could have done this much faster if you were working together from the beginning. Alex comments while still sitting on the back with Meteor Destroyer. Well, Erza and I surely have been doing it from the beginning. Kana glances at Natsu and Gray who have cold sweats now.
We'll have some lectures later then.
But for now, let's finish the job first. Alex stands up while stretching his body. Yeah, let's report to the village.
Erza nods.
No, I mean our job is not finished yet. Alex points to the rock cliff on his left. Everyone turns to look at where he points at and is surprised to see a bigger rock ape is coming. It runs while yelling angrily. Is that this ape spouse? Gray guesses quickly.
Most likely.
The explosion must have alerted it that something wrong is happening in its den. Get back. I'll handle this.
Alex moves forward.
He hands over Meteor Destroyer to Kana before transforming his right arm into Shikaku's arm. He waits for the rock ape to get closer. The others are asking him to do something quickly, but he just stands there calmly. He only looks at the incoming furious rock ape. Then, the big rock ape lifts a big boulder and throws it to Alex. But suddenly, a lot of sand rises from the ground, creating a wall that blocks the flying boulder. The rock ape jumps above the sand wall to attack Alex. Alex just grins while raising his sand arm at it. His sand arm extends and enlarges very quickly, and he catches the rock ape's whole body with his big sand arm, making it unable to move at all. You shouldn't jump right toward your enemy without knowing anything, you know. They might be stronger than you thought, after all. Alex then covers the rock ape's whole body with sand to suffocate it. Of course, he also absorbs its magic power while killing it because he needs a lot of magic power to break the tailed beast's seals. The others' jaws drop at how easy Alex defeats the rock ape even though it looks stronger than the one they defeat. It really shows their difference in power and experience even though their ages don't differ that much. I hope you learn a lot from this job or I'll need to teach you many things myself. Alex transforms his arm back to its normal form while looking at his guild mates who nod hastily. Alright, let's bring these guys back to the village. Alex has checked that there's no other strong beast around, so these two are the only rock apes. Here. How will we carry them? Natsu asks curiously. Alex only looks at Kana and she immediately uses her magic to put the carcasses into her cards. Her card magic is very convenient and has many uses. It's so versatile, but Kana needs to learn a lot of things too because there is so much she can do with it. They report to the village and finally finish their job. But they don't return immediately. They are now in a famous hot spring, so they take their time to enjoy the hot spring here. The monkeys that were enslaved by the rock apes have come to the hot spring again. They are very friendly to humans and they are even more friendly to the young fairy tale mages who have saved them. The monkeys actually bring them fruits as signs of gratitude. They don't refuse and eat a few of the fruits to show that they accept the monkey's gesture. The 3 boys, 2 girls, and the bear cub actually use the same bath. But they just act normal, as if this is a normal thing for them. Well, it's not like there's anything interesting to look at from the others. Alex and Gray are used to seeing naked women since they lived with UR. Also, all of them are kids and Alex have no interest in kids. Well, he is a kid too, but he has the memory of an adult in his past life even though it's not complete. Erza was also used to it since her time in the Tower of Heaven because there was no privacy there. Natsu is just an idiot while Kana is used to naked people because of the guild. In the bath, Kana is busy playing with Meteor Destroyer. Natsu is competing with Gray again with some silly things like holding their breath underwater, swimming across the bath, etc. Meanwhile, Alex is relaxing on the side when Erza suddenly talks to him. She thanks him for his help that freed her and everyone else from the Tower of Heaven. Makarov has told her that it was Alex who informed him about the sighting of a suspicious tower in the sea. I didn't do much though. I only told Master about what my teacher saw when she crossed the sea. It was her who thought that something looked suspicious and it was Master who worked hard to destroy that place. Still, if you didn't tell Master, then he won't know and we won't be freed. Alex can't say that even if he doesn't do anything, Erza would still escape from that place. Well, maybe she could escape earlier because of his action and more slaves should be freed together with her now. Ah, by the way, I've been curious about this, but what happened to the others who were freed together with you? I thought there would be many potential mages there, but Master only brought you back. Alex is very curious about the other characters from the Tower of Heaven. Most of them wanted to return to their hometowns and find their family. But unlike me who always wanted to join Fairy Tale because of someone there, the others don't think the same. Last time before we parted, some of them said they have agreed to make their own guild. I haven't heard anything about them yet, but I'm sure they will be fine. Forming a guild? That's interesting. Alex doesn't know how much the story will change because of this, but he surely is excited to find out. After all, there are some important characters who came from the Tower of Heaven. So they will affect quite a lot of things. The Tower of Heaven has been destroyed and Altair won't manipulate Jalal now. But Alex isn't sure if nothing related to that will happen in the future. After all, he doesn't believe that the young Altair in the story could manipulate Jalal without any help. He suspects that Hades, aka Precht Gaybog, the guild master of Gryameyer Heart surely was involved in it. Hades was the one who taught Altair her Arc of Time magic in the story. He was also a Zerif worshipper, so it would make much more sense if Hades was the one who ordered Altair to manipulate Jalal and he was also the one who taught Altair how to do it. That's why Alex still needs to be careful of Hades and Grimoire Heart because even if they don't control Jalal or anyone from the Tower of Heaven as the result of it being destroyed, they surely will still plan something else. But Alex can't do anything with his current power, so he should focus on getting stronger first. That way, he can solve most of the future problems with his power. While power isn't everything, it will surely help to solve most problems in this world. A few days later, the S-Class exam finally finishes, and as Alex has predicted, Laxus passes the exam. It actually happens a year faster than it should be, but Alex doesn't realize that because he can't remember the exact details of many events. Even if he doesn't know it, he knows that he has affected Laxus a lot so far. Laxus sees Alex as his rival and best friend. After all, Laxus only hangs out with Alex while he isn't that close with the other guild members. Maybe it's because their ages aren't that far apart, they have similar power levels, have similar levels of maturity, have similar interests, etc. Alex is the only one who can talk well with Laxus, mostly because Alex already knows about Laxus from the story, so it really helps him understand Laxus. The current Laxus might look cold sometimes, but he isn't the arrogant Laxus who uses the whole town for his game to take over the guildmaster position. He is still just a teenager who still values his guild a lot but doesn't know how to express his emotions. So he often acts distant and rarely talks while he is with the others. But he would be more open when he is with Alex. His curiosity with Alex's power led to rivalry and it became friendship. Thanks to his close friendship with Alex, Laxus is now more open and closer with the other guild members. Well, he still knows how to behave, so he is more like the adult version of him after he returns to the guild after the Tenru Island event.
Oh? Who is this?
Isn't this the normal ranked mage, Alex? Ah, there are normal ranked mages around you too. Laxus smirks smugly at Alex and the other young mages when he returns with the S-Class exam group.
TSK.
So annoying. Alex is very displeased by how Laxus brags for being promoted. Though it seems some bird brains don't understand why Laxus talks like that, like Natsu. Why are you talking like that, Laxus? Did you hit your head when taking the exam? Idiot, he calls us normal ranked because he has been promoted to S-Class. Gray explains it to Natsu.
What?
Laxus is an S-Class now. Natsu is really shocked, making Laxus even more smug. Makarov then confirms it by announcing that Laxus is the one who passes this year's S-Class exam. They finally have a new S-Class after quite a long time. Their other S-Classes have retired or left the guild to make their own guilds, like Master Bob of Blue Pegasus and Master Goldmine of Quattro Cerberus. So they really need new S-Classes to take more S-Class jobs and keep their reputation, and now they finally have a new one.
Hey, S-Class jobs, huh?
Should I take you guys to do these high-paying S-Class jobs? Laxus asks smugly at the young mages.
Bring me. Take me.
Natsu and Gray stupidly ask him to bring them for those S-Class jobs, which he obviously refuses while laughing because he only teases them. The only one he'll really consider to bring on those S-Class jobs is Alex. But Alex has told Laxus so many times that he won't do any S-Class jobs before he becomes an S-Class himself. So he won't team up with Laxus to do any S-Class jobs, and Laxus doesn't have a problem with that. He understands that Alex wants to properly climb his way to be an S-Class with his own effort and method that Laxus can respect. Laxus is actually excited to wait for Alex in the S-Class level because then they can compete even better, like who can do more S-Class jobs, who can take harder jobs, etc. Next year, I will step onto that second floor too. Alex stands while crossing his arms in front of Laxus.
You better be.
I won't wait for the second year. Laxus smirks while also crossing his arms. Both of them stare at each other very intensely, making the guild hall feel very cold. But the intense situation breaks immediately when Makarov starts the celebration by raising a big glass of beer. The guild has a party, as usual. They celebrate Laxus's promotion while also cheering up the failed candidates. Though the ones who failed are already pretty old and said they'd retire soon if they can't become S-Class in 3 years. It will be too dangerous to keep working as a mage with their levels as they get older. Also, they want to focus on their families because most of them already have kids. Anyway, after being an S-Class, Laxus doesn't immediately try to take any S-Class job. He does research on the danger of S-Class jobs and realizes that taking it alone like Gildarts is too dangerous, so he needs a team. His first option is Alex, but Alex already said he won't take any S-Class job before being an S-Class himself. There are others who are strong too, but none of them can work well with Laxus, so he needs to recruit new people. But it's not easy to find new people whose abilities can support his abilities out of nowhere. Most good mages also have joined guilds, but he needs them to join Fairy Tail, making it even more difficult. So he can only take it slowly while doing jobs. Maybe he will find suitable people for his team while going around doing jobs. There are some S-Class jobs that can be done alone even though it makes the difficulty higher, but Laxus still wants to try them to test his real power. Alex knows Laxus will find teammates even without his help, so he doesn't meddle in it. He has his own things to do anyway, like looking for ways to hasten the seal-breaking process to free more tailed beasts. Right now, the 4th seal is already broken by around 60%. I will break in a year even if Alex doesn't absorb magic power from magical creatures. But he wants to break it faster, so he needs to keep absorbing magical creatures' magic power. He's also still looking for the gigantic magic weapon that Oration Cease wants in the story Nirvana. It is hidden near Kate Shelter's location, but he still hasn't heard anything about a guild named Kate Shelter. Well, it's a kind of fake guild made for Wendy by the spirit of the chief that guards Nirvana. Maybe it will be known quite later when Wendy is strong enough to take jobs outside the forest, but Alex doesn't know when. In the first place, he doesn't know how a fake guild like that can be a legal guild and even work together with Fairy Tail and Blue Pegasus to protect Nirvana. It makes Alex suspect Makarov. Maybe the old man has some connections with that chief spirit. He can't ask Makarov about it, so he can only try to look into it himself. But he still hasn't found the correct location to find Nirvana after looking for it these last few months. Maybe he was using the wrong way to find it or simply asked the wrong people, so he needs to reevaluate his method. Alex tries to look into history books because Nirvana was made hundreds of years ago. There aren't many people who know about it now, but maybe there will be some records about it. So he needs to check history books. That's why he always goes to the public libraries whenever he goes to different towns when doing jobs. He can't find anything even after a few months, but something important to the story happens in year X 778. The Strauss siblings join Fairy Tail. Mirajane, Elfman, and Lisanna. The three Strauss siblings have finally joined Fairy Tail after their parents died. More main characters have joined Fairy Tail now as they get closer to the main story timeline. When the Strauss siblings appear, everyone in the guild wonders if they have a familial connection with Alex. After all, the four of them have silver hair and use takeover magic. The only difference is Alex has dark skin while they have fair skin. Maybe you are relatives? Kana asks while looking back and forth between the siblings and Alex. I don't think we are related at all. Alex disagrees right away because it shouldn't be the case at all. How do you know? Maybe one of your unknown parents is their relative. Gray thinks that there is a possibility. Well, maybe if you retract the family line to hundreds or thousands of years ago, then I'm sure that we are related. I will be related to not only them, but everyone in this guild too if we do that. Alex's argument makes a lot of sense. Anyway, there's no proof that they are related, so everyone stops thinking about it quickly. Though they are very curious about the siblings' takeover magic. They want to know how it is compared to Alex because he is the only takeover mage in their guild so far. Is this really necessary? Mira seems displeased as she asks Makarov. Alex has expected this, but she really is rude. She will change after Lisanna's death, but for now, she is a rude girl. Though Alex can see that she actually only acts like a tough girl. All because she wants to protect her younger siblings as their oldest sister. Maybe she was worried they would be looked down on, or maybe they had a bad experience before joining Fairy Tail that made her think she needs to act tough to protect them. Yes, it is necessary for us to know your power and abilities so we can assign the correct jobs for you. Like we can't send a fire mage to do a job that requires water magic, something like that. Makarov answers while walking toward the training field and gesturing for them to follow him. Everyone follows them to the training ground to look at the newbies' abilities. Makarov asks Alex to be their opponent instead of doing it himself. The old man also wants to know how good their magic is compared to Alex. Alex sighs before standing on the opposite side of the siblings. You can attack me together or one by one. Though I think it's more effective to see your abilities if you attack me one by one. TSK. You are looking down on us. Mira doesn't like how Alex thinks he can take them all at once even though he doesn't even seem older than her. Well, you and your sister are shorter than me, so I need to look down on you, that's for sure. Alex smirks playfully. He's just joking, but it sure pisses Mira. She really has a short fuse now, which really is a bad thing because she can get provoked very easily. I'll make you regret it. Mira says it angrily while transforming into her Satan soul form. Everyone is amazed by her transformation because they can sense that she has a great amount of magic power. I see, a transformation into a kind of demon, huh? Interesting. Alex acts as if he doesn't know anything before he transforms too. Everyone thought he would transform into Matatabi because Mira seems to have great speed and agility in her Satan soul form. They know that among all three of Alex's current forms, Matatabi is the fastest. Surprisingly, he transforms into Isabu, an armored turtle. They don't understand why he chooses to be a turtle that is known to be slow. Though it has a very strong defense, so they think that Alex is trying to be defensive. Mira also thinks that way. She smirks while saying she will break Alex's hard shells no matter how hard they are. But Lisanna tells Mira to be careful because she has a strange feeling about Alex's turtle form. That turtle is really strange. It even has 3 long tails. I've never seen anything like that before.
Humph. Don't worry, Lysana.
No matter how great the creature is, everything depends on the mage's power and abilities to maximize the creature's potential. Mira doesn't think much of Lysana's intuition. She charges to attack the human-sized three-tailed turtle. Mira tries to attack with her claws and legs first, but she can't damage Alex's hard shells with physical attacks at all. So she starts to use magic attacks. A black magic circle appears in front of Mira, and many big dark bullets are shot at Alex. Darkness element is really destructive, so the effects of those dark magic bullets are powerful. They create big explosions when they hit Alex. Everyone waits for the smoke and dust to clear after the attack stops. Then when the area is cleared, everyone can see that Alex is still in his position. There's no damage on his body, not even a scratch caused by Mira's attack. An attack with good speed, power, and range. That's quite impressive. But I think experienced mages will be able to see them and dodge before being hit. The bullets are also not that strong individually, so they won't cause much damage if only a few manage to hit your targets. Their trajectories are quite predictable, after all, so I won't be surprised if someone like Max can dodge them. Alex makes a commentary as if he is a magic spell reviewer.
Oi.
What do you mean by someone like me? Max seems displeased that he is used as a reference like that. After all, he's sure he can't dodge any of those bullets. Mira also seems displeased by how Alex really looks down on her magic attack. She wasn't planning on doing this before, but now she will use one of her strongest spells because Alex has really pissed her off. Raising her hands, Mira creates a dark orb above her. It gets bigger and bigger. Everyone can sense the power behind that spell, and they are very surprised by how strong it is. Mira is undoubtedly strong for her age, and they think she can compete for S-class promotion with her current power. The big dark orb then gets compressed and Mira throws it at Alex. Makarov gets ready to protect everyone from Mira's attack's effect because he knows it will affect a wide area, engulfing everyone in this training ground. Alex grins as the compressed dark orb flies toward him. It will hit him in a moment, but then his three tails extend forward. He uses his tails to receive the dark orb and then throws it to the sky before it explodes. The dark orb creates a very big explosion that will surely affect the whole training ground if Alex didn't throw it away. It really is strong, but it seems to take a lot of Mira's magic power too because now she seems very tired. Very impressive, but you don't seem to have enough magic power to keep using it. You can even barely maintain your form, so I can't say that it's a good attack to use because it'll leave you powerless. As Alex has thought, Mira can't maintain her transformation any longer. She will be a powerful S-class in the future, but now, she is just an inexperienced mage who still hasn't had that much magic power. I don't even need to attack you and you are already defeated. If this is a real battle, then I would have killed you now. You still have a lot of things to learn. Alex dispels his magic and returns to his human form. Everyone is stunned by how this battle goes. Alex doesn't even need to attack his opponent and he wins the battle. He wins by provoking Mira to use all she has while he just defends. Power isn't everything in battles, newbie. Now, it's your turn, little brother. Alex tells Elfman to attack. But you've won, right? What? The whole purpose of this match isn't to win, but to gauge your abilities. How can we know it if you don't show it too? So hurry up. Elfman finally does as Alex says and attacks with his magic. However, the current Elfman still can only use partial transformation. He can only transform his arms into beast's arms. Alex doesn't even need to transform to fight Elfman too because his battle skills are still very sloppy. As for Lysana, she can fully transform into animals, but she is even weaker than Elfman, so Alex doesn't need much effort to fight her. Elfman and Lysana can't defeat Alex who doesn't even use his magic. They really are newbies and still need a lot of things to learn. So obviously, Makarov can't give them difficult jobs. But there are many jobs they can use to develop themselves, so there's no need to worry. After being defeated by Alex, Mira seems to hold a grudge against him. She often asks him to fight her again, saying the result will be different even though everyone knows it won't. To avoid being annoyed every day, Alex tells her that he will fight her once per month. They have many jobs to do, so once a month is the best possible time to play around. Mira reluctantly agrees after thinking about her financial situation. She and her siblings really need to take many jobs for their daily needs. Their purpose of joining the guild is to get money anyway, but her defeat from Alex makes her forget that. So now the Strauss siblings start focusing on taking jobs. Thanks to that, Mira stops picking a fight with Alex. Though her bad temper is still a problem because after Alex, she picks on Erza as well, just like in the story. Thanks to that though, she doesn't annoy Alex as much as before. Erza seems to be a bigger rival for her than Alex because they are the same age and they both are girls. Their power and abilities are also on similar levels, so it makes more sense for them to have rivalry than Mira and Alex. Unlike Mira, who picks rivals here and there, Elfman and Lysana are trying to befriend everyone. Though well, Elfman is being affected by the boys and starts nonsense brawls daily in the guild too. The only one who truly behaves well among the siblings is Lysana. She is now the youngest in the guild and her bright personality makes everyone adore her. The siblings would get into many problems in the guild if not for her. A few months after the Strauss siblings join the guild, something quite strange happens. Natsu finds an egg that's bigger than a human head. He takes it to the guild to ask if anyone knows about it, and of course, no one knows. Well, Alex knows, and he has been waiting for this since the Strauss siblings joined them. But of course, he won't tell them that he knows what egg that is. None of them will believe him if he says that it's a cat's egg anyway, so he rather stays silent. So it's already the time for the Exceed eggs to be sent to Earthland. The other first-gen dragon slayers must have found their eggs too, except for Gajeel. Well, I also have a partner, so I don't need to be jealous. Alex looks at Meteor Destroyer that sleeps beside his chair. The bear cub has grown much bigger in just a year. It's now as big as a sheep even though it's still a cub. Well, it's a bear after all, so it will grow to be even bigger than humans anyway, so this is normal. Meteor Destroyer suddenly wakes up and sees the big egg in Natsu's hands. It looks excited and approaches Natsu while drooling because it thought Natsu was going to feed it with an egg. What are you looking at? Natsu steps back nervously when the bear cub looks at him expectantly.
Meteor buddy, come back here.
That's not your food. Alex calls his bear cub that looks very disappointed when hearing that. He wants to eat the egg? Natsu hides the egg behind his back quickly. Well, what would you think when someone brings a chicken egg in front of you? Natsu doesn't say anything, but he will think that the egg is food, maybe a boiled egg. Everyone also thinks the same, so now they know what Meteor Destroyer thinks. Anyway, just as in the story, Natsu and Lysana are taking care of the egg. They even read books about how to hatch eggs properly and follow every step taught in the books. It's like looking at grade schoolers trying to hatch chicken eggs for a school project. The egg only takes a few weeks to hatch, and to everyone's surprise, the creature that comes out of it is a blue cat with wings. Alex has known this would happen, but even he gets surprised to see a cat come out of an egg because it just shouldn't be the way a cat is born. Then, just as how it was in the story, the cat is named Happy. Now they have another member in the guild, so as usual, they hold a party. It's just a must for them to celebrate every event, be they big or small events. The one who seems the most happy with Happy's birth might be Meteor Destroyer. He's finally not the only non-human member of the guild. Though he is still quite disappointed that he is the only one who can't speak human language. Meteor will always play with Happy, who's always with Natsu and Lysana when Alex doesn't take any job. He'll still follow Alex when working, even though Alex allows him to stay in Magnolia to play because the bear actually also enjoys working with Alex and Kana. Alex mostly takes subjugation jobs because he wants to absorb the magical creature's magic power. But by taking subjugation jobs, he also trains himself and his team. Kana and Meteor Destroyer that are assigned to his team have gotten stronger too from all of their battles. Right now, Alex is almost done with breaking the fourth seal. So soon, the four tails will be freed and he will have a new form with new abilities. With the fourth-tailed beast, he's sure that he will pass this year's S-Class exam in a few months without any problem. Then in August, it finally happens. He finally collects enough magic power to break the fourth seal after absorbing the magic power from a group of lizardmen. But he waits until he gets home to break the fourth seal. Alex and the other three-tailed beasts wait patiently as the fourth seal is cracking. Right now, Alex is in the forest outside of Magnolia to break the seal. He doesn't know what will happen when the seal breaks, so he comes here. Usually, nothing happens outside of his body because the seal is inside his body. But he can't always be sure because each seal is different and each tailed beast has different characteristics. So something might happen now even though nothing happened before. Luckily, he anticipates it because something really did happen. When the fourth seal is broken, the four tails power overflows in Alex's body. Maybe it's because of excitement that Alex starts transforming unconsciously. His body suddenly becomes very hot, so hot that he starts melting. Well, he's not really melting, but hot lava is coming out of his skin. The heat from his body spreads, making the grass and trees around him dry up a little. Fortunately, the four tails, Son Goku quickly acts and suppresses the power that leaks out because of the broken seal. Alex quickly returns to his normal form too after he manages to control his violent magic power. Damn, that was quite intense. Alex sighs in relief after he manages to control everything back. Sorry about that, boy. The seal needed more power to break than I thought. I never thought the magic power used to break the seal will be released and go on a rampant like that.
No worries.
These seals are not things we really know, so side effects like this should be anticipated. The remaining seals might cause even worse problems, so we need to be even more careful. Yeah, the seals are getting stronger the higher you go. But as you say, we don't know much about these seals that the unknown goddess made. So there might not even be a problem when breaking the other seals. There's nothing wrong with being careful though.
You're right.
By the way, nice to meet you, Alex.
I'm Son Goku.
I guess we will live together from now on. Alex finally has a new partner. Now he can transform into four-tailed beasts with different abilities. It will give him more options to use in battles, although he also needs time to get used to his new abilities. His raw power also increased significantly after releasing Son Goku. Some of the magic power that was used to break the seal is absorbed by his body, so it increases the amount of magic power he has quite a lot. This happens every time he unseals a tailed beast anyway. Matatabi said that it's like a reward for his hard work. Though it's actually because he used his power to break the seal, so he just takes back what's his. But the magic power that he got back from breaking the seals has the freed tailed beast's magic power mixed in it too. With their power mixed in that, Alex will get a part of their power too, which then will make it easier for him to use their power, so it's really beneficial for all of them. Their power that's mixed permanently into Alex's power is also the reason why he has beastral traits like abnormally powerful senses and physical power. While it's also because of his hard training, Alex's rapid growth is mostly thanks to the tailed beast's power that he takes for himself. Thanks to that, he can be very strong even without transforming. He has turned into a beast himself. For the next few months, Alex focuses on getting used to Son Goku's power. He mostly uses Son's power when he works, but he still also uses the other three's power because they get jealous too easily. Then in December, the year X778's S-Class exam finally came. Because he doesn't take absences this year and has finished a lot of jobs, Alex is chosen as an S-Class candidate. He has taken a lot of difficult jobs below S-Class, so he has proven himself to have sufficient abilities for a promotion too. There are 3 other candidates for this year's S-Class exam. There's a man named Samuel who joined last year's exam but failed. The other 2 are a man named Ziko and a woman named Joy. All 3 of them are veteran members, and Ziko has done an S-Class exam 3 years ago but also failed. So Alex really stands out because the age gaps between him and the other participants are big, but that doesn't mean he will back down. Besides, they'll fail the exam even if he doesn't participate anyway. So he'd rather take that promotion that nobody will take. He wants to take more challenging jobs, so he really needs to get promoted. As always, the place for the S-Class exam is on Tenru Island. It's fairy tales tradition to do the exam there because the first master's grave is on that island. So it's like they are proving their power to the first master and to receive her blessing for their promotion. Unlike the X784 exam in the story, the candidates will do the exam alone, so they can't bring anyone with them. Each year's exam is different. After all, some people can participate a few times, so if the exam is the same, then they will know what to do already. Before leaving, Alex gives Kana money for Meteor Destroyer's food. The bear cub has a very big appetite and needs a lot of food every day. A lot of food means a lot of money. That's why Alex prefers doing subjugation jobs, because the prey can be harvested as Meteor's food if they are edible. But he can't hunt for the bear cub now, so he leaves money to Kana for its food. He also gives the bear cub a few rules to follow and things it's prohibited to do. After all, this kid is naughty and might cause trouble when he isn't here. Do you understand me, Meteor? If I hear you are causing trouble when I'm not here, then you better be ready for some punishment. I will confiscate Mr. and Mrs. Donald and maybe even burn them if you don't behave. Meteor looks very terrified of Alex's threat, making everyone wonder who this Mr. and Mrs. Donald are. They're his rubber duck toys. He won't take a bath if they're not there. Alex's explanation makes everyone baffled because it's just too cute. Anyway, if you behave nicely and be a good boy, I will buy you that duck magic bag you always wanted. Meteor's eyes finally sparkle when Alex mentions that. He immediately nods his head happily and stares at Alex as if telling him not to worry. Alright, you better keep your promise, buddy. Alex pats Meteor's head before following the exam group to leave the guild building. The group leaves Magnolia and goes to Harjan where the port is located. They need to use a ship to go to Tenru Island, after all. It feels like a trip at first, but it won't be that way soon, so they need to enjoy it while it lasts. Similar to X784 exam, the ship suddenly stops in the middle of the sea, just when they can finally see Tenru Island. Alex thought that the exam would be different, but maybe there are some things that are similar or used repeatedly. Alright, the four of you can only use the ship this far. You need to go to the island by yourselves now. Makarov says it nonchalantly while grabbing all four candidates with his enlarged hands.
Wait. Master.
The four of them shout, but they aren't heard.
Good luck.
Makarov throws them into the ocean. This is different from what Alex remembers from the series. After throwing the four candidates into the sea, the ship goes at full speed towards the island, leaving them only with their wet clothes there. Adios, losers.
Ha ha ha.
Joy already swims to the island. She uses her vibration magic to vibrate her legs and arms that propel her forward at a high speed like an engine. I'm sure she doesn't use her magic just to fight. Ziko really takes his time to think dirty. Alex raises an eyebrow while looking at Ziko suspiciously, making the guy look away in guilt. Meanwhile, Samuel already chases after Joy using his explosion magic. He makes explosions on his hands and feet to shoot him forward. Ziko then chases them by making footholds using his barrier magic. Then he runs on the square barrier tiles that he places above the seawater. He needs to keep creating the barrier tiles to run though, so he needs to concentrate. Because he concentrates too much on making barrier tiles, he doesn't realize that he has an illegal passenger. Alex is running right behind him, stepping on his barrier tiles before they disappear. Ziko only realizes it after they go halfway.
What the hell?
Since when were you following me? Since the beginning? Alex answers with a question while tilting his head as if he doesn't do anything wrong. Well, technically, he doesn't do anything wrong because it's not forbidden to use their opponent's strength for their own benefit.
GH.
Damn you, Alex.
Don't follow me.
Ziko finally makes the barrier tiles that he has used to disappear immediately, making Alex fall into the sea again. Sigh, there goes my free ride. Alex sighs before he pushes himself up above the water. His hands strangely hold onto the water as if it's a solid ground, so he can push himself up with the water as his holding. Then he stands on the water as if it's a floor. He even goes up and down following the waves as if it's normal. Alex starts running on the water like a ninja. He uses a ninja technique, so it's not wrong actually. While he can't use magic other than transformation magic that includes his takeover magic, he surely can control his magic power so well. He can even control and use it like chakra, which makes him able to stand on water, walk on walls, stand upside down, etc. Alex can do basic ninja techniques that need chakra control because the tailed beasts taught him how. Others see it as a type of magic, while it's actually just magic power that's controlled in an unusual way. Though Alex can only do that much. He can't use ninjutsu like those shinobi in Naruto because ninjutsu needs more than just chakra control. Anyway, Alex is running on the water and chasing the other three candidates who surprisingly are very fast. They almost arrive at the same time with Samuel finishing first, Alex second, Ju third, and Ziko last. I never knew you could run on water. Joy looks at Alex curiously. Everyone has their own secret weapons, right? They look away while whistling nervously when Alex asks that. So, what should we do now? Samuel asks because there's no instruction yet. Suddenly, Gildarts shows up on the hill, carrying a big box on his shoulder. He puts it down and tells them their next task. Good, no one is drowning.
Gildarts.
Don't tell me we need to fight you for the trial now? I would want to, but that's not it. The first trial, delivery quest. There are 4 items in this box. Each one of you needs to take and bring an item to the top of that giant tree. No need to race, you only need to deliver the package on time. Your time limit is an hour. If you take longer, you are eliminated. The only rule is to not kill each other. Do you understand? This is not a race, so everyone can pass as long as they arrive before the time is up. But they can attack each other to slow down their rivals. If they can make their rivals fail here, then they will have less opponents in the next round. Ziko and Joy already think of ways to slow down the others so they won't reach the top in an hour. As for Alex and Samuel, they only think of the fastest way to reach the top. Attacking others will only waste their time, so they just focus on succeeding. Alright then, good luck. Gildarts leaves after seeing that they have understood the mission. The first trial of the X778 S-Class exam has finally started. Samuel immediately runs toward the box that Gildarts left behind. Everyone else is slow to realize that the trial has started. So they follow Samuel to take the item they need to deliver. In the box, there are 4 backpacks. Samuel, who arrives first, quickly checks the backpacks before taking one and leaves as fast as he can. The other three, who arrive almost at the same time, don't even have time to check and just grab any backpack they can take.
Heavy.
The backpacks are heavy because they are filled with weights. But each backpack has a different weight. Samuel, who has time to check, obviously took the lightest backpack, while the three of them get random weights. Joy gets the second lightest, Ziko gets the next one, while Alex unfortunately gets the heaviest. Seeing that the two men are struggling with their weights, Joy understands that she gets the lightest of the remaining three backpacks, so she quickly leaves before they snatch her backpack. Ziko looks at Alex and gets worried if Alex will try to attack him to slow him down here. Alex won't do that, but because Ziko has such a plan, he becomes suspicious of everyone else. So he quickly leaves, even though he thinks that Alex might have a lighter backpack. But it's too risky to stay close with the other candidates because he might get attacked. That's why Ziko quickly leaves the location. Alex is the only one who takes this calmly. He wears the backpack on his back and ties the front straps to make sure it won't fall or slip when he climbs. Then he looks at the giant tree and tries to find the best path to climb it. Alright, let's go that way. After deciding on a path, Alex transforms into the tiger-sized Matatabi. Transforming into Son Goku, a monkey to climb a giant tree is surely the best thing to do. But right now he needs to run on land first because the tree trunk is located in the middle of the island while he is still on the coast. So he needs to get there first, and Matatabi is the fastest to run on land. There are many obstacles like cliffs, streams, hills, etc. But it's not that difficult for Alex to pass through them with his cat form and agility. Even though he gets the heaviest backpack, he can move faster than the other three. He even manages to pass Ziko and Joy to reach the base of the giant tree. Samuel has started climbing, while those two still haven't arrived when Alex arrives there. Alex changes his form into Son Goku now that he is about to climb the tree. He becomes Son Goku with a size similar to Elfman's full beast soul form. Then he starts climbing the giant tree with his ability to climb trees as a monkey. It's actually not that difficult to just climb the giant Tenru tree because it has curved trunks that look like spirals. People can actually walk on it like climbing mountains. But it's not as easy as that because many parts are very steep and slippery, so it's still difficult to reach the top. Alex doesn't have much problem climbing the tree though. Even in his normal human form, Alex is already a good climber. Now it becomes much easier when he becomes a monkey. He passes Samuel, who smartly uses his explosion magic to jump when the areas are hard to climb normally. But Samuel mostly just climbs normally because he knows he can't waste his magic power. Samuel knows that the S-class exam won't be this easy. There must be more to just climbing the great Tenru tree, so he needs to keep as much magic power as he can. He doesn't even react when Alex passes him and only focuses on his pace. Unlike him, Ziko and Joy are totally wasting their magic power. They just want to reach the top as fast as possible while also sabotaging their rival's trial. Ziko keeps making barrier tiles as footholds to climb while Joy uses her vibration magic to break the tree parts that she steps on, making better footholds for her. Well, if they only do that, then they will have enough magic power to reach the top. But they just need to attack each other to slow down each other because they climb the tree at the same time. So they use more magic power to fight than to climb. They will regret it later because when Alex, who first reaches the top part of the giant tree, he suddenly gets attacked by many lightning bolts. There are many lightning lacrimas flying between the tree branches at the top of the giant tree that supports the other island, above the great Tenru tree. In delivery jobs, there might be dangers like attacks from other mages or magical beasts. So these lightning lacrima traps are here to simulate such situations. They need to pass these magic attacks to reach the top and clear the mission. Alex knows he can try to destroy these lacrimas, and it seems tempting because it will surely annoy Laxus. But it will waste a lot of magic power, so he doesn't do it and just focuses on passing through them. Alex in his Son Goku form can jump and swing between the branches easily. He dodges the lightning bolts that keep coming at him until he finally reaches the edge of the top tree island. There are some caves on the top tree island that are actually used as the correct paths to get above it. But Alex knows there must be more obstacles inside the caves, so he chooses to climb it from outside. As he thought, it's easier to climb from outside because there's no more attacks waiting for him. It's thanks to his monkey form that he can climb so easily though, because if he is in his normal human form, then climbing the outside part will be much harder and dangerous than using the caves. Without any problem left, Alex becomes the first to reach the top. Laxus, who guards the drop point, congratulates him with an annoyed face. Most likely because Alex could handle his lightning trap without any problem rather than him arriving here. Alex finishes the first trial in half an hour. He still needs that much time even though he only focuses on climbing and taking the fastest path without wasting his time for anything else. Now he can rest while waiting for the 1-hour time limit to pass. No one shows up even when the time limit is almost up. But then, just a minute before it's over, Samuel arrives and puts his backpack on the drop point. He falls on his back while panting heavily because he's very tired.
Hey, good job, man.
Alex offers a fist bump while smiling at Samuel, which he accepts happily. It's clear how hard Samuel has worked from the damage on his body. He has been hit by lightning traps many times, but he still pushed through. The traps in the cave that Alex chose to avoid also seem harsh seeing from how bad Samuel's wounds are.
Time's up.
Only you two pass this stage. Laxus looks at the sand clock and ends the first stage. The other two candidates, Ziko and Joy, have failed. They fell after climbing half of the tree because they kept fighting and ended up pushing each other off the tree. Makarov, who waits on the tree base with Gildarts, caught them, so they are fine. The examiners have thought of the safety of every trial carefully, so there's no need to worry even if someone falls from the top of the great Tenru tree. They won't do more trials today, so they rest in the camp that has been prepared. Ziko and Joy are bickering the whole night, blaming each other for their failure even though both of them are equally stupid. Meanwhile, Alex and Samuel are resting to prepare themselves for the trial tomorrow. Then the next morning after breakfast, Makarov announces the second trial. The task for the second trial is to look for flags scattered all over the island. Alex needs to find blue flags while Samuel needs to find red flags. There are 10 flags of each color and they need to collect at least 7 before midnight. They will get rewards that can be used to help them in the next trial if they can collect all 10 flags, so they shouldn't just stop after collecting 7 flags. Their time limit is just 6 hours to explore the island though, so they need to be fast because they don't get any clue for how to find the flags. Alex and Samuel quickly move to find the flags with their own methods. Samuel, who has visited Tenru Island a few times before, decides to check the noticeable spots like the lake, the base of the giant tree, the tunnel caves, etc. Meanwhile, Alex just moves randomly to find at least a flag. He plans to use his sharp nose to smell a flag and searches for the other flags using the smell because he believes those flags smell the same. Surprisingly, both of their methods work, although they also end up finding their opponent's flags because all the flags are placed in noticeable spots and smell the same as they were placed by the same person too. Both Alex and Samuel pass to the next round with Alex collecting 8 flags while Samuel manages to collect 10 flags. So for the third round. The third trial is a battle finally. Both Alex and Samuel need to fight each other. Only the winner can go to the next stage. But Samuel, who managed to collect all 10 flags in the previous stage, receives a reward to help him in this stage. Samuel can choose one of the failed candidates to help him in this stage. So he will have a teammate while Alex will be alone. If Alex also collected 10 flags, then Samuel's reward can be removed because both of them get the same rewards. Without thinking too much, Samuel chooses Ziko for an obvious reason. Samuel uses explosion magic, an offensive type, so Ziko's barrier magic, a defensive type, is the best choice to help him in this round. Joy is not chosen, but she is actually happy because she doesn't need to fight. If she is chosen, then she will only help Samuel to win while she doesn't get any benefit because she won't be promoted anyway. On the other hand, Ziko is actually happy to be chosen because it makes him feel like he is still in the competition. He also always wants to fight the other S-class candidates, especially Alex the Rising Star. The arena is near the camp. They do it a while after the previous trial finishes. So both Alex and Samuel are quite tired, but this is also a challenge for them because S-class jobs can force them to keep working or even fighting for hours or days. Alex chooses to transform into Mini Isabu. Even though it's a Mini Isabu, he is still as big as a small car. Isabu doesn't have a humanoid form because of all his heavy shells that makes it hard to stand with just 2 legs, so he only has a mini form. Everyone who sees Alex transforms into Isabu thinks that he will focus on defense. It's not a bad idea because he is fighting 2 people alone. Also, he doesn't know how good his opponents will be, so being defensive might be the correct choice. But they don't expect that Alex in Mini Isabu form still has great attack power. Right after the match starts, a blue magic circle appears in front of Alex's mouth. Then from that blue magic circle, some big water balls are shot toward his opponents. They are surprised, but Ziko quickly reacts by making a big barrier wall to block the water bullets. Once again, everyone is surprised by the water bullets' power. They don't break Ziko's barrier wall, but they push it back. Ziko has used all his power, but he can't stop the water bullets from pushing his barrier wall. He wants to ask Samuel to help him, but he suddenly sees some red balls flying beside him. They are flying from behind him toward Alex. Samuel shoots those red balls toward Alex, but Alex sees them and shoots water bullets at them. The water and red bullets clash and big explosions happen all over the arena. Those red balls are Samuel's explosion magic balls that can create powerful explosions upon contact. If Alex doesn't hit them with his water bullets, they will hit him and explode on his body. Though they fail to hit him, they succeed in making him stop attacking. So now Ziko is freed from his attacks.
Ziko, trap him.
Samuel gives an order while running toward Alex. Suddenly, a wide white magic circle appears beneath Alex's feet. Then a thick barrier dome appears on him, trapping him inside it. Samuel gets closer to the barrier dome and touches the barrier dome, making it glow red.
Minefield.
Many small red magic circles appear all over the barrier dome. Alex doesn't know how Samuel will attack him when there's a barrier separating them. He gets even more confused when Samuel moves back very quickly. Alex gets the answer very quickly in a very bad way. The spell that Samuel uses makes everything he touches into explosives. So now the barrier that encapsulates Alex has turned into a bomb and it explodes after Samuel gets away. The explosion is really strong. It sends the pieces of destroyed ground and rocks around it everywhere. Samuel used a lot of magic power in that attack because he knew a half-hearted attack won't work against Alex's mini Isabu's defense. With that much magic power, Samuel manages to injure Alex's mini Isabu form. There are some parts that aren't covered with shells and those are the areas that get damaged. But Alex manages to cover the vital areas like his face with his armored arms by curling his body at the last moment.
Damn. That hurts.
Alex is annoyed by it, but now he is more confused why someone like Samuel couldn't pass the S-class exam in the series and then retires before the main story starts. Well, the retirement is normal because of Samuel's age, but his power is decent enough to be an S-class. Though Alex can guess that it's because this is fairy tale. They have higher standards for S-class than most guilds. Samuel might have been able to become an S-class years ago in other guilds, but he always failed the exam in fairy tale. Alex can see that Samuel has used a lot of his magic power for the previous attack. But Alex won't let Samuel use more attacks like that even though he can take that kind of attack a few more times because they hurt. So Alex makes his move again. He suddenly jumps quite high, which surprises everyone because his mini Isabu form should be heavy. Yet he can jump quite high in it. Then Alex rolls himself like an armadillo. He rolls very fast and attacks his opponents with his rolling body. His rolling attack is very dangerous because his body is covered with hard shells that have sharp spikes all over them. Ziko tries to block Alex's attack with his barrier wall again, but now Alex manages to destroy it instead of just pushing it back. He forces Samuel and Ziko to move to dodge his rolling attack because the barrier is destroyed. Alex chases Samuel by rolling. He can move very fast even in his heavy mini Isabu form when he rolls. So Samuel has a hard time running away from Alex. Samuel uses his explosion magic to fight back, but his spells are useless because Alex is fully covered with hard shells now. After a short chase, Alex finally manages to hit Samuel. He bulldozes everything in his path and sends Samuel fly quite far. Ziko tries to help by creating barrier walls, but they all get destroyed easily by Alex. Samuel is out just by that one hit from the rolling Alex. His whole body is covered with hard corals after Alex hits him. It's Isabu's special ability to produce corals. Alex uses it to protect Samuel from his powerful body roll that can rip Samuel's body because of the hard spikes all over mini Isabu's shells. It's also useful to seal Samuel's body, so now Samuel can't move because his whole body is covered with corals that connect with each other. Samuel gives up easily because he can't move now and the impact from Alex's attack still hurts a lot. Some of his bones are broken because of it, so he can't continue the fight. This means Alex wins this trial and can continue to the next trial. The next trial is tomorrow, so Alex can rest tonight. The other 3 participants will return to Magnolia and this might be their last time in Tenru Island. Samuel has planned to retire if he fails this exam because of his age and the other 2 might also retire soon, or worse, they might die before the main story starts because Alex doesn't remember them to be in the main story. Mage's death isn't an unusual thing because they are doing dangerous jobs. As someone with a heart, Alex obviously wants to protect his friends. But he is just one person and it's impossible to prevent everyone from dying no matter how strong he is. I hope they just retire and aren't dead. Alex can only hope like that when he sees the other 3 failed candidates leave the island. The next day, they start the next trial. It's the last trial for this S-class exam and surely is the most difficult trial. Others might even call this stage impossible to clear because Alex needs to face Laxus, Gildarts, and Makarov in this trial, all by himself. For the last trial, Alex needs to enter a cave and reach the exit on the other end. But Laxus, Gildarts, and Makarov will wait for him in different spots inside the cave. He needs to pass through them to reach the exit. They will surely try to stop him, But because the task is just to reach the exit, Alex doesn't really need to fight them. Though he knows that it's almost impossible to avoid battles with them. The most he can do is use the battles to distract them and run away from them. Defeating all of them is just plain stupid and it's a waste of his energy. He has the confidence to fight Laxus till the end at most. But even if he can defeat Laxus, he will be too tired to continue and it will be impossible to pass Gildarts and Makarov when he is tired. So the best strategy is passing them without fighting them too much. Alex also believes the 3 examiners will have some handicaps or it will just be an impossible trial to pass. But he doesn't know what kind of handicaps they'll use, so he needs to find out while trying to pass them. The trial starts when Alex enters a cave from the south coast. It's a different cave than the one used in the series. This cave only has one path and it's longer than the ones used in the story. Alex walks calmly in the cave. He can sense Laxus's magic power since he enters the cave, so he knows when he gets closer to Laxus who will be his first obstacle in this trial. After a while, Alex finally arrives at Laxus's place. Laxus has waited for him while grinning excitedly because it has been a while since they fought. Both of them often did training matches before Laxus became an S-class, but they haven't done it since then because they've swore to only spar again when Alex became an S-class. Technically, you haven't become an S-class. But this is a trial, a requirement for you to be an S-class and I'm your examiner.
So we still should fight.
Or maybe you are afraid to fight me now before you officially become an S-class. Laxus smirks while teasing Alex. Are you sure it's not you who are afraid, Mr. S-class? You suddenly mention our agreement when we are about to fight. It seems to me that you are trying to avoid the fight by telling me that I'm not an S-class yet so I can't fight you. I'm sure it's because you are afraid that I will defeat you, right, Mr. Senior S-class? Alex doesn't back down from the verbal fight. You sure know how to talk back, aren't you? Laxus's mouth twitches because of how annoyed he is. Lightning currents appear on Laxus's arms, showing that he is ready to fight. Alex's magic power also rises as he grins excitedly. They won't talk any more nonsense and will start the exam right away. Laxus suddenly shoots a powerful lightning bolt with both hands. Alex jumps away to avoid it while transforming into mini Matatabi. He doesn't transform into the humanoid Matatabi because the 4-legged form is faster and he needs speed to face Laxus's lightning. Alex jumps around to dodge Laxus's lightning bolts. Although it has been around a year since he fought Laxus, Alex still can remember Laxus's fighting style and patterns. Laxus has grown better, but his habits are still the same. Utilizing the moment, Alex shoots some fireballs at Laxus from different directions. Laxus wants to dodge, but the fireballs just explode a few meters before reaching him. They turn into firecrackers that send blinding sparks everywhere. Laxus can't help but close his eyes when the blinding sparks spread all around him. When he opens his eyes, Alex has already gone. It wasn't only for a moment, but that was enough time for Alex to move past the area that Laxus guards with his speed as Matatabi. Damn. I should have just gone all out from the start. Laxus has this habit to not get serious in the beginning and Alex used it well. He knew that Laxus would get serious after fighting for a while and he didn't want to fight seriously. Alex just wants to pass the trial, so he used Laxus's carelessness to pass this area. Well, of course, it wasn't Alex's idea, it was Matatabi's idea as usual. Alex couldn't even use fire magic to create firecrackers like that. So Matatabi took control for a while to create those firecrackers to distract Laxus and escape this area. I never knew you could make firecrackers. Alex talks with Matatabi as he returns to his human form after passing Laxus's area. It wasn't so hard for me. I am basically made out of fire, so manipulating fire is like controlling my body. So I can help you create fire spells that you have in your imaginations. The same applies to Shikaku with his control over sand. Isabu and Son Goku are different though because they aren't made out of water and lava. Though they still have great controls over their elements. I see. There are still many things I don't know about you guys, huh? After walking for a while, Alex is finally about to reach Gildarts' area. But before entering it, he stops to think of a strategy. By thinking, it means he asks the tailed beasts what to do because he can't think of anything good. Again, it's Matatabi who gives a good idea. Shikaku and Son can only think of using brute strength. Isabu thinks as hard as he can, but he just can't find a better strategy than Matatabi. Well, at least he can think more seriously than Shikaku and Son. Gildarts has sensed that Alex is getting closer. He can sense Alex's presence and magic power because Alex has a lot of magic power. Just from magic power alone, Alex is already an S-class. Although Gildarts can't pinpoint Alex's exact location. Suddenly, Gildarts feels something strange. He feels like his vision is getting blurry, but he can't find anything wrong for a while until everything around him turns foggy. The room that he guards is covered with mist that keeps getting thicker slowly. What the hell? Gildarts tries to use his crush magic to remove the mist, but it's almost impossible to do. After all, the mist blends with the air in this whole room, and if he wants to remove the mist, he needs to remove all the air here. Before Gildarts can figure out how to remove the mist, he suddenly hears a loud rumbling sound coming from his front. It keeps getting closer, and his sharp sense as a veteran tells him that something powerful is coming. So Gildarts extends his right hand forward. It's covered with his crush magic, so whatever is coming at him will get crushed into pieces. After a while, something big finally hits his right hand. He smirks because he knows he has just stopped Alex's attack, although he can't see what it is, thanks to the very thick mist that makes him can't even see his hands. Gildarts wait for the next attacks to come, but nothing comes to him even after he waits for some minutes. He tries to sense Alex's magic power and finally realizes that he can't sense it anymore. The mist starts to clear up, and when it clears completely, Gildarts realizes that he has been had. Alex has passed through his area when he couldn't see anything. That previous attack was a distraction to shift his attention. Water. Gildarts sees a big puddle of water in front of him. It's water from the magic spell he stopped earlier, a big water bullet. Alex was shooting a powerful water bullet while rolling in mini Isabu form. He rolls right behind the water bullet and jumps above Gildarts when the examiner is distracted with the magic attack. It was easier than he thought, and he passed Gildarts' area. Actually, Alex doesn't need to defeat Gildarts even if they fight because it's impossible for the current him. He just needs to receive Gildarts' approval to pass, but that will still take too much energy, so what Alex does is actually better. Now, he only needs to pass Makarov to finish the exam. Alex thinks that passing Makarov is more difficult than Gildarts. While Gildarts has more raw power, Makarov knows more magic, has more experience, and has more tricks. Alex doubts the strategy he used on Laxus and Gildarts will work on Makarov. So he needs to think of another strategy, and as usual, he discusses it with the tailed beasts. After they make a strategy, it's finally time to face Makarovi to pass Makarov's area. Alex and the tailed beasts decide to dig a tunnel using Shikaku's ability. So Alex transforms into the humanoid Shikaku when he's still far from Makarov's area. Then he digs a tunnel below the cave, and using Shikaku's ability to sense the earth around him, Alex follows the cave's path. Alex does it slowly to avoid making sound and vibration that can alert Makarov. He also hides his presence as best as he can. As a hunter, Alex has trained to hide his presence for his hunt, and he often hunts, so he is used to hiding his presence. However, he makes a miscalculation because of his overconfidence. Alex thinks that he is skillful enough to hide his presence from Makarov. Right now, Makarov is a few years younger than himself in the series. Also, he is very serious about this exam and has predicted many strategies that Alex might use. After all, Makarov knows that Alex isn't stupid and won't just fight the examiners, although he doesn't know that the smart one is Matatabi who gives advice to Alex. Either way, he knows that Alex will avoid direct fights, unlike most of his idiot guildmates. Tunnel digging is the most predictable strategy because Shikaku's abilities are the most known in the guild among all tailed beasts. So Makarov has prepared for it, and he keeps checking the area around him, including the earth around him. Alex's presence hiding skill is good though, because Makarov doesn't sense him even when he gets quite close. Instead of Alex's presence, Makarov senses the changes of the ground beneath him. Makarov grins as his right arm becomes gigantic and he hits the ground in front of him. The ground collapses and the tunnel that Alex made is destroyed. Alex is also buried by the destroyed ground, but he doesn't get injured. Shit. It doesn't work. Alex curses as he gets out of the rubble in his humanoid Shikaku form. Don't you think it's the most predictable strategy, Alex? Digging a tunnel when your most known transformation is Shikaku that can control sand and soil. TSK. It doesn't work just because it's you, Master. I'm sure Gildarts and Laxus won't detect me. Maybe that's true. They aren't as careful as I am. But it seems you are not as careful either. Alex now doesn't have another choice but to fight Makarov head-on. He can't run away now that Makarov has found him. The best he can do is try to find moments to pass Makarov while fighting. Alex claps his big Shikaku hands and a wide yellow magic circle appears beneath Makarov. Monstrous sand hands. A pair of gigantic sand Shikaku hands appear beside Makarov and clasp on him very strongly. Alex tries to squeeze them as strong as he can, but it's not enough. The giant sand hands suddenly get destroyed by a pair of giant human hands. Makarov sends a punch at Alex with his giant right hand, so Alex makes a very thick sand wall to block it. Alex clicks his tongue as he jumps far to the right because Makarov's punch destroys his thick sand wall. Damn. That old man is ridiculously strong. Even Shikaku is impressed by Makarov's strength. He is chosen to be one of 10 wizard saints for a reason. I'm sure the current him is still stronger than himself in the main storytime, even though he isn't in his prime anymore. Alex thinks that Makarov is more of a beast than Gildarts. He might not be in his prime, but his experience far surpassed even the previous man who is still in his prime. Matatabi seems to agree with Alex for thinking that Makarov is more of a threat than Gildarts in this exam. Alex sends some more attacks using sand, but Makarov can destroy them all. He can't even penetrate Makarov's defense using numerous sharp sand spears that he shot at high speeds. Makarov counters each one of those sand spears using numerous light bullets instead of just making a shield to block them all. It is such a high-level technique that needs precise calculation because each projectile is shot to a different spot at different angles. How the F-Alex can't help but be shocked. Try harder, boy. Makarov grins before sending another giant punch at Alex. Alex jumps away while transforming into Son Goku. As Makarov says, it's easy to predict the attacks of his known beast's abilities. Sun is the most recent beast he can transform into, so Makarov shouldn't know much of its abilities. He is right, Makarov becomes more wary now because Alex never shows Sun's full abilities to anyone else. So his next attack is something that Makarov doesn't know. 6 rather wide red magic circles with black spots appear around the room, surrounding Makarov. Lava release, flowers of Huagua Mountain. A miniature volcano comes out of each magic circle and they immediately erupt after being formed. They shoot a lot of lava everywhere. The eruptions look like blooming flowers made of lava, beautiful to look at, but dangerous to touch. Makarov quickly creates a thick earth wall around him. But the lava waves melt the walls very quickly. So Makarov changes his defense. Many golden magic runes appear around him, forming a shield with the shape of a dome. The shield blocks the lava waves that keep crashing at it without much problem. The lava can't penetrate Makarov's shield no matter how strong they push it. Then suddenly, the lava waves are pushed back by a strong invisible force from the shield. But after the lava waves are repelled, 3 big lava gorillas are attacking the magic shield. They punch it, slam their fists, and ram onto it as strongly as they can. Bits of lava splash every time they hit the shield, but their attacks can't do anything to the shield. Makarov shoots 3 big light beams from inside the shield. They pass the magic shield and destroy the lava gorillas easily. He sees Alex is trying to escape from this room and almost reach the exit, so Makarov sends a giant punch to stop Alex, who jumps in mini Son Goku form. Alex has prepared for Makarov to attack him when he tries to escape and has prepared a counter. He opens his mouth and a light green magic circle appears. Fire release, monkey flame arson. Alex shoots a green flame blast at Makarov's giant fist. To Makarov's surprise, this attack is much stronger than Alex's previous attacks. It pushes him back until he crashes onto the wall on the other side. Surely you don't think that my previous attacks were serious, right, Master? Alex grins before he leaves the room very quickly. Makarov can only smile when he realizes that he has been fooled by Alex from the beginning. All of Alex's previous attacks were not at their full power. But he acted as if he had gone all out to make Makarov lower his guard and thought that Alex couldn't use stronger attacks. Still, Alex needs to lower his attack power carefully to avoid making Makarov suspicious. So he used the level of power that he showed Makarov last time, which was more than a year ago. He has grown a lot since then, and he even used an ability that Makarov has never seen before for the last attack, so he could surprise the old man when he used the last attack that was much stronger than the previous attacks. Makarov wasn't ready for that level of attack, so he didn't defend properly. As a result, he was thrown back very hard by Alex's attack and he couldn't stop Alex from leaving the area he guarded, which is also the last area. After passing Makarov's guard, Alex can finally get out of the cave. This means that he has cleared the last trial of this S-class exam. He passes it with much lower effort than what was expected from this trial. It's a good thing that 2 examiners are idiots. Master was the only one who could do his job properly. This S-class exam is not as challenging as I thought it would be. Alex smirks while nodding and closing his eyes in satisfaction. But then suddenly, someone grabs his head from above with a strong grip. It's Gildarts, who seems very pissed by how Alex fooled him before. Oi kid, that wasn't how you should pass this exam. You should show your ability to me and gain my approval to pass my area. Gildarts has a lot of tick marks on his forehead, showing how annoyed he is. The task is only to get out of the cave from the exit. You never said I should fight all the examiners and gain their approval. If you couldn't stop me from passing your area, It means you are the one who failed as the examiner because it means you weren't ready for any schemes I might use. Master could stop my initial plan, so that means you could do it too if you think more. Alex grins while mocking Gildarts even though his head is being squeezed strongly by the pissed middle-aged man. It only makes Gildarts more pissed though, so Alex is thrown to the forest as if he is just a ball. But anyway, Alex has completed all the S-Class exam trials. So now he is officially getting promoted to S-Class. Finally, he can take S-Class jobs that pay more and obviously, more dangerous. Fairy Tail now has 3 active S-Class mages. Gildarts, Laxus, and the newly promoted S-Class, Alexander Sterling. Alex has successfully cleared the S-Class exam and Makarov officially promoted him to S-Class. With this, Alex becomes the youngest S-Class in Fairy Tail history. He becomes an S-Class at the age of 14 because he is recorded to be born at X764 and it's X778 now. He somehow gets the record that will be taken by Erza when she becomes an S-Class at 15 YO. Well, his promotion is not really a surprise for Makarov or anyone else in the guild. After all, Alex already has the abilities of an S-Class. The only reason he wasn't promoted earlier was because he wasn't so active in the guild in the previous years. Whatever people think about him, everyone agrees that he is a genius mage. He is still very young, but he has already reached his current level. It shows how talented he is, but sometimes people also forget how hard he worked to achieve this. Still, it's true that his achievement is not just a result of hard work. He has talents and also has 9 cheats inside his body. Only 4 of those cheats have been unlocked for now, but they are still very powerful cheats either way. Actually, Makarov could make an exception about Alex's participation in the previous year's S-Class exam. The rule that stated members need to be active the whole year to be eligible for the S-Class exam has been removed long ago. It was not beneficial for the guild because many potential S-Classes couldn't join the exam even though they have sufficient abilities, so they changed it. That's why Juvia can join X784's S-Class exam even though she has just joined. So Alex could already join the exam last year even though he wasn't active for half a year. But Alex himself didn't want to be selected as a candidate when Makarov explained the new rule to him. No one would complain even if he was selected, but he felt like he didn't deserve to be an S-Class yet when he didn't work as hard as everyone else who was working for a full year while he only worked for half a year in the guild in X777. It doesn't really matter now though because Alex has finally become an S-Class. He succeeds on his first exam, just like Laxus last year. Makarov says he passes it easier than Laxus, but obviously Alex himself can't compare them because he doesn't know the trials used last year. As usual, the guild holds a big party to celebrate Alex's promotion when the S-Classes return. Having another S-Class means a lot for their guild, after all. It increases their prestige, fame, and power, which results in more job quests being posted in their guild. People's trust in them will increase significantly when they have more S-Class mages. It will increase even more when more S-Class jobs are being cleared because it proves their power and abilities. After being an S-Class, Alex has more access to not just job quests, but also information. He can look into more secretive things that aren't known by public and general mages like about forbidden magic, spells, locations, magic items, dangerous individuals, etc. But knowing more things also means he has more responsibilities. As an S-Class, Alex doesn't just become his guild's main force, but also Ishgar's main force. When there's war, he will surely be deployed as one of the main fighters. It's not a problem now though because there's no war yet. Alvarez will try to attack Ishgar multiple times, but it won't lead to a full-scale war until year X992. There's still a long time to go and there are more things to be taken care of until then. Anyway, Alex doesn't wait for too long to take an S-Class job. He has been wanting to do S-Class jobs for a long time, so he doesn't want to wait even longer now. A dark guild subjugation. Finally, something to do with other mages. I'm getting bored of hunting magical beasts. The Magic Council prefers if you keep them alive so we can get more information from them. Those people are suspected as Zerif worshippers. They might know things about Zerif and other worshipper groups. I won't kill them then. Alex takes the Dark Guild subjugation job as his first S-Class job quest. He takes Meteor Destroyer and Kana with him because they are a team. Natsu and Gray want to join, but Alex refuses them because their abilities are not on sufficient levels yet. Kana has been trained by Gildarts when Alex was not in the guild for a year. So she has grown a lot since then and might be eligible to join an S-Class exam soon. Also, her abilities are very good to support Alex and she can fight by herself as her magic is very versatile. The Dark Guild's location is in a mountain far on the north side of Magnolia. But the Magic Council doesn't know the Dark Guild's exact location, only the mountain range where they are predicted to be. What is this incompetent intel? Predicted? What if the Dark Guild isn't located there? Alex is very disappointed with the Magic Council information gathering ability. That most likely won't happen. Although it's not that detailed, we can be sure that their information has a very high accuracy. Maybe it was too risky to try finding the Dark Guild's exact location, so they stopped after getting the general location.
Makes sense.
But now we need to investigate the whole mountain range just to find their base. Well, at least the pay is good. 10 million jewel, that's the reward for this job. It's a normal reward for an S-class job because they are difficult. The highest reward Alex has ever got from a normal class job was 3 million jewel, so this reward is more than 3 times higher, and it's more dangerous as well. There are some easier S-class jobs actually, but they also pay less. Alex wants something challenging, so he takes this job. Also, he can use those easier jobs to tease Laxus, who can only take them because Laxus isn't allowed to take more dangerous jobs without a proper team. After preparing things they might need and teasing Laxus, who isn't allowed to take this kind of job yet by Makarov, Team Alex goes to do their first S-class job. Of course, they are walking because there's no public transportation to that mountain. On the way there, they check the information about their target. It's a dark guild named Red Petals. They are suspected of doing experiments on wild magical creatures, making those creatures very aggressive and releasing them in nearby villages and towns.
So there will be aggressive magical creatures in their base.
We should be wary of those creatures too, not just the dark mages. But how will we find their base? Don't tell me we need to check the whole mountain range. Kana asks while looking at the big and tall mountains in front of them. It might be the only way. I'm sure their base is hidden very well too, probably a hidden cave. Or else, the Magic Council would have found it. If they're in a cave and the cave is hidden, then how will we find it? Kana can't think of a way to find the base if it really is a hidden cave. I can use Shikaku's ability to sense the earth to find the hidden cave. It can also detect activities that happen on the ground. If there are people in a cave, then I would be able to sense their footsteps.
Oh, that's a good idea.
And if you transform into Shikaku, they won't suspect you if they see you. They might even get interested in you because they are capturing magical creatures, right? They might even come at us by themselves. I didn't even think about that. Alex only thought of using Shikaku's earth detection ability to find the enemies, but Kana finds another advantage of this idea. So Alex transforms into the mini Shikaku form to fully look like a beast. Meanwhile, Kana puts herself and Meteor inside a magic card to avoid being detected by the enemies because if they see a human girl, they might be suspicious that the beast is a transformed mage. The magic card is sticking on Alex's chest and Kana camouflages it to match Shikaku's skin color. Then Alex starts exploring the mountain while sensing the earth around him. His sensing radius is quite wide now, so it should help reduce the time to find the enemies. But even with such an ability, they still need more than a day to find the enemy's base. It really is a cave and the entrance is camouflaged with magic, so it can't be found with bare eyes. No one comes to capture Alex, who looks like a rare beast though, so it was quite disappointing.
Well, doesn't matter.
Let's just start working. Kana stops Alex from just entering the hidden cave. There might be an alarm that will alert the enemies when someone enters the camouflaged entrance. Unless the enemies are too stupid, they would put an alarm to alert them of any intruder. Besides, the entrance is closed with a big rock made with magic. They will need to move or break it and it will alert the enemies even if there's no alarm. They don't know the enemy's power, so it isn't wise to just barge in and fight them. Then what should we do? Alex has just asked when the big rock that blocks the cave entrance suddenly moves. Kana quickly tells Alex to act like a wild beast before she stops talking. He immediately does as she says and acts like a wary wild beast because he is surprised by the rock that suddenly moves. What's that? The cloaked man that comes out of the cave sees the mini Shikaku. There are 4 people that come out of the cave. I never see that kind of beast.
A red-haired man frowns. It must be a rare beast.
Let's capture it. We might succeed if we use that thing as a subject. The only woman there seems excited.
Alright, let's capture it. Newbie, take some magic sealing chains.
It might be a strong magical beast, so we'll need to seal its magic later for the experiment. A middle-aged man that seems to be their leader gives an order and the cloaked guy nods before entering the cave again. The remaining 2 men and a woman quickly move to attack Alex, who's in mini Shikaku form. Alex gets ready to fight them seriously now because it will be very troublesome when they get the magic sealing chains to seal his magic. The 3 enemies surround Alex and get ready to use their magic. But suddenly, yellow magic circles appear beneath their feet. Sand comes out of the magic circles and climbs their bodies very quickly. They are surprised and can't react on time. The sand covers their whole body, leaving only their faces. Their magic spells are cancelled as their magic circles break because they lose control when the sand wraps their bodies tightly.
What? What's this? The woman yells in surprise. Is this the beast's doing? It can control sand. The red-haired man is flabbergasted. Sand magic. But it doesn't look like a sand beast. The middle-aged man is just as surprised. They try to break free, but the sand that wraps them doesn't budge at all. These guys are not as strong as Alex thought they would be for making this an S-class job. This means there are bigger threats, maybe stronger dark mages that are still inside the cave. Alex absorbs the three's magic power. It can make them lose their consciousness, and he also needs more magic power to break the next tailed beast's seal. They don't have much magic power, but he can't waste free stuff. After the three lose consciousness, Kana traps them inside her magic cards. There's no need to hide anymore now, so Kana gets out of the magic card and walks with Alex. Meteor Destroyer is still inside a magic card though because this might be too dangerous for the bear cub. They enter the cave and walk carefully because the enemies can show up anytime. So they are preparing themselves to fight anytime too. Alex senses their surroundings while Kana holds some cards to be thrown at the enemies if they suddenly appear. It doesn't take that long for the enemies to show up. The previous man who returned to get some magic sealing chains came back with some more people. They are surprised to see the beast has entered the cave with a young girl. Kana doesn't wait for anything and just throws the cards in her hands. The cards hit some of the enemies while a few manage to dodge. But the cards aren't thrown to injure them, they are for distractions. All the cards that Kana throws are releasing smoke that covers the whole area. The smoke is thick and it blocks everyone's sight, even Kana's. So now no one can see anything, and this is what Kana wants. Suddenly, some screams are heard from inside the smoke. The enemies are screaming when their bodies get wrapped by something unknown. Then when the smoke clears up, they can see that they are wrapped in thick sand. Although the smoke blocks his vision too, Alex can still sense where the enemies are using Shikaku's earth-sensing ability. He uses it to attack the enemies when they can't see anything because of Kana's smoke. That strategy is not bad. We can use it more in the future. Alex nods in approval while burying the unconscious enemies that have gotten their magic power absorbed by him. Yeah, but I don't have many smoke cards. I've already used all my smoke cards just now to produce that much smoke. No worries.
We still have other strategies. This is just a trial anyway, and the result is not bad, so we can use it as an option in the future. Let's try another strategy after this. But be sure to stay on high alert because the next enemies might be much stronger. Kana nods after hearing Alex. This is an S-class job after all. It might be easy for now, but it will get more dangerous or this won't be considered as a very dangerous job. Their suspicion is proved when they reach the deepest part of the cave. Very deep underground, there's a giant room that can fit a mansion. It is clearly a man-made room because the walls, ceiling and floor are very neat. In the middle of the room, there's a giant glass tube filled with green liquid and a big lacrima crystal. There are some hoses on the tube's bottom part and they are connected to the caged beasts that are placed all over the room. These dark mages are injecting the green liquid into the beasts. It seems to be the reason why these beasts became very violent and they released these violent beasts to villages and towns to terrorize people. Well, look who we got here. A little girl and a strange beast. I assume you were the beast that the newbie was reporting before. He didn't say anything about a little girl though. From the look of it, you must have defeated my men or you won't reach this place. Suddenly, they hear a woman's voice. It comes from above, so they look up and see a purple-haired woman standing upside down on the ceiling. She has a pretty face, but Alex can sense something ominous from her.
A demon.
Alex frowns because he can sense demonic magic power from the woman even though she tries to hide it.
Oh?
A beast that can speak? Or maybe you are a mage who transformed into a beast. The second case is more likely. That means you are sent by a guild or even the magic council itself. The demon woman jumps down and looks at them while smirking. Kana immediately moves behind Alex and prepares her cards to fight. Alex is also on high alert because he can feel this demon is stronger than she looks. She can hide her power well enough, so she might be hiding more.
Ah, right.
Why don't you help me with my experiments? Help me test the effectiveness of my method. I need to send a report to Mardgear soon, so you come at a good time. Alex frowns when he hears Mardgear's name from the demon woman. If she needs to report the result of this experiment, that means she is a part of Tartaro's guild, which means she is also a demon from the Book of Zeruf. He doesn't remember this demon woman in the main story, so maybe she has died before Tartaro's arc. Tartaros has many Aetherius demons in their group, after all, and they have operated for years. So it's not strange for them to have members other than the ones shown in the story, and it's not strange for them to lose members throughout the years because they are a dark guild that fights a whole continent and has been hunted by the Magic Council for years. But this makes Alex think that maybe the ring that caused a demonization in the capital Crocus some time ago when he was on a job has something to do with Tartaros. After all, he remembers that one of their main members can turn people into demons. This is surely a part of a much bigger problem because Tartaros is one of the greatest threats for Ishgar. But that's for the Magic Council to think about. Alex just needs to focus on his current mission, which means he needs to beat up this demon. Alex doesn't wait for anything and just attacks the demon woman. He takes a deep breath and shoots a powerful wind bullet. The demon woman is surprised and jumps to the left to dodge the wind bullet that ends up hitting the wall at the back.
How cold.
You don't say anything and just attack a beautiful woman like me. It really hurts my heart. The demon woman sheds some fake tears. I have nothing to say to an Aetherius who attacks humans. The demon woman's expression suddenly turns serious. How do you know that we are called Aetherius? People always call us the demons from the Book of Zeruf. No one has ever called me an Aetherius before, so how do you know? Why should I tell you? It's not like you can tell your friends later. Alex raises his right hand forward and controls the sand beneath the demon woman. He tries to wrap her in sand just like the previous enemies, but she is much stronger than he thought. The sand has wrapped her whole body suddenly gets pushed by the massive amount of magic power that she releases. It seems like you have some knowledge about us. I need to see what you know, so I will take you back to HQ. The demon woman says it while revealing her true form. A dragon? Kana is surprised because the demon woman really looks like a dragonized human with red scales. No, that's not a dragon. Only her appearance looks similar to a dragonized human, but her magic power shows that she is a demon. Fufufu, you're right, I only look like a dragon woman. Maybe Lord Zeruf created me while imagining a dragon. But maybe because I am created with a dragon in mind, my abilities are very similar to that of a dragon. For example. Right after saying that, the demon woman suddenly opens her mouth and a red magic circle appears in front of her mouth. Evil dragon roar. A powerful fire breath is shot from the magic circle towards Alex and Kana. Alex makes a thick sand wall to block the fire breath. He can feel its power and heat, which is surprisingly strong. That's. Kana is also surprised by the spell. Yeah, very similar to Natsu's spell, but much stronger. Though it is made using demonic magic power, so it's not a real dragon roar. Only its form is similar, the energy used is different, so it's a different magic. If it's learned by humans, then it will be called Fire Devil Slayer magic. Knowing that the enemy's power is fire, Alex decides to use its counter water. But first, he blocks the cave exit using a sealed sand wall to prevent the demon from running away later. Then, he transforms into Mini Isabu to use water magic. Kana, be careful of her skills. Aetherius doesn't use magic like us or normal demons. They use a power called Curse which is different from magic, although I don't know how different they are. But it might have some advantages over magic, so we need to be careful. Alex warns Kana and she nods while the demon woman is getting surprised again. You even know about Curse. Just where did you learn about us? You better not know it. Alex creates a big blue magic circle that shoots numerous water spears at very high speeds toward the demon woman. But she can fly very fast and dodge them quite easily. She shoots some fireballs at Alex and Kana, but Alex slaps them away with his three tails. Kana tries to capture some fireballs with her magic cards. She can capture spells with cards, but the success rate is not perfect. The more she knows about the magic and the spells, the easier it is for her to capture them. Weaker spells are also easier to capture than stronger spells. So she often fails at capturing spells and now she also fails. However, the main reason for her failure now isn't because the spell is too strong, but because it's not magic. As Alex says, it's Curse, a different kind of power than magic, and Kana can't capture it using her magic cards. It really isn't magic? Kana has just believed that Alex told the truth. Usually, she would feel some magic power from the spells entering her cards even if she failed to capture them, but she doesn't feel anything now. I've told you so. Just focus on countering her attacks with your magic because trying to capture them is useless. Kana nods and shoots some magic cards as projectiles, but the demon woman burns them with a fire shield that also evaporates Alex's water spears. Kana, let's try Plan Laxus. Okay. Alex releases a very thick mist out of his mouth. The mist spreads everywhere and fills the room very quickly, blocking everyone's sight. The demon woman uses her fire curse to heat up the room. She tries to remove the mist with heat, but the mist is made of water. The heat evaporates the water and it only creates steam, which is basically just mist with high temperature. So the room is still covered with water vapor, just hotter. Suddenly, yellow lightning currents spread all over the room. They spread everywhere and hit anything because the spreading water vapor connects them everywhere, creating numerous short circuits that lead to some explosions. The lightning currents and small explosions hit everything, including the caged beasts, the demon woman, and even Alex. But he has rolled his body and covers his whole body with magic power to reduce the lightning effect significantly. As for Kana, she hides herself in a magic card that gets wrapped by Alex's rolled body. So she is fully safe while Alex still can feel his body gets electrocuted a little. This is not really a good strategy considering it also hurts them, so maybe they won't use this new strategy again in the future. But it seems to be a good AoE attack, if there are many weak enemies. After all, the electrocuted beasts lose their consciousness. Alex was worried the demon would release those violent beasts to attack them, but now it won't be a problem anymore. The demon woman also seems to be slightly injured by the lightning currents. Now Alex understands that the demon's defense against magic is high. After all, that lightning was strong enough to knock out enhanced magical beasts, yet it doesn't hurt the demon that much. Seems like curse power increases magical attack immunity. Or maybe, it's because an Aetherius has a stronger body than normal demons, so the effects of most attacks will be reduced. The demon is also very fast and Alex can't catch her up even though his attack speed is also high. Her being able to fly at high speed is also making it much harder to hit her. As a result, Alex and Kana become defensive while trying to find a chance to attack. Fortunately, Alex's water magic is strong enough to counter the demon's fire curse. Kana blocks the demon's attacks that Alex fails to block with water magic. But sometimes they fail to counter because her attacks are too fast, so Alex needs to defend with his armored body. We can't keep going on like this. Kana is getting tired. I know, but we can't catch her if she keeps flying. If I can make you move in the air, can you catch her?
Kana asks. What do you mean?
Alex frowns when hearing Kana's question. Kana whispers her idea to him and he widens his eyes.
It might be possible.
But you need to make a lot of them. Yeah, that's why I said I can't do it for too long. They agree to do Kana's plan that makes the demon curious. Then suddenly, Alex transforms into mini Matatabi form, making the demon raise an eyebrow. Kana throws many magic cards, but none of them are aimed at the demon.
Erza?
Where are you throwing them? Are you getting tired, little girl? Of course, I am getting tired. But I still can throw my cards as I intended. The magic cards that Kana throws stop midair in different spots all over the big underground room. They expand until they're big enough for someone to stand on them. Then Alex in his mini Matatabi form jumps on them and uses them as footholds. He runs very fast on the magic card tiles toward the demon. Kana is creating footholds for Alex to catch the demon and it works really well. He can move very fast from tiles to tiles and reach the demon's location in a very short time. The demon is surprised and tries to get away, but Alex can chase her without much problem now that he has things to step on. He shoots numerous fire bullets to attack the demon woman and counter her. Alex's fire attacks are much faster than his water attacks. But he needs to use more power to counter the demon's fire curse using his fire magic compared to when he used his water magic because element-wise, his water magic has more advantage against the demon's fire curse. Kana moves her floating magic cards to help Alex chase the demon woman. Both of them work very well together and finally Alex's attacks start to hit the demon woman. The demon is very surprised that Alex's magic attacks can hurt her so much even though her curse power should reduce the effects of magic attacks. At least that's what demons from the Book of Zirif believe. They always think that curse power is superior than magic. But they forget that their creator, Zirif himself doesn't use curse, he uses magic. Even dragons and God use magic. Eventually, it all comes to the differences in raw power, skills, mastery over their abilities, and other factors. Sure, some abilities have advantages over others against specific targets, but most of the time, higher power can solve the issue. For example, Dragon Slayer magic is more effective against dragons than other magic. But it doesn't mean other magic can't affect dragons because in the past, humans still could fight dragons even without Dragon Slayer magic. Although it was significantly more difficult. Magical beings such as dragons and demons also have higher affinity with magic. They can use magic with less effort than humans and they are more resistant to it too. That's why their own magic has more effects to them. Curse has a similar principle because it's basically just the magic of Aetherius demons. They might say it comes from negative emotions, but magic itself also comes from emotion. To use curse and magic, the users need to have good physical power and emotional or spiritual power. As Mavis says in the series, magic is the power of feelings, and feelings can be positive or negative. Alex was skeptical with that theory at first, but then the tailed beasts confirmed that it's true by comparing it with chakra. Both magic power and chakra are similar. They are the culmination of physical power and spiritual power. Both power accommodate the ether nano or chakra that mages absorb from the atmosphere to be used by them. That's why mages need to train their physical power too. Strong mages usually have strong physiques, and they also have strong minds or spirits. Both UR and Gildarts taught the importance of physical power to Alex for this reason. Thanks to that, his power grows rapidly. Having the tailed beasts also helps a lot with the growth of his raw power. They enhance his physical and spiritual growth, like the growth of his bones, muscles, senses, and magic power. Thanks to that, he can be an S-class at 14 Wido even though he wasn't born with magic power and has just learned magic in less than 8 years. Now he has a great amount of magic power for his age and can use powerful magic spells. His Matatabi fire magic attacks have less effects on the demon that also uses fire. But because Alex's fire magic is much more powerful than normal fire magic, he still can hurt the dragon-like demon with his fire spells.
Why? Why does it hurt?
It's just magic, damn it. The demon woman flies away in pain after getting hit by a fire arrow.
Just magic, huh?
Magic is the basic, you know. Even your curse power is based off of magic. Curse might have a stronger start, but magic has much more potential. Or else your creator, Zirif, would stop using magic. Alex says it calmly while shooting some flying fire cats at the demon. The demon destroys them with her claws, but the fire cats explode and push her back. Then another fire cat that she didn't see suddenly bites her wings from the back and explode. It creates a big explosion that sends the demon woman fall onto the ground. Alex knows it won't kill her although it injures her, and it surely has angered her so much.
Arg. Enough.
The demon woman screams while releasing her massive amount of energy. It causes a very powerful shockwave that spreads everywhere. Maybe it can be said to be a heat wave too because it is very hot. It breaks all of Kana's expanded magic cards, so now Alex won't have any footholds anymore. The fire blades that Alex sends from his claws are also destroyed by the powerful hot shockwave. I'll show you lower beings the power of demons from the Book of Zirif, the power of curse. The dragon woman demon extends her hands to the front like she wants to shoot Kamehameha. A fireball appears and grows bigger in her hands. It keeps getting bigger and bigger as the room temperature rises greatly. Alex and Kana can feel how powerful this attack will be. So Alex stands in front of Kana and asks her to prepare a defensive spell while he will fight the demon's attack. A dark purple magic circle appears in front of Alex's when he opens his mini Matatabi mouth. Blue and red bubbles appear around the magic circle and merge into a dark purple ball. He is making a tailed beast bomb.
Fu. Die, you lowly humans.
Evil fire dragon's judgment. The demon shoots a very big and powerful fire blast at Alex and Kana. It destroys everything around it, even the ones it doesn't touch because of how powerful it is. Alex watches it coming and he suddenly takes the tailed beast bomb into his mouth. His cheeks bloat very big because the bomb explodes in his mouth. Then he opens his mouth, releasing the energy from the explosion into a blast. The fire blast and tailed beast bomb blast hit each other. Much to the demon's surprise, her fire blast is pierced and destroyed by the tailed beast bomb blast without much fight. Then in just a moment, the tailed beast bomb blast engulfs her whole body after destroying her strongest attack. The blast keeps going and hits the underground room wall. The wall starts to collapse and the ceiling also starts shaking. Kana warns Alex about it and he curses inwardly when he realizes it. Crap. Alex quickly transforms into Shikaku. They might not have enough time to escape from this cave because the exit path is very long. So he uses Shikaku's ability to strengthen the whole underground room. Everything around is made of soil and rocks, so Alex can use Shikaku's ability to control Earth to fix the broken walls and ceiling. He doesn't have much magic power remaining after using the tailed beast bomb, but luckily, he has enough to prevent the underground room from collapsing and burying them. Alex reverts back to his human form because his magic power is very low now. He slumps on his back tiredly. But he still doesn't know whether the demon has been defeated or not, so he is still on high alert. Annoyingly, the demon woman is still alive. But she has taken too much damage. Her dragon-like wings are broken, many of her scales are also ripped off her body, and most parts of her body are also damaged badly. She can only lie on her spot while coughing some blood and grunts in pain. Her eyes are still filled with disbelief because she has just been defeated by mere humans, young humans at that. Kana helps Alex approach the demon woman to finish the battle. He can sense that the demon still has a lot of energy even after using that kind of powerful attack. But her body condition makes it impossible for her to continue the fight. If she can heal herself or she is sturdier than this, then she will still be able to fight and Alex won't be able to do anything about it. Kana won't be able to fight her alone because she has spent a lot of magic power too, so they would be defeated if Alex's tailed beast bomb attack failed. That was the first time he used tailed beast bomb in a real fight. So he doesn't know its effect, especially against such a powerful opponent like this demon. He's really glad that even though he can only use a weak version of the real tailed beast bomb, it is still very strong, truly living up to its reputation as the tailed beast's ultimate attack. Alex grabs the demon woman's head and starts absorbing her remaining energy. In the end, curse or magic, they all are fueled by ether nano. It only changes to match their abilities, but the basic energy for curse and magic is still ether nano. So Alex doesn't have any problem absorbing the demon's curse energy because it's basically just ether nano. As for the negative emotion that is mixed with the ether nano to form curse energy, the tailed beasts can absorb them without any side effect because something like this won't corrupt their powerful minds. The demon woman loses consciousness after Alex absorbs all of her energy. He recovers some power while also defeating the demon. So with this, their first S-class job has finally finished successfully. Sometime after Alex's team defeats the Aetherius demon, a magic council squad arrives at the Dark Guild's base with a magic airship. Kana has contacted them to report the completion of the job and they decided to come here after hearing that a demon from the Book of Zerif is involved. Are you the S-class mage from Fairy Tale that take this job? A middle-aged man suddenly approaches Alex while asking with a doubt in his tone.
That I am.
If you are expecting for someone older, then I'm really sorry for betraying your expectation. Alex answers calmly while sitting on a rock. Master Makarov did say in the letter that you are young, but I didn't expect you to be this young.
Well, doesn't matter.
We're here for the demon you reported. I am the investigation squad leader of the Magic Council. The middle-aged man turns out to be the leader of these men. Alex, she's my teammate Kana, and this bear cub is Meteor Destroyer. Everyone is speechless when hearing the bear's name, but they brush it off immediately.
Is this the demon?
She looks like a dragon woman instead of a demon woman. The middle-aged squad leader approaches the unconscious demon that is tied with a magic sealing chain. That's just her physical appearance. Alex answers while still sitting on a rock with his tattered clothes that got ripped in the fight.
Seems so.
What about the dark mages? Kana shows the cards she uses to capture the dark mages. The squad leader tells her to take them out and then his men handcuff them with magic sealing handcuffs to prevent them from using their magic. Alex tells the squad leader about the experimented beasts in the underground room. He also hands over the big lacrima crystal that was used in the experiment. The tube was broken during the fight, so the lacrima crystal was dropped from it. But the lacrima crystal barely has any ether nano in it. Alex has absorbed most of it. He also has absorbed the experimented beast's magic power, making them very weak now. Though he isn't sure if it will remove the effects of the experiment that makes them violent. So they infuse a kind of unknown magic into the beast's body to make those beasts violent? The squad leader asks while looking at the lacrima crystal.
Most likely.
Remember the demonized human in Fiori Capital? It might be a similar case. Maybe they try to demonize these beasts. Alex tells the squad leader about his speculation. How did you know about that? I was the one who defeated that demonized human.
Ah.
So that was you.
What a coincidence.
Well, we'll investigate this place further. There should be more information we can dig from this place. I'll sign the job completion letter, so you can leave this place now.
All right.
Just be careful inside there. The cave almost collapsed because of our fight with the demon. I've reinforced it, but it wasn't much because I almost ran out of magic power. So it'll be better if you reinforce it again.
No problem.
The squad leader gives Alex the letter as proof that they have completed the job. So now they can go back to accept the reward through the guild. Alex's team doesn't waste time and quickly leaves the scene. They want to rest because the job is very tiring. It's actually a very good thing that the Magic Council sends a team here because now they don't have to go all the way to the Magic Council HQ to make a report. The town is far, so the team chooses to rest in the forest. Alex sets up a simple hut using rocks to prevent animals from attacking them. They sleep inside the hut on their sleeping bags after eating their packed food and drinks. When they return to the guild the next day, they celebrate the success of their first S-class job with the whole guild by buying drinks for everyone. It's a good start for Alex's career as an S-class mage, after all, so it's worth a celebration. After the celebration, Alex reports everything that happened in the job to Makarov. This is a very important job, after all, as it also involves the Magic Council and there's even a demon involved in this.
Tartaros, huh?
This matter is bigger than what it seems. We've suspected that Tartaros is behind many dark guilds that are parts of Zirif worshippers, and this only strengthens that speculation. How come the Magic Council still doesn't wage a war with Tartaros? Their threat is real. A group composed of demons from the Book of Zirif is not an easy opponent. Won't it be better to crush them as soon as possible before they grow bigger?
You aren't wrong, but it's not that easy, Alex.
First of all, we don't even know where they are. We suspect that they always move, making it very difficult to track them. Alex now remembers that Tartaros really has a moving base. Most big dark guilds also keep moving around to avoid detection, but Tartaros' base is basically alive and can move everywhere they want at any time. I myself think that they are a very dangerous threat, but not everyone agrees. Tartaros themselves aren't active with the crimes they are involved with. They mostly use their subsidiary guilds to do their deeds. It makes the higher-ups in the Magic Council think that Tartaros is afraid to show up, and they think it indicates that Tartaros is weak, so they don't see the guild as a very dangerous existence compared to other big dark guilds. Do those important people leave half of their brains in their mother's wombs?
Ha ha ha, I would think so too.
But maybe it's also because there are other problems in the continent that they need to take care of. Though I also agree that the Magic Council has many problems inside their bodies. Unfortunately, there's not much we can do about it. What we can do is make sure our loved ones will stay safe when the problems that the Magic Council fails to solve suddenly explode. Alex knows that Makarov just doesn't want to make him worry too much about the Magic Council. Well, the old man is right anyway. There's not much Alex can do about the Magic Council with his current position, so he shouldn't bother with it too much. That evening, Alex returns to his dorm after finishing everything related to the job. He lies on his bed and takes out a folded paper from his pants pocket. He opens it and looks at the content very seriously. On the paper, there's a drawing of something that looks like a spider with 4 legs. But it's not an animal, it's a magic item that Alex has been looking for, Nirvana. There are many things written around the picture too. Alex finds this paper in that underground room after they defeat the demon woman. He and Kana looked around to investigate the room while waiting for the Magic Council squad to arrive, and he found this paper, so he took it and hid it because he has been looking for information about Nirvana all this time. There isn't much written on the paper. The demons seem to be interested in Nirvana because that magic item's function is turning darkness into light, and vice versa. It can change people's negative emotions into positive emotions and the other way around, which makes the demon interested because it might help them with developing their curse. But it seems the demon was only interested in its concept. She wasn't interested enough to find Nirvana because it never looked for it in the series. Instead, Tartaros' ally, Orationcease, is the one looking for it. Or maybe, that demon woman actually wanted to find it, but she couldn't. She didn't appear in the series, most likely because she died or was captured, even if it wasn't because of Alex's team in the series. Then maybe the information about Nirvana fell into Orationcease. After all, there is information about Nirvana's location in this paper. Yes, the information that Alex has been looking for, Nirvana's location. So maybe the demon woman was already trying to find Nirvana, but she never had the chance to do it, not now or in the story. Now that Alex has a lead in Nirvana's location, he needs to prepare a plan to go there. He needs to be quick because he doesn't know what will happen if he waits. Many things have changed, and the order of how things go will be different from the story too. Brain or Zero of Orationcease might already plan to get Nirvana now. If that guy is faster, then his plan to absorb Nirvana's power supplies will fail, and it will take longer to break the tailed beast's seals. So he needs to be fast. But he can't just leave to look for Nirvana. He needs a reason to go to Nirvana's location, or he will be suspected of a crime. After all, Nirvana is a very dangerous weapon, and it can affect the whole continent if it's used to its full potential. Alex doesn't want to be a criminal and gets labeled as a dark mage just because he wants to absorb some energy. So he needs to plan this carefully. He needs to make this all seem like a coincidence. Alex needs to find a job that can cover his plan to find Nirvana. But it's not easy to find a job in that specific location. After all, it's located in a forest quite far from civilizations, so there's no one that needs anything from there. At least that's the case until he finds a job quest in May X779. It's a job to hunt some mages who stole some precious treasures from the Fiori Kingdom. They were last seen near the mountains outside the forest where Nirvana is located. This is a good chance for Alex to go there because those criminals will most likely try to cross the forest to escape to another country. That forest is known to be quite dangerous, so it makes sense for those criminals to hide there for a while. Because of those criminal mages' power and the danger of the area, this job is labeled as an S-class job. It's also an urgent job, so it needs to be done quickly. The problem is, this job is most likely to be issued on every guild in Fiori. The kingdom also accepts everyone to take this job because they want to take their treasures back quickly. So Alex might meet mages from other guilds later when doing this job. After all, this kind of job is like a race. Whoever gets the targets first will get the rewards. Though capturing those criminals isn't Alex's goal anyway. So it doesn't matter even if other people catch them first. He only needs a reason to go to that forest without causing any suspicion. But he still needs to show that he is serious about this job. So he quickly prepares his team and they go to the location as fast as they can. They use the train to get to the nearest town from the job location before continuing on foot as usual. How will we find them? Kana asks on their way to a mountain. They were last seen in a small village 2 days ago, robbing the villagers for rations. Most likely for their supplies until they managed to cross to another country because they didn't take the villagers' money. We will start tracking them from that village. Their tracks might have been erased after 2 days, but it's the only lead we have for now. Alex's team arrives in the village after a few hours of walking. There are quite a lot of knights there who are sent by the kingdom to help the village. But these knights aren't trained to hunt and fight powerful mages, that's why the kingdom asked magic guilds to do the job. Alex quickly tells the knights that he is here for the hunting job and they send his team to their captain. As he thought, they aren't the only ones who come for this job. There are already 2 guilds that come here before them. Phantom Lord and Blue Pegasus? Alex has thought that they would be big guilds, but not those 2 guilds. Yeah, they arrived last night and already left this morning.
I see.
Alex doesn't know much about their current S-class mages, but those 2 guilds are known to be powerful guilds now. More guilds might come soon, so Alex quickly gets all the info the knights have and leaves. Do you have anything that belongs to those targets?
Alex asks the captain. Well, we have some.
But I'm sorry, we can't hand them over because they are important evidence. No worries, I only need to check them for a moment.
Sure.
The captain raises an eyebrow because he doesn't know what Alex wants. He shows a box filled with things like shirts, shoes, etc. Alex suddenly transforms into Mini Matatabi and sniffs on those items, surprising the captain.
Thanks, that's enough.
We'll start tracking them now. Alex has already memorized their smells, so he can track them using their smells now.
Sure.
It really surprises the captain though because he never thought Alex would use smells to find those targets. Alex's team leaves the village quickly. The longer they wait, the harder it will be to track the targets because their traces will disappear slowly. They are also competing with other guilds, so they need to be fast. Previously, Alex didn't really plan to capture those criminals. Originally, he planned to let other guilds look for them. But everything changed now when he knows that Phantom Lord is participating in this job. Last year, during the Guild Master's annual meeting, Makarov had a fight with Phantom Lord's master, Jose Porla. The rivalry between their guilds has happened for years because the reason Phantom Lord was built was because of its founders' hatred toward Fairy Tale's founders. It won't be a problem if Blue Pegasus is the one who captures those targets. But if Phantom Lord does it, they will keep bringing it up from now on. Even if Alex doesn't care about them, he still won't let them embarrass his guild. We need to be the ones who capture those criminals, or at least we need to make sure Phantom Lord can't do it. There will be a Guild Master annual meeting soon, and if they win this race now, their master will use it to embarrass our guild master in that meeting. Alex tells Kana that they really need to succeed now.
Yeah, I don't care about them.
But I sure don't want to give them a chance to mock master, no matter how small it is. Kana agrees with Alex. So now they are taking this job very seriously. Alex puts aside his goal to find Nirvana. He can do it later after capturing those criminals. His guild's reputation is more important now. Alex and Kana find the traces of their rivals in this hunt soon after leaving the village. They follow the traces because the criminals' traces have started to disappear after 2 days. Maybe the mages from Blue Pegasus and Phantom Lord have found some traces because they went in the same direction. To move faster, Alex tells Kana to ride on his back while he is in his mini Matatabi form. Kana keeps Meteor Destroyer in a magic card because the bear is heavy and can't move fast. Now Alex moves very quickly while tracing the smells with Kana on his back. After running for a while, they finally cross the mountain and enter the forest. Alex starts smelling the criminal mage's smells now, so they are going in the correct direction. But their rivals are also on the correct track so far, which isn't good for them. They keep going for a while, until Alex suddenly stops. Kana asks why he stops, and he tells her that he hears some people's voices. She can't hear them, but he can hear them clearly because of his very sharp hearing. Sounds like the mages from Blue Pegasus and Phantom Lord. They have been moving together and it seems they have an argument. Blue Pegasus accuses Phantom Lord of following them and vice versa. Alex can hear what they are talking about from a very far distance thanks to his very sharp ears. Well, they are going in the same direction after all, so it's normal to have such suspicion. Yeah, and maybe one of them really just follows the other group and plans to snatch the targets first.
Hey, I have an idea.
Kana smirks naughtily before whispering her idea to Alex. Her idea makes Alex smirk and both of them agree to do it while laughing evilly. Sometime later, a small explosion suddenly happens far on the west side of the forest. The Blue Pegasus and Phantom Lord mages almost can't hear it because it happens very far from their location.
What's that?
A man with black and white hair looks in the direction of that explosion. He looks at his teammates and nods before they run in that direction. This man is Todamaru, one of Phantom Lord's S-Class mages who's also a part of Element 4 in the series. Team Blue Pegasus also looks at each other before running in the same direction as Team Phantom Lord. If Alex is here, he will be surprised to see one of them. After all, there's someone very famous among them, which is none other than Ichiya Vandalay Kotobuki. Both teams go to find the source of that explosion sound without realizing that it was a bait made by Alex and Kana. They placed an exploding magic card on a stone. Then Alex threw it as far as he could in mini Son Goku form. The magic card will explode after some time and the sound will attract the other team's attention. Surprisingly, it works well. The other teams think that the sound is caused by the targets who might be fighting something or someone. They are too focused on being the first to capture the targets, so they are easy to be fooled. Now with the other teams being distracted, Alex and Kana can move faster to find the targets. With Matatabi's very sensitive nose, Alex can follow the target smells easily. They erased their footsteps really well, but they couldn't mask their smells well enough. If Alex and Kana didn't distract the other teams, then Ichiya would be able to follow the smells with his very sensitive nose too. That guy might be silly and eccentric, but his abilities are great. Ichiya would be a very dangerous mage if he is much more serious. Anyway, thanks to the other team being distracted, Alex's team can find the targets first. The criminals have made some fake traces to avoid detections. But they can't fool Alex's wild beast hunting sense and now they are found hiding in a valley. The criminals have reached a valley between two mountains on the other side of the forest. It's also the border of Fiori Kingdom, so they almost succeeded in leaving the kingdom. But Alex's team manages to catch up. These criminals are smart. They made many fake trails to redirect their pursuers away from the correct path. It was the reason why Blue Pegasus and Phantom Lord couldn't go far even when they started much earlier than Alex's team. They were confused by the fake trails that the criminals made. Fortunately for Alex, he could differentiate the trails quite easily. The criminals used animals they controlled with magic to make the fake trails. They transformed those animals to look like them using transformation magic. It made their trails look like human trails, not animal trails. This means that someone in their group is very proficient with transformation magic because it's not easy to use it on others. Unfortunately for them, transformation magic only changes appearance. It can't erase the smell and magic power signature. They tried to mask the smell by putting some pieces of their clothes on those transformed animals, but the animal's true sense can't disappear. Alex, who relies on his sense of smell to track them, isn't fooled by this trick. Furthermore, he can see the real traces that they tried to erase. Their technique to erase their traces was good, but Alex could still see them with his sharp Matatabi eyes. In the end, he manages to find them in a relatively short time. Maybe he would still find them faster than Blue Pegasus and Phantom Lord even if he didn't lure them away with that explosion trick. But at least by doing that, his team now has more time to defeat these criminals without disturbance. Anyway, without any warning, Alex attacks the criminals from behind as they walk carefully in the valley. He runs at a very high speed in his mini Matatabi form and jumps at the tall blue-haired man who has the most magic power in the group of 6 people. Alex can move very silently even when he runs very fast. It's the trait of being a cat, one of the best hunters in the animal kingdom. Alex's great skills in hunting are also mostly thanks to him having Matatabi as a part of himself. The criminal group doesn't realize that a big black blur flame cat is charging toward them from behind. They only realize it when the big cat bites their leader's neck and pins him down on the ground.
What? Boss?
Alex bites the man's neck strongly, but not strong enough to break his neck. Then as he pins the man down on the ground, Alex hits his back really strongly too, making the man cough some blood in pain. Alex looks at the other criminal mages menacingly while absorbing their leader's magic power. The blood on the leader's mouth and neck makes them terrified. After all, their leader is the strongest in their group, yet he is taken down by a single beast this easily. Suddenly, a magic card flies to each one of the remaining 5 criminal mages from behind. They hit the criminal mages' backs and ice suddenly encases the mages. The mages' bodies are frozen, making them unable to move. Kana doesn't want to give them any chance to break free from the ice, so she throws more magic cards at them. These are just normal cards meant to hit targets with basic attacks. But she throws a lot at their heads from behind. Because the criminal mages can't move, they can't block or dodge the cards. So they get hit by the cards at the back of their heads a few times. Even if they have strong bodies, some hits on the back of their heads are enough to eventually knock them out.
Nicely done.
Alex releases the criminal leader that gets knocked out after having almost all of his magic power absorbed. Then he starts absorbing the others' magic power to weaken them so Kana can trap them in her cards easily. After trapping all of them in Kana's magic cards, they leave the location and return to the village where the knights are waiting. They move fast with Alex in his mini Matatabi form and Kana on his back. It doesn't take long for them to arrive in the village with Alex's speed as mini Matatabi. They don't meet the other 2 guilds on the way here, but it shouldn't take long for those 2 guilds to receive the information about their success. The other team's expressions when they return to the village a while after the knight captain contacted them that the criminals have been captured are very amusing for Alex and Kana, especially the guys from Phantom Lord. Sorry about this, people, but it seems we are some steps ahead of you. Alex can't help but be smug about this. Team Blue Pegasus congratulates them even though they are annoyed that they failed. Ichiya is very sincere when congratulating them though. It's just that his way of doing it is quite disturbing because he just needs to put his face so close to them. Team Phantom Lord doesn't congratulate them. Well, Alex's team just gives them a big headache after all. Now they need to think of how to explain this to their guildmaster who will surely get very angry when he knows that they lose to Fairy Tail. The next day, Alex's team doesn't return to Magnolia immediately. They go into the forest again because Alex still wants to find Nirvana. He tells Kana that he sensed something unusual in the forest yesterday and wants to check it out. She surprisingly agrees, so now they are exploring the forest. This is also a good chance to hunt animals for Meteor's food. The bear cub is getting bigger and needs more food. Buying meat for the bear will make them poor slowly, so it's better to hunt wild animals. While exploring the forest, Alex is also using his senses to find Kate Shelter's village. After all, if he manages to find Nirvana and takes its energy, he will basically destroy it and it will make the Kate Shelter's chief spirit disappear because the reason it stays in this world is to keep Nirvana from being misused. If the chief spirit disappears, then the whole guild will also disappear because they are just illusions made by his magic. When they disappear, then Wendy and Carla will be left alone, so he needs to find them first before destroying Nirvana. Looking for a small settlement in this very wide forest isn't easy, if they just walk around. But Alex has a very good method to find it, the sand eye technique. It's Gaara's ninjutsu that allows him to see from an eye made of sand that can be moved anywhere, and Shikaku, who has been sealed inside Gaara's body for years, can copy it. Alex transforms into mini Shikaku and uses the sand eye technique. He makes the sand eye fly as high as possible and looks around with it. With his sharp vision, he can see very far locations very clearly, so he should be able to find the Kate Shelter village.
Bingo!
After looking for a while, Alex sees a small traditional village near a lake. Their buildings are very traditional, like ancient tribes' buildings. Alex and Kana go there while still hunting animals on their way. They arrive after a few hours and their arrival surprises everyone in the village. The villagers quickly gather near the village entrance to see Alex's team.
Who are you?
A short old man walks forward and asks them. Behind him is a little girl with blue hair and a small white cat.
Hello, sir.
We are mages from Fairy Tail. We don't mean to disturb you. My name is Alex. I am Kana, this is Meteor Destroyer. Kana introduces herself and Meteor, who stands beside her. We have just finished a job in this forest and are currently hunting animals for this kid's food when we discovered your village, so we decide to check it out because we don't know that there's a village in this forest. Are you really from Fairy Tail? The old man asks suspiciously. Alex's team shows their guild symbols, even Meteor shows his. Now the old man believes them and becomes more relaxed. He was worried that they are criminals because normal people won't enter this forest without reasons. Wow, Carla, they are also from a magic guild. It's my first time seeing another guild's members. I wonder if their guild is similar to ours. The blue-haired girl talks to the white car excitedly. Alex doesn't even need to ask to know who she is. Wendy Marvel, one of the Dragon Slayers.
Oh?
So you also have a magic guild here? No wonder I can feel magic power from you guys.
Alex acts oblivious. You can hear her?
The old man is surprised because Wendy talks with a very low voice, but Alex can hear her. My senses are very sensitive. Anyway, sir, I actually have something to ask you. I can even pay for the information if you want, as long as it's a fair price and I can afford it. Alex suddenly becomes serious. It seems like a serious business.
Let's talk inside.
The old man invites Alex to the Cathead building. It's time to find out more about Nirvana. Alex is talking face to face with the old chief, Rubal, inside a building that's shaped like a cat head. Kana is outside with Meteor, Wendy, and Carla because Alex needs a private talk with the old man.
Alright, I will get to the point, Chief Rubal.
But please listen to me first and don't get into conclusions before hearing the whole thing. Can we agree to this? Alex is very serious now, making Rubal look serious too as he nods. First of all, I know your real identity, but I don't mean any harm to you or those two kids, so you don't need to be this wary. What Alex says really surprised Rubal that the old man reflexively jumps back and prepares to fight. I told you I don't mean any harm, so please calm down. What do you mean by you know my real identity? The Nervat tribe created a magic item called Nirvana hundreds of years ago. Many people forget about it, but some still know about it. If those who know about Nervat and Nirvana see this place, they would think that you and everyone here are the descendants of Nervat tribe. While in reality, you are someone from that Nervat tribe itself. You were the one who created Nirvana hundreds of years ago. In this whole village, the only living creatures are the little girl and the little cat. You are a lingering spirit, or maybe I can say a ghost, and the other villagers are illusions made by your magic. Rubal is very surprised that he can't even say or do anything.
He is stunned.
He doesn't know how Alex can know all of this. Knowing about Nervats and Nirvana is one thing, but knowing about the illusory villagers is different.
How?
You might not believe the reason why I know all those things despite never talking to you before. It will be easier to show you than telling you with words. Alex extends his right hand forward and asks Rubal to touch it. The old man is skeptical, but he still touches Alex's palm. Suddenly, Rubal finds himself inside a very dark place. Alex is sitting in front of him like when they were in the Cathead building. Nothing seems unusual here until four gigantic figures appear around them. Rubal's eyes widen when he sees Shikaku, Matatabi, Isabu, and Son Goku sitting around them. He never saw these creatures before, but he can tell that they are very powerful, probably as powerful as dragons. These guys are creatures from another world. I myself am someone from another world, most likely.
Am most likely?
You aren't sure that you are from another world. Well, that's because I was born here, but some years ago I gained memories and knowledge that weren't from this world. I gained knowledge about some future events that can happen here, events that happen in these guys' world, and some knowledge from a modern world called Earth. But I am not sure whether it was my own memory or just some knowledge being transferred to me. If it was mine, then that means I died in that world and reborn here. If it's not, then a powerful being must have sent those memories to me. Either way, what happened to me was most likely done by a very powerful being, maybe a god. Anyway, I have done some research and the things I saw in those memories are true. That includes your secret and Nirvana. Rubal is still having a hard time believing what Alex says. But the tailed beast's existence makes him start to believe that it's true. After all, if these beasts are really from this world, then they would have been known in history, so they can only come from a different world. Hey Alex, is that old man okay? His brain seems to stop working. Son Goku asks because Rubal suddenly freezes. Just let him think for a while. This must be too shocking for his old brain. I remember Bunpuku also often lagged like this when thinking hard. Human brains must be getting slower as they get older.
Shikaku smirks.
As Shikaku says, a while later, Rubal finally returns. Seems like he finally digests everything that Alex told him. Alright, let's say everything you say is true. But what's the reason you tell this to me? This is a very important thing and I'm sure you won't say it just to anyone.
You're right.
I actually never told anyone else before, not even my guild master and my teachers. The reason I told you this secret is because I need your help. I need access to Nirvana and I can only ask you about it. Rubal is surprised again and now he becomes very wary. Why do you need access to Nirvana? Alex doesn't answer immediately. He raises his right hand a little and then 5 big floating orbs appear above them. Those 4 aren't the only giant beasts in my body. There are still 5 more of them, but they are sealed inside these orbs. All of them are my friends, and I want to free them. But to do that, I need a lot of magic power. If my memories are right, then Nirvana should have a massive amount of magic power stored inside it. I want to absorb all the magic power in Nirvana to break these seals. Don't worry, I don't plan on activating and using Nirvana. Instead, what I'll do will destroy it, and I know that's what you want. Rubal is silent after hearing that, and Alex doesn't say anything too. Can I believe you? The old man looks at Alex with a very serious expression.
You sure can.
If you need me to do something so you can believe me, then I'll do it. Rubal stares at Alex for quite a long time before sighing. You youngsters are very full of surprises, huh? This world is also full of surprises. Let me ask you one last thing to confirm that you really know a lot of things. Do you know who the blue-haired little girl is and how she came here? Wendy Marvel, a sky dragon slayer sent from the past through the Eclipse Gate. Arrived here on July 7th x 777. She came with other young dragon slayers but were separated and scattered. A young boy with blue hair named Jalal found her and saved her. But he left her here under your care because he has a very important and dangerous job to do. You took her and made a fake guild filled with illusory people for her because Jalal promised to take her to a magic guild. Sometime later, she found an egg and instead of a bird, a cat was born from it.
She named her Carla.
I actually know more things about Carla and Jalal too. Do you want to hear them? I'm sure you will be even more surprised. Rubal is speechless by how accurately Alex tells everything that happened even though he only said the summary. Now Rubal can only believe that everything that Alex says is true.
And no need.
I don't need to know everything about them. But what kind of cat is Carla? The old man seems to be very curious about Carla's species. She's from a race called Exceed. A magical creature that, as you know, shaped like a cat and possesses magic. I can assure you that it isn't a dangerous race, so you don't need to worry.
Rubal sighs in relief.
Alright, I can tell that you are honest and everything you say is true. I might not have any proof, but my hundreds of years of experience is enough of a proof to me. If you really can destroy Nirvana, then I will be very grateful to you. So I will tell you about Nirvana's location and the locations of the lacrima crystals inside it. But before that, I want to make a deal with you, some conditions for me to give you the information. If you can't accept my conditions, then I can't tell you anything. Alex nods and Rubal starts to state his conditions. What Rubal says are mostly what Alex has expected, and even if Rubal doesn't make them as conditions, Alex will still do them.
So, do you accept?
Of course. I won't even say those are things that need to be asked. As I said, I know most things that will happen in this world and I tried to change many of them. Such actions surely have consequences and I am responsible for all of them. That includes what will happen after I destroy Nirvana. So even if you don't ask me about it, I will still do it. After all, there's no way I will abandon 2 little girls after basically destroying their home. Rubal's conditions are basically to protect and take care of Wendy and Carla after Nirvana is destroyed because with it being destroyed, Rubal's spirit will disappear as it loses its purpose of staying in this world. Wendy and Carla will be the only worries he has left behind. They are still very young and weak, so they still need others to care for them and protect them. That's why he asks Alex to do it and he won't help Alex if Alex disagrees. Well, helping Wendy and Carla is also one of Alex's purposes, so he obviously accepts. Now he has finished the deal with Rubal and the old man tells him everything he needs to know about Nirvana. It's finally time to destroy that massive magic item. The talk with Rubal went well. Now Alex has all the information he needs about Nirvana. The most important information he needs now is Nirvana's entrance location because it's hidden somewhere in the forest. After getting the information, Alex plans to go immediately. But the old man asks him to do it tomorrow because it's almost evening. Rubal wants Alex to take Wendy and Carla to Nirvana with the pretext of doing a job to give them experience, so it's better to do it tomorrow morning. Alex agrees and his team stays in the village for the night. It's also a good chance to get closer to Wendy and Carla before doing the job. Though it seems he doesn't need to worry because Kana and Meteor seem to already get very close to them. Wendy is very curious about the outside world, mages, and other magic guilds because she has never left this forest since she arrived here. She is still very young after all, so there's no way Rubal will send her for a job outside the village even if it's an easy fake job. That's why she is very excited when Kana tells her different stories like about Magnolia, the Fiori Kingdom, Ishgar, magic councils, magic guilds, fairy tale, famous mages, etc. But what she likes the most are Kana's stories about the jobs they did because she can hear about different types of magic and exciting adventure. Wendy also seems very impressed with Alex after Kana tells her that he becomes the youngest S-class in fairy tales history at 14 years old. She even asks Alex about how he became strong, which he answers with a simple answer. Training. Just training. Yeah, but what you train and how you train is very important too. I always think that the correct training is the key to our progress. To make the correct training menu or method, you need to know what you need to train and how you will train them. That's why knowing yourself is very important, and you must have a strong will to improve yourself, because if you don't have a strong will, you will never be serious with everything you do, including training. Alex doesn't know how to teach this correctly, so he only tells her what he knows and what he experiences. He doesn't know whether what he did will be suitable for Wendy, but he knows that it will still help no matter how small, so he explains it sincerely. Then when they eat the roasted meat, Rubal tells Wendy and Carla to follow Alex's team on a job. They are confused why he suddenly issues a job, and with mages from another guild at that. Initially, I wanted to ignore this job because this is a difficult job. But I decided to accept it now that an S-class mage from a big guild is here. I have a good relationship with Fairy Tales Guildmaster, so it shouldn't be a problem, and Alex Boy has agreed to it. Well, the job's pay is good and it's located in this forest. Might as well do it while I explore this forest. If it's really difficult, then why are you asking us to follow them? Won't it be better for them to do it by themselves with their power? Wendy asks confusedly. Because I want you to gain experience doing a high-class job. Also, this forest is our territory. It doesn't feel right to just ask mages from another guild to do the job requested to us without doing anything. Besides, isn't it a good chance for you to learn about how powerful mages from other guilds work? Wendy buys Rubal's reason with sparkling eyes because what he says really piques her interest. She has heard about Alex's and Kana's magic from them, but she hasn't witnessed them using their magic in real situations. Also, as Rubal says, it's a good chance for her to see how mages from other guilds work. She has always been curious about high-class jobs too. So this is a good chance to see what she always wants to know. The next morning, they make some preparations before going on the job. Alex tells Wendy that it's very important to prepare well before doing any job because with good preparations, their jobs will be much easier. Preparations for each job are different, depending on many factors like their duration, difficulty, location, what kind of job it is, and even with whom we will be doing the job. However, we always need to prepare supplies like food, water, and even spare clothes, especially for jobs that might last for days. This is an investigation job, so it might take a while to finish, that's why supplies are important. We also always need to prepare for fights anytime and anywhere because jobs offered to mages mostly need us to fight. So we need to make sure we have enough magic power to fight anytime. Alex teaches Wendy the basic preparations before doing jobs. He never neglects preparations now because he has seen many of his guild mates failed and hurt badly because they didn't prepare enough for their jobs. Failing is not so bad, being hurt badly and even dying is something he wants to avoid the most. It's better to take his time preparing for his job and be prepared for any situation than being killed because he isn't prepared well enough. Even with good preparations, there are still risks of dying in difficult jobs. But the risks will be lower rather than if he isn't prepared for the jobs. For example, one can die from being bitten by a venomous snake in the forest if they didn't prepare an antidote beforehand despite knowing that there are venomous snakes in that forest. Anyway, after making preparations, they finally set out to find Nirvana. Only Alex knows the true purpose of this job. The others are only told that they are tasked to investigate a magical anomaly in the forest. Even Kana doesn't question the job because Rubal is really good at making it look like a real job. Her only worry is whether it is fine for accepting this job without their guild master's permission, but Alex tells her it will be fine. He will explain everything to Makarov later, so she doesn't need to worry. The team sets out and dives into the forest. Now Meteor finally has a job. He's working as Wendy's and Carla's ride. They are small, so they can ride the bear that's as big as a donkey now. He seems to enjoy being ridden too because it's like playing for him. They don't have a map and Rubal only remembers the general location of the entrance. He tells Alex the clues of the spot where the entrance is hidden, so the team still needs to look for it based on the clues that Rubal tells Alex. It is not easy to find the location in this vast forest among all the big trees that block their sights. Inexperienced people would be lost because it is hard to navigate in this forest. Fortunately, Alex is a good hunter and forests are like his backyards, so he knows how to find his ways even in new and unknown forests. Even so, it still takes them hours to find the entrance. They could be faster, but Alex takes his time to teach the others on how to navigate in a forest like this, especially to Wendy. They also stop to hunt some wild animals and even fight some magical creatures on their way which take more of their time. It's night when they find the entrance, so they decide to rest after Alex confirms that they've really found the hidden entrance. They set up a camp, cook some food, and sleep after setting up some defense to avoid being attacked by wild beasts. The next morning, Alex finally opens the entrance after they have breakfast. The entrance is hidden in a big tree and it glows brightly when Alex activates it. They get inside and arrive in a completely different place. Everything around them is dark now, but they aren't in a forest anymore. They are inside a building that seems to be made out of metal. There are also some devices and furniture in the big dark room. This must be the control room. Alright, don't touch anything here. We don't want to activate this dangerous thing. Our task is to deactivate this ancient weapon forever because it's just in sleep mode, so it can be activated anytime unless we destroy its power supplies. Let's explore this whole place to find the power generators. We'll move together because there might be some defense mechanisms here, so we need to be very careful. Alex has explained the task of this job to his team and he made it sound more dangerous than it should be. It's to make sure they are being careful here because even if there's no enemy, something very bad will happen if they make a mistake and activate Nirvana instead. Fortunately, they listen to Alex and become very careful. Wendy and Carla are careful because this is their first high-class job while Kana and Meteor want to show how capable they are to Wendy and Carla, so they become serious. The team explores the control room first and carefully checks everything there. Then after a while, they finally find a map of the whole Nirvana structure. Of course, it includes the location of the lacrima crystals that powered up this whole thing, so now they just need to find them. Before looking for the lacrima crystals, Alex's team tries to investigate Nirvana as much as they can. Alex wants to make this job look like a genuine job while also trying to get some important information. Rubal told him that Nirvana has a mechanism that makes it able to absorb magic power directly from the land through its legs. Nirvana needs to use a lot of power to operate because of its gigantic size, so it needs to constantly absorb magic power to fuel it up. Unfortunately, Rubal already forgot how the absorption system works. But he remembers that there should be notes about it and other things including about the history of the Nervits kept in Nirvana because this place is basically a city. The Nervits built a city for them to live on Nirvana, so their knowledge should be stored here too. It wasn't explored in the story because Oration Cease just focused on controlling Nirvana while the Alliance just focused on stopping them. Now, there's no enemy to stop, so Alex's team can explore Nirvana as long as they want. But exploring a big place like this will take time. So it's a good thing that they carry a lot of supplies because they can't find food here. Obviously, they can't find many notes and records because most of them have been destroyed by time. The only ones left are those carved on stones or metals. But even many of those are broken, so they just take anything they can. Fortunately, Kana can also store objects in her magic card, not just living beings. So they just store every record they find in her magic cards. They can think about the broken ones later, their priority now is just collecting them. Alex will cut the records that are carved on the walls with Shikaku's ability and Kana will store them. Even cutting metals is easy for Shikaku because he has magnet release. It's just that he doesn't use it much and Alex is not smart enough to develop it on his own, so he mostly just uses Shikaku's ability to control sand and earth, not metal. It takes the team a whole week to fully explore Nirvana. After all, this place is so big and there are many locations to check. They also need to get out once in a while to get sunlight and find more food because they don't have enough for a whole week, not with their big appetites. Even so, they still don't know anything about anything they find. It's because everything is written in the Nervits language. They will need time to translate them because it will be like solving codes. Still, Alex will try to solve them because there must be useful information among the records. He especially needs the method to absorb magic power directly from the earth because he needs a lot of magic power to unseal the tailed beasts. But he doesn't know who he can ask to help him translate the records. Rubal will disappear soon after Nirvana is destroyed. Even if he gets a dictionary from Rubal, translating the records will still not be easy. Alex can only think of Levi and maybe Lucy for this kind of job. But they are still very young and haven't even joined the guild. So he will need to find someone else, but he can think about that later because it's time to destroy Nirvana. The team goes to the locations of every lacrima crystal that powered up this massive magic item. There are 8 lacrima crystals that powered up Nirvana and each of them are located on top of each of Nirvana's 8 legs. Nirvana has 8 legs in total and each leg can absorb magic power from the land. The absorbed magic power is stored in the lacrima crystals before being used to move the gigantic device. In the story, they need to destroy all the lacrima crystals at the same time to stop Nirvana. Alex thought they wouldn't need to do it when Nirvana isn't active. It turns out that they still need to do it because if a lacrima crystal is broken, Nirvana will automatically get activated as its defense mechanism. This is why this gigantic device wasn't destroyed yet after hundreds of years, other than it being hidden so well. The good thing is, Alex knows how to destroy all 8 lacrima crystals at the same time by himself. They don't have enough people to destroy them, and Alex doesn't want to destroy them because he needs them. Alex needs to absorb their magic power, and that's what he will do. All 8 lacrima crystals are actually connected to another big lacrima crystal in the control room. Though this lacrima doesn't act as a power generator, just a device to control the other 8 lacrima crystals. Still, it's connected well to all of them, and Alex can use it to absorb the magic power stored inside all those 8 lacrima crystals. They will break automatically once he absorbs all of their magic power, and it will destroy Nirvana. He does just that, and it works surprisingly well. It actually works so well that it becomes a problem. Nirvana's legs still actually absorb the magic power from the land even when it's not active. So it keeps absorbing magic power from the land when Alex is absorbing its magic power. It would be a great thing because Alex can absorb as much magic power as he wants, if it's not for his limitation. No matter how much he just wants to absorb an infinite amount of magic power, Alex has a limit on the amount he can take and store in his body. Sure, it will be used to break the tailed beast seals. But it doesn't mean he can take too much magic power at once. His body won't be able to hold if he takes too much magic power at once, and it might make his body explode. Fortunately, the smartest tailed beast he has now, Matatabi, always can give him a solution. He transforms into Shikaku and takes control of the metal lines that connect the energy lacrimas with the control lacrima. Alex can't control metal that well with Shikaku's magnet release, especially because the metal lines are very long and complex while he very rarely uses Shikaku's magnet release. So he needs to hand over the control of his magic to Shikaku for this. Ha ha ha. Seems like we need to train magnet release more after this. Shikaku is excited at the thought of seeing Alex suffer from the hard training. Give me a break. I haven't even mastered most of your abilities. Learning from the 4 of you is already very difficult, and there are still 5 more of you to learn from. But it is still an important ability to learn. So you need to learn them sooner or later. The sooner you learn it, the better it will be. Matatabi surprisingly supports Shikaku. Even Isabu and Son Goku agree because there might be more situations that need the use of magnet release. Fine. We can think about it later, let's focus on this for now. Shikaku, who takes control of Alex's magic, is also controlling the magic power absorption. He is unusually serious now because a slight mistake can kill all of them. If he absorbs too much, it will destroy Alex's body, which will also kill all 9 of them too, so he needs to be careful. I think it's enough, Shikaku. Son Goku shouts while looking at the massive magic energy in Alex's soul realm where all the tailed beasts are placed. There is a giant blue energy ball floating in the dark place. It's the magic power that has been absorbed from Nirvana. There are some streams connecting it to the 5 seal orbs as the sealed tailed beasts are absorbing the magic power to break the seal, but it's a slow process because the seals are very hard and complicated to break. That's why the unused magic power is stored in Alex's soul realm, and that's why there's a limit on how much he can absorb at once. The tailed beasts know that they've reached their limit, so Goku tells Shikaku to stop. As soon as Goku shouts at him to stop, Shikaku immediately controls the metal lines that connect to the 8 lacrima crystals to destroy them. He turns those metal lines into weapons to stab the 8 lacrima crystals at the same time. After the 8 lacrima crystals are destroyed at the same time, Shikaku also destroys the control lacrima to make sure Nirvana can't be activated even though it's not necessary. Anyway, with the 8 lacrima crystals that generate energy into Nirvana destroyed, the gigantic device starts to crumble. A big part of the forest ground collapses when the buried Nirvana is destroyed, and Alex's team is also buried by the collapsed ground. But a while later, a big ball of sand suddenly emerges from the collapsed area. It opens up and reveals the young mages that have no scratch on their skin. Shikaku protects them as soon as Nirvana starts crumbling, so they are not hurt at all, and with this, their job is finished. Nirvana is finally destroyed and Alex gets the magic power he has always wanted. Now there won't be anyone who can misuse this ancient device anymore like Oration Cease in the series. Alex's team returns to Kate's shelter to report their job to Rubal. It will be a heartbreaking moment though because Wendy will lose her family again. Everyone else in Kate's shelter will disappear now that Nirvana is gone. When they arrive in the village, Wendy excitedly reports that they have finished the job successfully. She tells Rubal and the villagers many things that happened during the mission. They all are smiling when hearing how happy she is for finishing this high-class job. But this happy moment needs to end soon because Rubal doesn't have much time. His reason for staying in this world has gone and his spirit is finally freed. Now he has to go to the afterlife, following his family and friends. He still has a little time before ascending, so he starts explaining everything about Nirvana, the Nervits, and also about himself. He tells them his identity as a lingering spirit and that the other villagers are merely illusions made with his magic. Of course, when Rubal reveals the truth, everyone except for Alex is shocked. Wendy and Carla obviously can't accept the truth immediately. But they are forced to accept it when the illusory villagers disappear one by one. Kana can't help but hug the crying Wendy and Carla because she knows how it feels to lose people they love. She lost her mother at a very young age, so she can understand what Wendy and Carla feel. But she also knows that it must be more painful for Wendy and Carla because they don't just lose one person, but so many people at once. They lose their whole family, their home. That's why she quickly hugs them to show them that they still have others who care about them. Even Alex can't help but tears up a little. He thought he was ready for this, but it hit his heart much harder than he thought it would. He doesn't remember his real family from his past life, so he always has a longing for a family, and seeing others losing their families really saddens him. Alex boy, about what we were talking about last week. Rubal looks at Alex as his body starts to disappear.
Please don't worry, sir.
I always keep my promise and will always try to keep them no matter how hard it will be. You can leave Wendy and Carla to me. I promise to protect and take care of them for you. I believe that Fairy Tale will also accept them with open arms. They will have a new home and a new family that will love them, so you can rest in peace. Alex says it very seriously to reassure Rubal. The old spirit smiles widely as he nods.
Thank you. I leave them to you. Please make them happy.
Wendy, Carla, you still have a long time ahead of you. This parting must be hard, but you also have a new encounter and will have more in the future. You will find good friends and family who will love you and care about you. Goodbye, my children, we will always love you. Rubal's spirit finally disappears after saying his last message. The whole village returns to its original state with broken shacks, walls, floor, etc. Everything here was the result of Rubal's powerful illusion magic. It was so powerful that the illusions actually had physical structures. If Alex didn't know the truth, he would have thought that everything here was real because he could touch even the illusory villagers as if they were real people. Anyway, now everything here has gone, leaving only an abandoned village, Wendy and Carla. Their Kate shelter symbols also disappear along with Rubal. Now they don't have anything left anymore. Wendy, Carla, I know this must be hard for you, so you can cry as much as you want. But please listen to me. Master Rubal has talked with me before the mission. I will spare the details for later if you want to know more about it, but we basically have talked about you. I have promised him to take care of you too after he disappears, and I will keep my promise. My plan is to take you back with us to our guild Fairy Tale. I will take care of everything, so you don't need to worry about anything. But I also won't force you, so if you want to do something else, I will still help you with everything you need because I've promised the old man. So, what do you want to do? Come join us, you two. I will also help you. I promise it will be fun. Fairy Tale is a very good place. Kana also wants them to join Fairy Tale. Asterisk sob asterisk see can we? Wendy asks while wiping her tears. Yeah, you can. Alex pats their heads while smiling. Then, please take care of us. Wendy and Carla agree to follow them back to Fairy Tale. Soon, they leave the abandoned village and return to Magnolia. Wendy and Carla are still very sad on their way out of the forest, but they brighten up slowly as the group starts entering towns and villages. They have never left the forest since they were there, so seeing life outside the forest is very refreshing for them. The train seems to be the most exciting experience for them because everything just looks different when seen from a moving train. After arriving in Magnolia, they immediately go to the guild. Alex knows their guild mates must be worried because they should have returned already last week after completing the criminal hunting job, and Alex forgot to contact them because he didn't think it would take a week to finish his Nirvana plan. So as he has thought, when they arrive in the guild, everyone is surprised and they are rushing at them to ask where they've been for the last week. They are very worried because mages' jobs are very risky and could lead to death. Alex and Kana can only apologize to them while telling them that they had an urgent business after finishing the job. But they still reprimand Alex and Kana for not contacting them at all and making them worried. After lecturing Alex and Kana, everyone finally realizes that there are two unknown people there. They look at the little girl and the little cat with puzzled expressions, and they quickly realize that Alex's team's urgent business must be about these two little kids. Alex, I'll need you to explain everything to me in the office later. But for now, can you tell me about these two children? Makarov asks Alex while looking at Wendy and Carla.
Understood, Master.
So, this is Wendy, and this is Carla. Alex introduces the two children to everyone, and the two quickly bow before hiding shyly behind Alex. Well, the urgent business that I mentioned has something to do with them. I can't reveal the details to everyone, but now I am responsible for these two. They are mages too, so I want to register them into the guild. I will take care of everything else, but I need your approval to accept them into the guild, master. Alex says it while patting Wendy's head.
I don't have a problem accepting people you recommend.
But the most important thing is I need to know whether they want to join or not, because I don't want to force them.
So, Wendy and Carla, right?
Do you want to join Fairy Tale? Makarov looks at Wendy and Carla while smiling softly. Alex hasn't said anything else, but Makarov knows that they must have gone through something unpleasant, so he tries to be as warm as possible to them. Why yes, please let us join you. Wendy says timidly while Carla just nods.
All right then.
Alex has said that you are mages, so I don't need to test your magic. Usually, we'll still test it to know your level so we can assign the correct jobs, but I will leave it to Alex's judgment as an S-class, so we don't need to do the test. Makarov smiles as he accepts Wendy and Carla into the guild. He gives them Fairy Tale marks and now they are officially joining Fairy Tale. As usual, the guild holds a celebration for getting new members, and now Alex is the one paying for everyone's drink as an apology for making them worried. Then while the party goes on, Alex is talking with Makarov about what happened this last week. He didn't say that he was looking for Nirvana though, just saying that he felt something unusual and went to check it. Then everything led to him finding out about Kate's shelter, Nirvana, Nervitz, Wendy, and Carla. Makarov is surprised that Alex destroyed Nirvana, but he is also relieved about it. He actually knows about Nirvana and its hidden danger from history, so he is relieved that it's gone now. Alex thought Makarov would at least be a little mad at him for diving into danger with his team. But Makarov is actually happy that he did it because it ended up helping many people, so Makarov praises Alex instead, and now this matter is completely over. As he has promised, Alex will take care of Wendy and Carla now. They have joined Fairy Tale, and the first thing he does after that is prepare their basic needs, obviously. Housing, clothes, food, he will take care of everything. Alex rents a dorm room in Fairy Hill, the girls' dormitory for them. Kana and other girl members live there, so they will have older sisters ready to help them anytime. They also don't need to worry about food there because the dorm mother will make their food every day, which is also the reason why the rent is quite high. After securing a place for them to sleep, Alex buys them clothes. They only have a few sets of clothes, which won't be enough. So they need to buy more, and Alex is ready to spend a lot of money because he knows girl clothes are expensive. But surprisingly, the older girls gave Wendy their old clothes that don't fit anymore but still look good. The adult members also suddenly give them clothes even though they don't have daughters, so it's obvious that they buy those clothes specifically for Wendy and Carla. Both of them immediately became the guild's most loved members. Well, they do bring a very positive atmosphere into the guild. While Wendy is shy and timid, she's also very cheerful and innocent that just her presence alone can soothe everyone's heart. They've been used to rowdy and noisy people who don't have manners. So the peaceful vibe that Wendy brings into the guild is a very good change of mood for them. Anyway, taking care of them also means that Alex is responsible for their education too. They are mages, so he needs to teach them magic. It doesn't sound like something he can do though, especially when the only magic he can use is takeover magic, a part of transformation magic. Well, I can't teach you about your Sky Dragon Slayer magic, and I believe no one other than Grandini can teach that too. What I can teach you is how to improve your magic control, increase your magic power capacity, and maybe physical strength. Basically increasing your basic power. Actually, training your basic power is more important at your current level. Your magic is an advanced type and it needs a lot of magic power to use. Why yes. I can't use spells properly because I don't have enough magic power. Wendy looks down dejectedly. You're still very young, so it's normal to have a low amount of magic power. But having a lot of magic power alone isn't enough, you know. You also need to have good control over your magic power to use it more efficiently. Is magic control that important? Carla asks curiously.
It is.
Try to grab some pebbles with one hand. Alex tells them to grab some pebbles from the ground, and they do it even though they don't know what he wants to do. Now throw them at that tree. They throw the pebbles at a tree beside them. The pebbles spread and only some hit the tree. Then Alex tells them to wrap a similar amount of pebbles with a cloth he gives. He asks them to throw it again, and now all the pebbles hit the tree, thanks to them being wrapped with a cloth, so they don't separate. Those pebbles are your magic power, and that cloth is the control. It controls the pebbles, preventing them from spreading uncontrollably. When they weren't controlled well, the pebbles spread when thrown. Only some hit the tree, so the damage you caused on the tree is small. But when the pebbles are wrapped well with the cloth, all of them can hit the tree, giving maximum damage to it. The same applies to when you use your magic power for your spells. With poor control, you will waste a lot of magic power and weaken your spells. The greater your control, the less you will waste your magic power to fuel your spells. That's why it's very important. Do you understand what I say? Wendy and Carla are too surprised to answer. They never thought that Alex could teach and explain this well. After all, while they know that he is an excellent mage, they also know that he is not exactly a smart one. Are you just acting stupid all this time? Carla can't help but ask, making Wendy scold her.
Oh, don't worry, I'm not that smart.
That was just what my teacher taught me. I just repeated the lesson I got from my teacher. The teacher that taught him magic control is not UR or Gildarts though, it was Matatabi. UR actually taught him the basics of magic control, but the tailed beasts are much better at that, although Matatabi was the only one who could explain and taught it to him because Shikaku was not that smart either. Who is your teacher, Alex-san? Wendy asks curiously.
I learned from many people, but there are two mages who truly took their time to teach me.
The first one is the current guildmaster of Mermaid Heel. Her name is UR, and she is also Gray's teacher. Gray learned his ice magic from her, but I couldn't learn ice magic, so she taught me other things including battle skills and basic magic training. The second one is Kana's father, our guild's ace, Gildarts. He taught me more about battle skills and physical training. Then how did you learn your takeover magic if they didn't teach you? I was born with it. Alex says it while smirking, making Wendy and Carla think that he doesn't want to reveal it. They don't realize that he is telling the truth here because he really was born in this world along with the tailed beasts even though they were sealed when he was born. So he is basically born as a takeover mage, already with the magical creatures he can transform into. Though he also doesn't want to tell them that his magic was activated when he was used as an experimental subject. He doesn't need to share that past with anyone because he doesn't need anyone's sympathy. They just need to know the current and future him. Alex trains Wendy and Carla seriously. He wants them to be stronger than they are in the story. He wants them to be stronger than they should be when the time for those important events comes. Wendy is the youngest dragon slayer from all the dragon slayers. She should be the same age as Sting and Rogue. However, she was frozen for 7 years in Tenru Island while those two keep growing normally. So she basically becomes 7 years younger than them. The 7 years of being frozen in Fairy Sphere also makes her has the least amount of time to train and develop her magic among all dragon slayers. Alex thinks that Wendy's magic might be the most important among all dragon slayers, especially in a big-scale war. Her attack power might be lower than them because he thinks that even Grandini is the weakest among all those 5 dragons in battles. However, the Sky Dragon support magic skills are truly game-changers. This magic can basically strengthen the whole army significantly and heal the injured ones, which would change the flow of a war greatly. Carla's future sight ability is also very powerful. It can help them greatly, especially now that Alex has changed so many things which will affect the future. If Carla can foresee pieces of the changed future events, then they can prevent the bad futures. The problem is Alex doesn't know how to train their abilities, so he can only teach them to train their basic power. No matter how they develop their abilities, they still need to have strong basic power, after all. Alex doesn't just help them train, but he also takes them on his jobs. Of course, he can't bring them to do his S-class jobs. So he takes easy jobs once in a while to give them experience and also helps them earn their own money. But then, he starts babysitting more kids. Gray and Natsu ask him to train them too once in a while. Then Erza and even the Strauss siblings also ask for his advice once in a while. They even ask to join him in his jobs and he agrees sometimes when he is alone. Kana wants to do jobs alone and follow her father sometimes. So Alex can take other people with him to help him in his jobs. Thanks to him partnering up with these main characters, he can understand their current levels more. He can also learn some things from them because sometimes they will do things that he has never thought of but actually works. Time passes with Alex being busy with everything he does. He is so busy that he doesn't realize that the magic power he got from Nirvana has been fully absorbed by the tailed beasts. However, there seems to be a problem. The magic power that Alex got from Nirvana has been fully used by the sealed tailed beasts. But strangely, not a single seal is broken even though the already unsealed tailed beast said that it should be enough to break at least 3 seals. Is there a problem with the seals? Alex is worried because it will affect all of them. Luckily for him, the problem isn't that serious. In fact, there's no problem at all. Well, there is no problem actually. As we said, it should be enough to break at least 3 seals and it's true. But we decided to not use it to break 3 seals. We used it to weaken all 5 seals at once because it was a very good chance to do it while we have that much magic power to use. Son Goku explains to Alex.
But why?
Won't it be easier to break 3 seals now and then break the other 2 seals later?
Alex is confused.
No, it will actually get much harder. We've told you that the seals are getting stronger following the numbers of our tails. So it will get harder and harder as you go up the order of breaking the seals. It will take longer too to collect the magic power needed to break the seals. You might be able to collect enough magic power to break Sun's seal in less than a year if you focus on it. But it will take you 3 years to break Kurama's seal with the same amount of effort. Alex is surprised by Matatabi's explanation because he never thought that the seal would be that much stronger. Also, there's a problem with breaking 3 seals at once. If we do that, then 3 more of us will be unsealed completely and join us here, right? Do you remember what happened to you when Sun was unsealed? Isabu makes Alex remember when his body turned into lava when Sun was unsealed. But you said it doesn't always happen. Yeah, it doesn't always happen, but it can happen. The risk of it happening is bigger when 3 guys are unsealed at once. What do you think will happen to your body if 2 or even all 3 of them cause the same effects as when Sun was unsealed? Do you think your body will be able to handle it?
Shikaku points at Alex's chest.
Alex isn't smart, but even he knows that if that really happens, his body won't be able to handle the effect. Also, even if that kind of effect doesn't appear, your body still won't be able to handle the burden of receiving 3 of us at the same time. So we can only come one by one and make your body adapt to our power before another one comes. Because of those factors, we decided to use Nirvana's magic power equally on all 5 remaining seals and weaken them all.
Matatabi adds more. Okay.
So now they've gotten weaker, right? Yeah, the last seal is still stronger than the others, but it has gotten much weaker than it originally was. With our average pace to collect magic power, it will take around 3 to 4 years until we can break the last seal. We still need that long? It would take almost 7 years if we didn't get Nirvana's magic power, so don't be ungrateful because we've cut down half of the time we need.
Sun scoffs. I see. Half, huh?
That means we need around that much magic power again, right?
Basically, yeah.
But that was not an easy amount to collect normally. You will need another Nirvana, a device that can keep taking magic power from nature to get that much. Yeah, I don't know any other magic item like that. Maybe there's one or more out there, but I don't know them. Well, let's just do it at our pace. Think of the 3 or 4 year period to break the seal as your time to learn our next 5 siblings' abilities one by one. Alright, I think I understand. As the tailed beasts say, the seals have weakened significantly now, and just 2 weeks after the talk, the 5th seal is broken. Fortunately, unlike when Sun was unsealed, nothing happens to Alex's body. A gigantic white horse with a dolphin-like head, 4 horns, and 5 tails appear in Alex's soul realm. It is the 5th tailed beast that finally gets released from its seal. The other 4 tailed beasts welcome their siblings' arrival, and soon Alex also comes to the soul realm. Nice to finally meet you, Alex. My name is Kokuo, but humans just called me 5 Tails. Welcome to the team, Kokuo. I don't know what to say because you already see everything that happened when you were sealed.
It's okay, I understand.
I've seen everything after all, so yeah, you don't need to say anything. Let's just talk casually to know each other more.
All right.
They start talking about Kokuo's abilities and how he'll teach them to Alex. The tailed beasts have different teaching methods, so Alex needs to understand how they'll teach him before he starts learning their abilities. Kokuo is explaining to Alex about his boil release when suddenly, Alex feels his body is getting hotter and hotter. His skin gets redder and then steam starts coming out of his pores. What happens? Seems like my boil release is affecting your body. It's a late reaction, maybe because your body is already used to heat because you've used Matatabi's fire release and Sun's lava release that generate intense heat. They gave you a strong heat resistance. But boil release is still a different type of power, so it still takes effect even if it's late. I think your body will get used to it quickly though because of your strong heat resistance. As Kokuo says, the side effect disappears quickly and his body returns to normal faster than when he turned into lava because of Sun's lava release. It's thanks to his strong heat resistance that he doesn't even know he has. Wow, I didn't know I had heat resistance. You receive traits from having our abilities. They appear slowly as you get used to our power. It's the same case with your great physical growth and enhanced senses. Our presence in your body is affecting your body. But the changes in your body don't happen instantly, they need time and processes. Also, they are affected by what you do, In other words, you need to work to get them. What you get is potential, and you need to work hard to get the results. Even your senses need to be trained by being used continuously to get strengthened. Nothing is instant and free. Matatabi explains it as usual. So the heat resistance is also the result of me using your abilities? Yes, the better you can use my fire release, sun's lava release, and Kokuo's boil release, the better your heat resistance will be. Alex actually already gets a strong heat resistance just because of Matatabi's, sun's, and Kokuo's presence in his body. But Matatabi doesn't want him to be complacent with his training, that's why she says that. Their lives here depend on Alex because in this world, they are just parts of Alex's power. They might be powerful beings in their original world, but in this world, they are basically just bundles of abilities with life. They can't live on their own, and as parts of Alex's power, their powers also depend on Alex's level. The stronger Alex is, the stronger they will be too. Because of that, they need Alex to keep getting stronger because strength is very important in this world. But they also want Alex to be a decent human being. So they don't just teach him how to get stronger, but also how to be a good person. Fortunately for them, Alex is not an evil person, so they can live alongside him without any problem. Alex starts training to use Kokuo's abilities after Kokuo is unsealed. Just like with the other tailed beasts, Alex can transform into Kokuo in different modes. Mini mode, humanoid mode, partial mode, and the full transformation mode, which he avoids to use because it uses too much magic power to turn into giant creatures. Besides, he still hasn't had a use for full transformation modes because he doesn't need to fight giant enemies again since he fought Deliora together with UR. But unlike then, he now has enough magic power to still use the tailed beast's abilities in their full forms, although he still can't do it for too long because of the very high magic power consumption. Alex is training to use Kokuo's abilities while still doing his activities as an S-class mage. He also still trains Wendy and even helps his other guild mates train. Everything goes quite well, and without his realization, it's finally the end of the year and it's the time for the X779's S-Class exam. It's finally time for this year's S-Class exam. There shouldn't be a new S-Class this year if it goes the same as in the original story. But Alex can't be sure because many things have changed and maybe something different will happen in this year's S-Class exam. Well, maybe Alex was just too optimistic about it because no one passes the exam this year. Kana and Erza are actually chosen as candidates, but they fail in the first trial. This year's first trial is a test of willpower. They simply need to stand for 10 minutes. However, they need to stand while being pressured by Gildarts' magic power. Of course, Gildarts doesn't use his full power. Even so, it's still enough to put the candidates on their knees. Only one person passes the first trial. It's Samuel, the man who fought Alex in last year's exam and lost. But Samuel fails again this year, and this failure strengthens his decision to retire soon because he is already too old and his power is also stuck at this level. After the exam, Kana tells Alex that she wants to quit his team. She wants to work alone because she feels she can't improve if she keeps following him or her father. She can't push her limits when she's with them because they will handle most of the problems themselves. Alex lets her do what she wants because he also realizes that he is actually slowing Kana's progress instead of helping her by teaming up with her. She is already at a stage where she needs to find her own way, not just following others to learn. So now, Alex's team has lost a member. But well, he got 2 new members last year, so he doesn't need to recruit more members. Wendy and Carla might still be very weak, but their abilities are more helpful to him than his other guild mates. Alex is already very strong by himself and he doesn't really need help to clear most jobs. He can even do most S-class jobs alone. So having strong teammates isn't really necessary for him. But he knows that anything can happen in his jobs because S-class jobs are still very dangerous. So he still needs others to help him. Wendy's and Carla's abilities are the best helps for him even if they are still weak. Wendy can raise his power a little and heal his injuries, which are very helpful. Carla still doesn't know about her future sight ability, but her ability to fly and her small size are very helpful because she can be a scout sometimes. Alex needs teammates who can support him more than those who can fight alongside him. Wendy, Carla, and Meteor are enough to help him. The bear cub is working now. He carries the team's luggage, so he doesn't just eat for free. Well, besides, Alex has promised to take care of Wendy and Carla. Taking them on his jobs is his way to take care of them because he can teach them many things and give them valuable experience. Though he won't bring them when the jobs are too dangerous for them. He will team up with other members temporarily or even go by himself. Alex has proved himself enough to Makarov that he is allowed to do even S-class jobs alone. Laxus is also allowed to do it now, but he already has a team, so he always goes with his team, the Thunder God tribe. His team is finally complete now because Evergreen has joined them. Year X780 goes by with only some big events, based on Alex's opinion. The first event is Mystogan finally joins the guild in the middle of the year. He already hides his identity from the beginning, so only some people know his face. Alex was always curious how Mystogan joined the guild. Turns out that it was because of poor Liusica. They met and Mystogan found out that she was also from Idolos. Seems like she told him to join Fairy Tail to help him in his mission while he is on Earthland, and she recommended him to Makarov. Alex guesses that it's also Makarov who tell Mystogan to hide his real identity. After all, not only he has another version of himself who is the native of this dimension, his other self is also someone important to a member of this guild. If his face is revealed, it will cause too much problem. Poor Liusica is very lucky to not have that problem because her counterpart is a dragon. So they don't look the same, unlike Idolos Jalal and Earthland Jalal. But Mystogan's appearance actually makes Alex think about something. He wonders if he also has an Idolos version of himself. It might be possible because he should be born in this world normally, so another version of himself might also be born in Idolos. Thinking about it is interesting, but he can only wonder for now. He won't find out the truth without going to Idolos anyway, so he should have just focused on what's in front of him. Mystogan, aka Idolos Jalal, is surprised to see Wendy in the guild when he joins. He doesn't say anything though because he needs to hide his identity. But he soon finds out why Wendy is here, and it makes him feel guilty for leaving her with a lingering spirit that he thought to be a real human. Even so, he is glad that Rubal truly took care of her until Alex destroyed Nirvana and took her here. He still doesn't reveal himself to Wendy and just keeps doing everything he needs to do while hiding his identity. Another big event that happens this year is two-tailed beasts are finally unsealed. The six-tailed slug, Saiken, is unsealed on March. Then the seven-tailed beetle, Chome, is unsealed on November, some days before the S-class exam. When Saiken was unsealed, Alex's body lets out slimy substance from the pores. It doesn't seem dangerous at first, but when some drip onto the ground, the soil starts sizzling as it melts. The slimy liquid is very corrosive. Then when Chome was unsealed, the side effect that appears on Alex's body was skin shedding. He suddenly grows a new layer of skin underneath his original skin. Then the old skin dries up and hardens. Alex needs to break out of his old dried skin like an insect. He is surprised when he sees his new skin. Most of his scars are gone along with his old skin. Only the small scars are gone though, the big ones remain, but it's not a problem. Anyway, Alex already has seven-tailed beasts inside his body now. There are only two-tailed beasts left to unseal. But the last two seals are also stronger than the previous seals, so it won't be that easy and fast to break the seals. He's not in a rush to break their seals though because he still has time until the main story time in X784. It will take at most 2 more years for him to break the 8th and 9th seals. So he'll still have 2 more years to fully train to use all of the tailed beast's abilities. The last big event that happens this year is the S-class exam. Erza and Mira are chosen to participate this year. Kana should be chosen, but she is still away, doing a very difficult SS-class job with her father, so she can't participate. Gildarts' absence makes Alex and Laxus do most of the work as examiners for this year's exam. But it's still Makarov who decides the trials for the exam. They just need to test the candidates in the trials. The result of this year's exam is the same as in the story. Erza passes and becomes Fairy Tail's next S-class mage. She almost fails and barely passes the last trial though. The last trial is defending against a bombardment of Makarov's light bullet rain for an hour. It is very difficult for Erza and she breaks almost all of her current armor. But she has a very strong willpower and keeps holding on until the time is over. Most people would have surrendered in her situation, but she keeps going even when she can't even stand properly. She collapses right away when Makarov's attack stops, showing that what made her stand till the end is sheer willpower. In just a year, she has gotten much stronger because last year she collapsed simply from the pressure of Gildarts' magic power, which was not much compared to this. Her genetics as the daughter of Irene Belsirian is really shown by her very quick growth. Erza's magic depends greatly on her physical and magical power. Magic mastery doesn't contribute much to her power. Basic stats matter the most. That's why the talent and potential she gets from her genetics are very important for her growth. But of course, everything will be useless if she doesn't work hard, so her effort also contributes to her achievement. Alex is the believer of hard and smart works beat potential and talent. That's why he still does his best to get stronger and better. He can only do his best, and if the result is not what he expected, at least he won't have regrets for not working harder. Fast forward to year X781, the 8th seal is finally broken in July. The 8 tails, Gyuki is finally freed from his seal. Now only the 9 tails, Kurama is left to be unsealed. When Gyuki appears, nothing happens to Alex's body. There's no side effect that affects his body like when some of the previous seals were broken. Alex thought he would let out ink from his body, so he's glad that nothing happens. When Gyuki explains his abilities, Alex is surprised to find out that he has lightning release. Alex thought that Gyuki simply has a powerful body and maybe water release because he can produce ink. Turns out that he has lightning release and water release. He just never shows them in Naruto's story, and he also very rarely uses them. He prefers using his physical strength after all, and if he needs to use ninjutsu, he just uses his tailed beast bomb because it can defeat most people already. 8-N. I know it's never shown that Hachibi has lightning release. But I just want to give Alex lightning release so he can use all basic nature elements. He already has earth, wind, fire and water, so he needs lightning, and I think Hachibi is the most suitable for this role because Hachibi never shows any elemental control, so changing his skills is easier. Also, he comes from Kumogakure where the majority of their shinobi use lightning release, like Raikage. Then Alex finds out another surprising fact. All tailed beasts can actually use every type of nature transformation. They just excel more in the nature transformations they always use.
Wait.
So you're telling me you can use all elemental magic?
Basically, yes.
We were born from the 10 tails that was born from the chakra fruit. So we are basically the chakra itself. Obviously, we have affinity with all types of nature transformation. Even humans actually have affinities with all types of nature transformation. It's just that the levels of affinity with those nature transformations are different.
But they can be trained.
Some powerful shinobi could train all nature transformations. The example is someone you know, Hashirama, the man who has the power to capture all of us alone. He could use all types of nature transformations after training them. Uchiha Madara can also use all nature transformations. Matatabi is the one explaining as usual. So they can use the lava release too if he trains it? Kekei Genkai is another matter. Some Kekei Genkai are genetics, while some that are the combinations of nature transformations are affected by the levels of affinity of those nature transformations. Hashirama can only use wood release but not lava release because his affinities with water and earth release are very strong. But his affinity with fire release is not that strong, so he can't combine his earth and fire chakra. The matter with affinity is also the reason why Madara or other Uchiha clan members can't copy Kekei Genkai even if their Sharingan is very powerful. Madara can only use wood release after he implants Hashirama's flesh into his body. The same applies to us. We have different levels of affinity with nature transformations. That's why we only use what we always use because we have the highest affinities with them.
I see.
You just focus on what you can do the best to focus your attention.
That's right.
Just as most people agreed, focusing on one thing and mastering it is better than doing everything and only becoming average or even lower on all of them. Then, do I need to just focus on one of you? Like making one of you my main transformation? That's not necessary in your case because you don't need to develop our abilities. What you need to learn is only how to use our abilities proficiently. As long as you use our spells as we've taught you, then you will use them at their full potential. Of course, to be proficient, you need to understand our magic. But unlike others, you don't need to develop our magic because we'll be the ones who do it. Our growth is also your growth. You just need to make sure you have enough power, control, and understanding to use our abilities correctly. Matatabi gives him a long lesson as usual. Even Naruto could immediately use our power when we were inside his body during the war. Well, he just integrated our power into his skills because he didn't have time to learn more about our power. But it shows that you can use our power right away without any training as long as we allow it. So with just some understanding of our powers, you can quickly use them and master them. Gyuki also gives a lecture to Alex. We always assist you when you use our power, so you don't need to worry about not being able to use them. But the power of our spells will still depend on your magic power capacity and control. So you need to keep improving them.
I see, so you always assist me, huh?
No wonder I feel that all your spells are easy to learn. Well, it's not like we have any choice but to assist you. You basically become us when you transform and our minds merge. So basically we are forced to assist you when you use our power.
Oh right.
That's also the reason why takeover mages can immediately use the magic of the creatures they take over. It's because they become those creatures themselves and their minds merge. Although they still need time to really understand those creatures' power and abilities. If the mages aren't strong enough, then the creatures will take over the control instead when they transform. They'll only return to normal when they run out of power or getting defeated. It's the case with Elfman in the early period of the main story, when he transforms into that king of beast.
Alex nods in understanding. He's really glad that he doesn't need to fight the tailed beasts for control. If he really needs to fight them, then he's sure he won't win. He believes he is still much weaker than any of them, not to mention all 9 of them together. Fighting them over mind and body control is the same as trying to use takeover magic on dragons or gods. He will be the one being taken over instead of the one who takes over. His power was nothing compared to them, and they were the ones who basically raised him to be this strong. Well, they are basically Alex's power, and now he has a new power. He starts learning about Gyuki's abilities after the 8 tails is freed. What he really wants to learn from Gyuki is the lightning release because he never learns it. Gyuki also teaches him some of the 8 tails Jinchuriki skills, including from Killer Bee. The other tailed beasts also taught Alex their former Jinchuriki skills most of the time. After all, Alex is a human and human skills are more suitable for him. Though what they taught are mostly the Jinchuriki's battle skills, not magic or ninjutsu. For magic spells, they still teach him their spells because their spells are stronger than their Jinchuriki's human ninjutsu and more suitable for their power. One of the battle skills that Gyuki teaches Alex is Lariat, one of Killer Bee's signature moves. It's a skill that Alex always wants to learn from Gyuki if possible. Though it's mostly just because of curiosity, as it is Killer Bee's skill rather than because he thinks it's a very great skill. Rather than Lariat, Alex is more excited when Gyuki teaches him Raikage's lightning chakra mode. It didn't have much effect on Gyuki, who has a gigantic body. But when Alex uses it in humanoid Gyuki form, the lightning chakra mode has a big effect. In humanoid Gyuki form, Alex basically just became a human-sized Gyuki with legs. In mini Gyuki form, Alex just becomes a much smaller Gyuki. But unlike in humanoid form, he doesn't have legs in mini form because Gyuki's legs are his tails. So Alex prefers to use humanoid form instead of mini form when he transforms into Gyuki. Though he becomes like a buffed humanoid bull with octopus tentacles as his tails. But at least he has much better mobility by having legs. His big size even in humanoid form makes him quite slow though. That's why being able to use lightning mode is very helpful because it can increase his speed. As for strength, he doesn't need to worry at all because Gyuki has the strongest physical strength among all tailed beasts. Alex keeps training to use the tailed beast's abilities, although he focuses more on Gyuki for now. Then some months pass and it's finally time for this year's S-Class exam again, and of course, as an S-Class, he needs to work as the exam's examiner again. This year's exam format is surprisingly almost the same as when Alex did the exam and became an S-Class. Makarov says that it's because none of that year's candidates are joining this year's exam, so they can use the same trials. Mira and Kana are chosen as this year's candidates, and surprisingly Mest too. He hasn't been sent to infiltrate the Magic Council yet, so he is still in the guild. Every time Alex sees Mest, he always wonders if he will also forget about Mest when the guy erases the whole guild's memories about him even with all his knowledge about the main story. Well, it doesn't matter for now. Currently, he has a job to do as an examiner, so he just needs to focus on it. His first job as an examiner is explaining the next trial to the candidates who manage to cross the sea from the ship that stops in the middle of the sea and get on the island. In his exam year, this is Gildarts' job. He explains the next trial, which is to climb the Great Tenru tree while carrying heavy backpacks that have different weights. Mest is the smartest of them and he quickly understands the trial. He teleports and picks the lightest backpack right after Alex starts the trial. Alex leaves the site and Mest quickly takes the lightest backpack before going to climb the tree. Kana also quickly runs to take a backpack, but Mira can move faster than her after transforming into her Satan soul form. Mira takes a backpack and quickly flies away. But Kana surprisingly is nonchalant about it. She is so nonchalant because she doesn't care about the weight of the backpack she gets. Even if she gets the heaviest one, it won't be a problem for her. After all, she can store the backpack in her magic card, so the weight won't affect her. The candidates behind her are speechless by what they just see. They are slow, so they need to use the heavier backpacks that are left after Mest, Mira, and Kana took the lighter ones. Now they need to climb the tree with heavy backpacks. Mest climbs the tree quite easily because he just needs to teleport to good spots that he can find with his eyes. Mira has an even easier time because she just needs to fly. The backpack doesn't slow her down at all. Meanwhile, Kana just sits on a flying expanded card and flies up the tree. The only ones who really climb the tree are the other 4 candidates. They already get the heavier backpacks and climb the tree normally. Of course, they also use their magic, but it doesn't help them as much as those 3. Also, they don't have as much magic power as Kana and Mira, so they need to save their magic power and can't use their magic all the time.
Laxus is guarding the upper part of the great Tenru tree. Mest teleports to avoid the lighting, Mira dodges and sometimes counters the lightning with Satan's Soul's darkness magic, while Kana is catching those lightning bolts with her cards so she can use them later. Only those three manage to pass the round, while the others fail to reach the top of the tree in an hour. So those three will do the next trial tomorrow, and unlike Alex's exam year, the failed candidates are sent back home immediately. The next trial is to find flags of different colors that are spread all over the island. Mest gets blue, Mira gets red, and Kana gets yellow. There is no clue of their whereabouts, so the three of them need to look for 10 flags all over the island. They have 8 hours to find the flags, and surprisingly all of them find all 10 flags they need to find. With the three of them passing the trial, they decide to change the next trial, which is supposed to be duels. It's still a fighting trial, but instead of fighting each other, they will fight an examiner. The examiner that's tasked to be their opponent in this trial is Alex. He will fight the three of them one by one, and the other examiners will decide if the candidates pass or not after seeing their battles. The first one to do the trial is Mest. Alex transforms into Mini Saiken to fight Mest. When the battle starts, Mest teleports right beside Alex. He punches and kicks Alex, but Saiken's slimy skin deflects all of his attacks. Alex catches him with a tail, but Mest can escape by teleporting. Mest realizes that he can't attack Alex normally, so he teleports Alex to the coast. But at his current level, it uses a lot of his magic power to teleport someone else to a far location. He thinks he has won because it will take a long time for Alex to return. But then, a water beam suddenly cuts through the forest and hits Mest. He realizes it too late, and because of his low magic power, he can't teleport to avoid it and gets hit. The judges don't announce the result of their judgment and wait until everyone fights. Alex returns soon to see Mest being treated by Erza. The way she puts bandages on him seems to be more painful than when Alex's attack hits him though. Next is the battle of takeover mages. It's Myra's turn to fight Alex. Mira immediately transforms into Citri form, her current strongest Satan soul form. She knows she needs to be serious from the beginning because her opponent is Alex. Meanwhile, Alex transforms into humanoid Chome form. He now looks like a humanoid beetle with 6 wings and a tail. People from Earth will say that he looks like a Cayman rider with wings and a tail now. Alex chooses to be Chome because she's the only tailed beast that can fly. It gives him equal ground with Mira, who can fly too. Though unlike when she flies using wings in her normal Satan soul form, she needs to use fire magic to fly in Citri form by using the fire on her feet like jets. Flying opponents are also rare, so this will make them able to see how Mira handles a flying opponent. What the examiners want to see is the candidate's abilities to handle difficult battles. Their battle starts and Mira charges at Alex at a very high speed. She sends a fire punch at him, but he easily blocks it with his palm. They have a close combat with Myra's punches and kicks being covered with very hot fire. Alex stays defensive and blocks all of Myra's fast and strong attacks. He doesn't even get pushed back even though Myra's attacks are so powerful that they break the ground around them from the indirect impacts. Mira also shoots magic spells with fire and darkness elements at Alex. But he breaks them easily with Komiai's wind release that's much stronger than Shikaka's wind release because she specializes in it. After fighting for some minutes, Alex thinks that they've seen enough. So he catches Myra's right leg when she kicks him and he slams her down to the ground. He points his tail at her neck after slamming her down, ending the fight easily. The last one to fight is Kana. Alex transforms into the humanoid Gyuki form to fight her. Kana was his teammate until last year, so she knows most of his abilities. But he has just unsealed Gyuki this year, so his abilities are the least known of all the tailed beasts. Though well, Gyuki's main power is his physical power. But his physical power is the strongest among the tailed beasts, so the enhancement that Alex gets by transforming into Gyuki is also very high. Still, as he plans, Kana is confused and wary of his transformation. After all, she doesn't know what abilities Alex has in this form. So she throws some basic attack cards to test Alex's abilities as Gyuki. Alex simply deflects her magic cards with his tails before they hit him. Even though they are basic attacks, they are still strong. But they still can only leave some scratches on Gyuki's tentacle tails. Kana then tries to use 5 basic elemental attacks, but none of them show any significant damage to Alex's tails that he uses to block those attacks. It gives Kana a headache because there's no element that has an advantage over Alex's defense. So she just starts using her strong spells to cause more damage because all the elements have equal results. But she keeps her distance from Alex while attacking because she can tell from Alex's form and movements that he is better at close combat. Besides, she also knows that Alex is very good at close combat from her experience as his teammate for a few years. So engaging him in close combat is simply stupid. Kana also has another big problem. While she knows Alex's skills more than anyone here, it's also true the other way around. Alex knows a lot of her abilities because they were teammates for a few years. Though she has some new tricks that he doesn't know because she has been independent for more than a year. She throws some cards, but they stop and float around Alex. Then suddenly, barriers appear between the cards and connect them with each other. They form a prism barrier that traps Alex inside. Then suddenly, 5 different elemental balls appear on the barrier wall. The elemental balls burst and release powerful elemental rampage inside the prism barrier. Being contained in a small space enhances the power of the spells. The impact is so powerful that the surroundings shake a little. But when the smoke disappears, Alex shows up, protected by his tails that are wrapped around his body. Surprisingly, his tails are burnt and damaged badly. But then he cuts off his damaged tails and new fresh tails grow to replace them. Alex punches the barrier and destroys it easily, much to Kana's surprise. Then he flashes forward and sends a punch at Kana's face. He stops right in front of her face and Kana can't react to it at all because he is very fast even without using his lightning mode.
Alright, that's enough.
Let's wrap this up and announce who will continue to the next round. Makarov stops the battle because it's already clear that Alex wins it again. So he stops it and announces who passes this trial. Mira and Kana pass while Mest fails, so they will go to the next round of trial. The next trial is the last trial and it's the same trial as Alex's last trial during his S-class exam. Both Mira and Kana need to pass through 3 examiners in a long cave. They will pass if they manage to exit the cave. Because there are 2 of them, they need to do the trial one by one. But because Kana is participating, Gildarts isn't allowed to examine her trial. The examiners for Kana will be Erza, Laxus, and Makarov. Mira will be examined by Alex, Gildarts, and Makarov. Makarov will examine both finalists because he's the only one who can promote them to S-class. So he needs to be the last person who tests whether they are worthy to be promoted to S-class or not. Mira goes first and the first person she needs to pass is Alex. She feels that it's unfair because she has just lost to Alex yesterday and needs to fight him again now. But the purpose of this trial isn't defeating the examiner, it's to pass them and exit the cave. Mira might be hot-headed now, but she is not stupid and she understands what she needs to do quickly. Besides, she knows that the examiners must have limitations. Or else, it won't be fair for her to face Alex and Gildarts while Kana faces Erza and Laxus, as the S-classes have different levels of power. So she knows she doesn't need to defeat the examiners or it will be impossible to defeat 2 S-classes and a wizard saint alone. Now she needs to think of a way to pass the examiners without fighting too much, especially when facing Alex because she will still need to face Gildarts and Makarov. Her strategy is to attack Alex and slip away when he's distracted. But of course, Alex has predicted that she will have that strategy because it's the basic strategy for this trial. What he doesn't know is how she will do it. Makarov gives Alex a limitation. He can only use Shikaku and can't move from his spot. So he can only use Shikaku's long-range spells to disrupt Mira. Also, he isn't allowed to go all out and only uses his power at the same level as Mira to make it fair for her. Because of that limitation, when Mira arrives in the location that he guards, he is already in his mini Shikaku form. He sits on the ground like the human-sized fat sand raccoon he is. Mira transforms into her normal Satan soul form that has the best mobility. She doesn't need power now, but speed and agility to pass through Alex's guard as quickly as possible. She quickly sends a rain of darkness magic projectiles toward Alex. The projectiles fly really fast, but all of them are blocked by Alex's sand walls. With the sand walls blocking Alex's sight, Mira tries to escape by flying on his left side. But suddenly, long sand spears are shooting out of the ground, attacking Mira and forcing her to dodge them. The sand spears keep coming at Mira no matter where she goes. They are also very fast, so Mira needs to move as fast as she can to dodge them. Alex can make them faster, but he reduces his speed to match Mira's level. Thanks to that, even if his attacks are very fast, Mira can still dodge them and finally escape from Alex's guarded location after a while. It's very tiring for her, but at least she manages to escape from Alex and continues the trial. The problem is, the next examiner is Gildarts, whose trial should be more difficult because this trial is designed to get harder. Well, at least Gildarts also has limitations, which is he can't use his magic. He can only use physical attacks at Mira's level at that. Still, his great skills and experience are not something that Mira can beat. She really struggles to escape from him and is forced to keep fighting him. In the end, she fights him until she is very exhausted. Then unexpectedly, Gildarts lets her pass. Like with Natsu, he deems that she has the quality to be an S-class. He only wants to confirm it through a battle. If Alex also fought him in his exam, then he would pass too. But Gildarts actually failed to stop Alex, and so far, only Alex manages to pass Gildarts' trial without being let go by Gildarts. He fooled and moved past Gildarts, who couldn't stop him. It's the only time it ever happened since Gildarts became an examiner. Anyway, Mira rests a bit before going to Makarov's place to recover some of her energy. Then she faces Makarov, and it goes the same as with Gildarts. Makarov allows her to pass after she shows her abilities to him and is deemed worthy to be an S-class. But there's still Kana left to take this trial. If Kana also passes, then this will be the first time they get two candidates who get promoted to S-classes at the same exam. Either that, or they will need to make a new trial to only promote one person as usual. Kana starts her trial, and her first opponent is Erza, who guards the place that Alex guarded before. Erza's limitation is that she can only use one type of armor and weapon set. But she isn't told to hold back because her base power is similar to Kana and Mira, so there's no need for her to hold back, and she's someone who can't hold back anyway. Too bad for Erza. Even if she doesn't need to hold back and won't hold back, she just can't do much because Kana outsmart her. When Erza charges to attack her, Kana throws a card that releases oil right at Erza's feet. Erza jumps to dodge it, but Kana throws another oil card on where Erza will land. She doesn't use armor that can make her fly, and she still doesn't have such armor. So she can only land on the oil puddle, and of course, she slips. The oil makes Erza keep slipping and can't do anything to stop Kana, who just walks off nonchalantly while whistling, leaving Erza, who keeps falling pitifully every time she tries to get up. Alex, who watches it while hiding inside the wall, can only sigh at the sight before he comes out to help her. He never thought Kana would use such a smart but devious strategy to pass Erza. Now it makes him curious how she'll face Laxus. Kana has prepared a strategy to face Laxus that's just as devious. At first, she fights Laxus normally, using her magic cards to send different elemental attacks like when she fought Alex yesterday. But then, she starts using lightning magic spells that look very similar to Laxus's spells. Well, they are his spells. Those spells are the ones he used to stop her on the tree climbing trial. She captured them with her cards and now she uses them on him, which really mocks Laxus. He gets angry, but before he can do anything, a card suddenly sticks on his back without his realization because he is distracted by his own spells that are used against him that makes him mad. Then suddenly, Laxus disappears, being sucked into the magic card that sticks on his back. He shouts angrily and tries to get out with force, but he can't break free no matter what he does. Kana teases him while playing with the card before dropping his card on the ground and leaving the area. Alex and Erza, who arrive shortly afterward, are speechless when they find Laxus, who's trapped in a card. Of course, Alex doesn't miss the chance to tease and mock Laxus. He takes the card and plays around with it as they go to Makarov's location. Laxus is shouting angrily at him, telling Alex to get him out of the card. But it's just too funny, so there's no way Alex will get him out of there. Breaking the card to free Laxus is easy, but there might not be another chance this can happen again, so Alex just enjoys the moment of Laxus suffering. Meanwhile, Kana is facing Makarov already. She doesn't use naughty tricks like before and just fights Makarov seriously while trying to find openings to escape from Makarov. After all, she respects Makarov and there's no way she'll use her naughty tricks on him in this serious exam. The fight is really intense, but then Makarov suddenly stops the battle because he sees something suddenly glows on Kana's right arm. He quickly checks and asks her about it. Her answer really shocks him and then he decides to let Kana pass. You let her pass just like that? Alex shows up after hiding behind a wall with Erza and the trapped Laxus.
Yeah, how can I not?
She already has the qualification of an S-class, be it power or intelligence. Of course, she still has some shortcomings and is still weaker than Mira in combat. However, her potential is real and someone very important acknowledges that potential.
Someone important?
There's someone whose position can even affect your decision as a guild master?
Who is it?
Alex acts oblivious. The first master of fairy tale, Mavis Vermilion. Makarov decides to promote both Mira and Kana to S-classes. It surprises everyone because this is the first time two mages are promoted to S-class in the same year. Well, there's no rule saying only one person can be promoted at the same exam. Both of them have passed all the trials, so it's only fair if they are promoted. Making a new trial just to select one of them is not fair because it will make this year's exam more difficult than usual, while we always try to make their levels equal each year. Makarov might say that, but the examiners know that there's another reason too. Also, Kana, can you tell us about the mark on your arm? Well, I suddenly got it when I was looking for flags in the previous round. I found something that looks like a grave or an altar maybe. Then when I checked it out, I suddenly heard a girl's voice and this mark suddenly appeared on my arm. It disappeared soon, so I thought I was just hallucinating, but then it appeared again when I fought you, master.
A ghost.
Erza is surprisingly scared when she thinks that the voice that Kana heard was from a ghost. Currently, she is still just a teenage girl with a lot of sides that will change over time. What did the voice say? Makarov ignores Erza, who hides behind Alex, and asks Kana. She told me that I had a lot of magic power and latent potential, but I wasted them because I don't use them correctly. But she could see my genuine spirit before telling me that I will be able to use this spell at its full potential.
Then, the mark appeared.
It glowed for a while before disappearing, and it returned a while ago. Did she tell you what spell that is? Yeah, she told me its name and incantation. I don't even try to remember it, but it is sticking in my head. So what's the name? Erza is still curious, even though she's quite scared of the ghost. Fairy glitter. Gildarts and Laxus frown a bit because they've heard about it before. But Erza and Mira don't know anything about it. Fortunately, Makarov is ready to explain. As I thought, it was fairy glitter.
What's that, master?
Mira asks curiously. Fairy tale has something called 3 great fairy magic. Fairy law, fairy sphere, and fairy glitter. They are created by the first master, and she recorded the instructions to learn them. However, they are not easy to learn. Fairy glitter is especially difficult to learn. It's a very powerful attack spell, but it also uses a lot of magic power to use. So I recommend you to not use it until you have more magic power, and because of its great destructive power, I want you to only use it very carefully. I understand. Kana stiffens up because Makarov is very serious, and it makes her tense. Anyway, the grave that you found must be the first master's grave because it's the only place that looks like an altar in this whole island. The fact that you got fairy glitter there without ever learning about its existence means that it was the first master who gave it to you. So it really was a ghost? The first master's ghost.
I don't know.
Maybe it was a spell she left on herself, so when someone with the potential she required to pass down the spell appeared, she could transfer her knowledge about that spell to that person. It seems like Kana met her requirements because many have visited the grave, but only Kana got it. Well, you still need to learn more about it, so I will allow you to read the notes left by the first master about fairy glitter. The first master has approved you to learn it, so I need to help you. Everyone starts looking at the mark on Kana's arm while wondering just how strong the spell will be when it's used. But of course, they can't tell anything just by looking at the mark on Kana's arm because it just looks like a tattoo. Anyway, because of this, Alex now can confirm that Mavis is always on this island in her ethereal form. He has tried to find her every time he's here, but he can never sense her magic power. It makes him think that either she is really good at hiding her magic power or maybe he can't sense her because she is just a spirit. But he could sense Rubal, another powerful spirit. So the first case is most likely to be the answer, or maybe it's because she still has a body, just that it's being crystallized and her soul is separated from it. Either way, Alex can't even sense her, so he can't confirm which guess is right. Now that the exam is over, they return to their guild. Makarov announces the result to the guild members and of course, it shocks the entire guild when they know 2 people pass the exam and get promoted to S classes. They are surprised because it's never happened before. But they are very happy with it. No one protests because they all believe that their guild master and examiners have made the best decision. Besides, they know that both Kana and Mira are powerful, so it's a very acceptable decision. Everyone in the guild thinks that Mira and Kana deserve this result. So they just celebrate it, and 2 people being promoted mean double the party. They hold a bigger party than usual. After all, they are celebrating 2 people's promotions, so they can't do the party at the usual level. Everything goes normally after that though. The mages do their activities as usual. They take jobs, fight in the guild, get scolded, get drunk, etc. Life continues normally for everyone in the guild, including Alex, obviously. How much is the translation progress, Levy? Alex asks Levy, who joined the guild last year. He has finally gotten closer to her and can ask her help to translate the Nervitz records he found on Nirvana.
Not much.
I'm still rewriting the records. They use words and symbols which make it harder to copy the records on paper. Levy seems tired, but she also seems happy with this task because she enjoys this kind of thing. Wendy actually knows how to read some of the words in the records. Rubal has taught her the Nervitz language, but not completely. That's why she can only read some, but she doesn't know how to read most of them. When Alex asks Levy if she can help him decipher the unknown words a while after the S-class exam, she excitedly accepts it. This is a challenge she'll happily accept, and Alex will even pay her well for this job. But because he wants her to focus on it, her team, the Shadow Gear, can't take any jobs for a while. Levi will still get money from the translating job, but Jet and Droy won't get anything because they don't work. So to help them keep having income while Levi is working for him, Alex brings them to his jobs. Obviously, both of them are excited at first because they are always curious about S-class jobs. But they regret it quickly because it's much more dangerous than they thought, and Alex is a demon who pushes them to their limits. Alex takes a rather easy S-class job, a magic beast subjugation, and he orders them to fight it first. Their target is a lizard man, but it's not a normal lizard man or else it won't be an S-class job. This lizard man is mutated and now can use powerful magic. But its intelligence gets lower in exchange, that's why it only follows its wild instinct and attacks human settlements while normally lizard men tend to avoid humans. No one knows the cause for the mutation, but they don't have time to investigate. Their priority is stopping this dangerous beast. Alex can fight the mutated lizard man alone and kill it quickly because it's not that strong, but he chooses to make Jet and Droy fight it by themselves first. Droy tries to use his plant magic to restrict the lizardman's movement, while Jet tries to attack it from different sides with his high-speed magic. But the lizardman is strong enough to break free from Droy's spells easily, and its scales are too hard for Jet to damage. They are having a hard time fighting it, but Alex keeps forcing them to fight it. He stands back and only gives them advice. He only helps them when they are in danger, though he only blocks the lizardman's physical attacks and powerful water magic using Shikaku's sand, then he makes them fight it again. Alex finally takes over the battle after Jet and Droy are exhausted and can't fight anymore. He shows Droy how to restrict an enemy's movement and even defeat the enemy using Shikaku's sand. He wraps the sand all over the lizardman's body, including its mouth so it can't shoot water beam, and then he tightens the sand wrap to crush the lizardman's body. You can try to imitate that with your plant magic. Though I think your current problem isn't technique, it's power. Seems like I need to train you and take you on more jobs until Levi is done with her job. I'll make sure you are stronger when we finish this. Jet and Droy shiver when they see Alex's demonic smile. They've heard how intense Alex's training is from the others and now they are about to experience it, hell. Jet's and Droy's suffering lasts for a few months. Alex drags them to his jobs very often and he doesn't bring them to easy jobs, but S-class jobs. He also brings Levi sometimes so she can take a break from her translating job. But Jet and Droy suffer the most because the jobs are just too difficult and dangerous for them. They seem to lose some years of their lifespan every time they return from the jobs with Alex, and they seem like they are being dragged into hell every time Alex brings them for a job. They sure look pitiful, but they really have gotten much stronger compared to a few months ago. Their bodies look more toned because Alex often trains their physiques as physical strength is very important for mages and both of them really lack that. Stronger physiques also help them to have more magic power. Their spells are also stronger and their battle skills are better now. After all, they've experienced fighting opponents much stronger than them. Not even once have they ever won against the opponents in the jobs that they do with Alex. S-class opponents are just too strong for them, after all. But Alex keeps making them fight those powerful opponents to their limits, which makes them improve even if they don't want to. They are happy that they get stronger, but the pain they feel is just too much for them. That's why they are very happy when Levi finally finishes translating all the records because it means they don't need to work with Alex again and can just work with their team. Levi has written everything she translated in a book. It took her months to finish because she needed to sort their orders correctly as they were very disheveled. Some parts even lost from many records, so she needed to fill them with some predictions. Her work is so good that Alex wants to pay her more. But he can't because the guild has decided to buy the records, so it will be the guild that pays Levi and Alex will also get money as the discoverer. Kana, Wendy, Carla, and even Meteor will also get some money because they also contributed in finding the records. The reason why Makarov wants to buy the record from them is because the contents are both beneficial and dangerous. There are parts that can help the guild members get stronger, but there are also dangerous parts that can threaten people's lives if used wrongly. It's not that Makarov doesn't believe Alex to keep the records. He knows that Alex can keep it well protected. But it's much safer to keep it in the guild's library. Also, he wants to use the parts that can strengthen the guild members to help them get stronger, and Alex agrees with that. So before they put the book in the library, they sort the contents. They put just the good parts in a different book and put that book in the open library. While the real book that contains all the records is kept in a safe. Alex obviously has access to the full version as the discoverer. But even he isn't allowed to copy it because there's always a risk of the copy being lost and found by irresponsible people. So he can only read the book in the safe room. The record actually contains some historical information like about the Nirvat tribe and some historical events at that time. It also contains the method to build Nirvana, which is the most dangerous part. But there are some useful parts in there. They can learn some good manufacturing methods from Nirvana's construction, and the method to absorb magic power from the land is also very useful. Alex especially wants to learn this method, that's his reason to take all those records. There are also some ancient spells that the Nervit tribe used. Some of them are not complete, but they still can be used as references to help the mages improve their magic. These things can benefit the whole guild, that's why Alex agrees to sell the records to the guild instead of using it alone. He only needs the magic power absorption method anyway, so the other parts are not useful for him, but they will be useful for his guildmates. The problem is, Alex isn't smart enough to learn the method by himself. Besides, this method is for machines, not mages. So he needs to convert the absorption method to be usable by humans, which he can't do with his low-capacity brain. Fortunately, he has someone with a good brain to help him all the time. As usual, it's Matatabi who actually learns everything for Alex. Then she'll teach it to him like teaching a 3-year-old. So Alex doesn't actually need to learn and solve the problem. He can just leave it to Matatabi while he does his usual activities. It's the advantage of having a great team that always stays with him. Still, learning the method and making it usable for humans isn't easy even for Matatabi. She isn't exactly a magic researcher nor an expert who learns many types of magic. Actually, magic is still a rather foreign object for her, even if it's rather similar to chakra and jutsu. Fortunately, she and the tailed beasts have a chakra absorption method that now becomes a magic power absorption method. So what she needs to do is add the concepts of Nirvana's magic absorption method to their method to increase its effect. Slowly, Alex's magic power absorption skill gets more effective and efficient. The increase in effect isn't significant in the beginning, but just getting a bit more is already great because the accumulation will still be higher than usual. Matatabi says there are still parts she can't apply on their method right away. She needs more time to integrate those parts, and once she succeeds, the effect will be much greater. She just needs time to understand more, and it's not a problem for Alex. Anyway, a big event happens this year. Gildarts finally takes the 100 Years quest. Originally, he should have taken it last year at X781, but he was worried about Kana because he knew the quest might take years to finish. Then when Kana gets promoted to S-class, his worries are gone. She is strong enough to not make him worry about her. But he still needs to make sure about that, so he follows her as she takes S-class jobs and trains her again for a few months. Now that he's really sure she will be fine, Gildarts finally takes the 100 Years quest. Everyone in the guild wishes him luck before he leaves for the job. Alex knows it will be a very dangerous job even for Gildarts, so he tells the old man to return alive no matter what. Remember what you always told us, old man. Don't let your pride get ahead of you and get you killed. We'd rather have you back alive and depressed than dead. Better be alive than dead if you end up failing. Anyway, right? Alex reminds Gildarts before he leaves. You say as if I will surely fail, kid. Well, no one succeeds after more than a century. So I'll say your chance is slim too, and being alone will surely make it much harder. A quest that still goes on even after more than a century. That means the opponent is still there even after a century. It can be one or some long-living monsters that maybe are at the levels of dragons to make the job this difficult, or maybe it's a nation or a powerful organization that still stands strong even after more than a century. Either way, I don't believe there's only one opponent, and they are not opponents that can be defeated alone no matter how strong we are. That's why I say your priority here is just staying alive. At the very least, we'll know more about this quest and prepare to clear it in the future after we get stronger. Alex is very serious about this because things have changed with his interruptions on many things. So he isn't sure if Gildarts will still return alive from this quest, and the only thing he can do to increase Gildarts' survival chance is by telling what he just says. He is right, Gildarts. No one has ever returned alive from this job. So even just returning alive will already prove that you can do better than them. Also, as Alex says, failing but alive is better than failing but dead. Makarov really agrees with Alex. Isn't that obvious, Master? Shouldn't you say it's better than succeeding but dead? What kind of success is that? Can you even call that a success if you are dead? How do you even know that you succeed if you are dead? You can only know the result if you are alive to witness it. Alex tilts his head because he thinks that it's an obvious thing. Sacrificing oneself to protect their loved ones is something that even Alex will do, but he won't call it a success. The real success is when they can do it without dying. After all, there is always a chance that something worse happens after their death and they won't be there to do anything about it, so it will just be another failure.
Fair point.
Alright, I'll stay alive no matter what. I still want to see my daughter's face too. If you don't return alive, then I'll marry Macau. Kana says it teasingly. I'll definitely return alive to make sure that won't happen. Gildarts looks at Macau menacingly with a murderous gaze. I don't even plan to do that. Macau shivers in fear as he hides behind Wakaba. Anyway, Gildarts finally leaves to do the 100 years quest after promising he'll return alive. This is such a big event this year, but there's another event that Alex has been waiting for longer than this, Lysana's death. Lysana's death is something that has been bugging Alex's mind ever since Mira gets promoted to S-Class. After all, he doesn't know the exact time this event will happen. He only knows it will happen when Mira is already in S-Class. As for the time, he only knows it happens 2 years before the main story starts on X784, so it should happen this year, on X782. But he doesn't know the exact time, only the reason why it happens, which is an S-Class job, a subjugation of a powerful beast that Elfman takes over later. So Alex has been looking at every S-Class job that's posted in the guild to make sure he doesn't miss it when that job is posted. Then, it's finally being posted a few weeks after Gildarts left for the 100 years quest. Alex doesn't do anything to that job though, and he doesn't even take any jobs after that job is posted. He lets it there until Mira takes it. When she takes that job, he also takes a job that's located near the Strauss S-Class job. His job is also a subjugation job, the most common type of S-Class jobs. But his subjugation target is a dark guild. They aren't Zerif worshippers though, just a dark guild full of dangerous criminals who do all kinds of illegal jobs. Their base is located near Myra's job's location, in the exact same direction. But the Dark Guild's base is located further from the King of Beasts' location. So Alex can follow the Strauss siblings' route and they won't be suspicious. Alex actually could prevent them from taking that job, but he prefers to let them do it. Of course, he wants to save Lysana because he doesn't know if she will survive like in the story because many things have changed now. However, he also doesn't want to take the siblings' chance to grow, especially Elfman. After all, that King of Beasts' soul is very powerful. This is a chance for Elfman to get such a powerful soul for his transformation. But that doesn't mean he wants to harm them, that's why he follows them secretly. Besides, he also wants to see if his actions so far can change the bad fates. He has helped the siblings get stronger by training with them many times and giving them advice, so he wants to see if everything he did has any effects. Alex's team is moving far behind Myra's team, so the siblings don't know that his team is behind them. Even his teammates, Wendy, Carla, and Meteor don't know that they are on the same route with Myra's team. With Alex's great tracking skill, following the siblings from a very far distance is not a difficult task. He can see their footsteps clearly and know what they were doing just by looking at their faint footsteps. After a rather long journey, Alex's team finally arrives on the town that requests for the beast subjugation job. Alex's team decides to spend the night there because it's almost dark and they are surprised to meet the Strauss siblings there. Well, Alex isn't surprised at all obviously, but he needs to fake it. Elfman asks why they are here, so Alex tells him that their job is located near the next town, so they have the same route.
A dark guild subjugation, huh?
Isn't that too dangerous for Wendy, Carla, and Meteor? Lysana looks worried. It's a dangerous job without a doubt. But do you know that these three have done more S-Class jobs than any of you? Alex smirks at Mira, making her fuming. They forget that Alex often brings these three on his S-Class jobs even before Mira becomes an S-Class. Technically, the three kids have finished more S-Class jobs than the Strauss siblings even though Alex did most of the work in those jobs.
Ugh, no need to rub it, man.
Elfman feels defeated. Well, good luck on your job. We'll stay here for a while to make some preparations, so you can ask for our help anytime. Alex waves at them while leaving with a smirk, making Mira even more pissed. Alex's team really prepares things in that town like supplies and getting information about their target. But Alex also keeps observing the Strauss siblings from afar to make sure he won't miss them when they finally go to fight the beast. As he expected, the Strauss siblings go to fight the beast right away that night. They don't even rest first even though they've just traveled a very long distance. The fatigue from their long trip might also be a factor of their failure in the story. You three, can you stay in the hotel by yourself tonight? I have a bad feeling about the Strauss siblings' job. They don't even rest and go to do their job right away even though they must be tired. Even I won't do that because fighting a powerful opponent when you're not at full power is dangerous. I need to make sure they will be fine, so wait for me in the hotel.
We understand.
Please return safely with them. Wendy agrees right away because she knows that it really can be dangerous. Alex always makes sure they are at full power before starting their job. They always rest and eat properly so they'll have full energy when they fight. There was a time when they disobeyed Alex on this matter and they almost got into a big trouble, but thankfully Alex was there, so now they never disobey him when working. After sending the kids to the hotel, Alex leaves to follow the Strauss siblings. He tracks them and finally finds them in the rocky valley. They are already fighting the beast that actually is stronger than Alex thought. It actually has more magic power than Mira at full power, and as a beast, its physical power is undoubtedly strong. Now Alex can understand why Elfman can't control this beast for a long time. While the trauma of killing Lysana also affects it, the power of this beast is also a big factor in that. A strong beast like this obviously has a strong will, and even when its power is reduced after its soul is being taken over, it will still put up a very strong fight. Alex hides and watches the siblings fight the beast. They really are having a hard time fighting it. Their fatigue really affects their power, as he has thought. They can't use their 100% power, after all. Also, the beast is very tough and durable. Their attacks don't injure it as much as they should be. Its body is really tough and it must have a good magic resistance, so their spells are causing less damage. It's called the King of Monsters for a reason. While it doesn't seem to be able to use magical attacks, its physical power is truly monstrous. Its enormous magic power must have been used to enhance its physical power. That's why its body is very tough and its physical strength is very high while it can't use magical attacks. Eventually, the beast overpowers them because currently, the only one who can really put up a fight against it is Mira. But even she can't cause significant damage to its tough body, and she is also not in full power because of her fatigue. Then just like in the story, the three of them run out of magic power and their takeover magic wears off. Mira lasts the longest, but she alone can't handle the beast and she also runs out of magic power soon. As she is the last to fight it and as the one who injures it the most, the beast is the most enraged at her. So it targets her immediately when she falls on her knees after running out of power. Its injuries don't seem to hinder its movements that much, showing how tough this beast is. Then suddenly, Elfman jumps toward the beast as it walks toward his sister. He tackles it even when he isn't transformed, and before the beast can attack him, he uses his takeover magic on it to capture its soul. The beast has gotten weak, so Elfman can take over its body and soul immediately. But because he himself is also very weak now with very low magic power, he can't fully control the beast after taking over its body and soul. Elfman merges with the beast and transforms into it. But because the beast is still stronger than him, it becomes the one in control of the body. It starts rampaging again because it just follows its beastly instinct. Elfman still tries to fight it, but its instinct makes it want to destroy anything and kill anyone in sight. Mira can only watch helplessly as Elfman loses control. She knows he tries to save her by taking over that beast, and it makes her feel even more miserable. Then suddenly, the uncontrolled Elfman sets his sight on her again. The beast still has a very deep grudge against her who injured it the most. So it moves to attack her, but suddenly, Lysana stands in front of the uncontrolled Elfman to stop him. Obviously, he won't listen because he isn't in control. The beast Elfman raises his hand and swings it very strongly at Lysana. Mira screams in horror, telling Lysana to move away, but Lysana is already too tired to move fast enough. Bam! The beast Elfman's attack lands, but not on Lysana. A dark-skinned hand catches the beast's big hand and stops it right before it hits Lysana. Alex suddenly appears in front of Lysana and stops the uncontrolled Elfman's attack. Good grief, why do I always need to take care of your mess even when I have my own job to do? When he stops the beast Elfman's attack, Alex can feel that while it's very strong, if it really hits Lysana, it might really kill her now if she gets hit in a vital spot. But Alex can tell that its attack is weaker than before it gets taken over by Elfman. A take over mage's power depends on their own power. The creature's power doesn't contribute much to it after being taken over. Mages only get the creature's abilities, not their basic stats like the amount of magic power and physical power. Though they will receive boosts in stats, the boosts still depend on their own basic stats, and whether or not they have sufficient magic power to fuel the boosts. If they are weak, they won't instantly become very powerful just because they take over a powerful creature. On the other hand, if a strong mage takes over a weak creature, then he'll still be strong even when transforming into that creature. In the end, it all depends on the mage's power. That's why while the current Elfman can take over the beast, he still can't use its full power. Thanks to that, the beast Elfman is weaker than the real beast because Elfman takes over its body and soul. Because of that, it becomes easier for Alex to fight the beast Elfman. Though he needs to make sure that he doesn't use too much power and injure Elfman too badly. The best way to defeat the beast Elfman now is by weakening him enough that he'll return to his human form. Stand back, Lysana. I'll take care of this. Don't hurt him too much, please. Lysana pleads as she moves back. A real man shouldn't be afraid of some beatings, right? Alex fights the beast Elfman without transforming into any of the tailed beasts. Both the beast and Elfman have gotten weak before merging into one. So right now the transformed elfman is also in a weak state and Alex has enough power to fight him without transforming. Are you really going to let that beast control you, elfman? Can you still call yourself a real man when you can't even control yourself? Is your mind so weak that you lose its control against a mindless beast? Alex keeps calling out to Elfman while dodging and deflecting the uncontrolled Elfman's attacks. The beast Elfman is fast, but his attacks are very predictable because as the beast is the one in control, all of his moves are purely based on instinct. But the enhanced physical power Elfman gets from the beast is great, that's why Alex prefers to dodge and deflect his attacks instead of blocking. Also, each time he deflects the beast Elfman's attacks, Alex also absorbs a little bit of Elfman's magic power. By absorbing Elfman's magic power little by little, he can weaken Elfman slowly while hoping that Elfman can regain the control of his own body. But it seems the beast's soul power is still too strong for the current Elfman to beat because he can't gain control even until he passes out and returns to his human form. Is he okay? Mira asks weakly. Yeah, just exhausted. Alex picks Elfman up onto his shoulder, then he walks toward Mira who is supported to stand by Lysana. I have a lot of things to talk to you, but we can't do that now. So let's return to the town. Wendy will take care of your injuries, but don't say anything that will make her worry. Alex looks angry, and Mira can only look down guiltily without saying anything. Lysana also understands why Alex is angry, and she also can't say anything to defend themselves. This almost becomes a disaster, after all, so his anger is understandable. They leave the valley and return to the town. But when they are just about to leave, Alex feels something strange in the sky. The surrounding magic power is acting strangely, as if being sucked into nothingness. His magic sensitivity is very high now, so he can feel the changes of magic power in his surroundings. Mira and Lysana don't feel anything because their magic senses aren't as sensitive as him, so they don't feel anything. That must be the anima that's supposed to suck the weakened Lysana to Idolos along with the magic power in this area. Good thing I managed to save her so nothing happens to her. After all, I can't guarantee that she'll stay alive when she gets hit by the uncontrolled Elfman after all the changes I made. She might really die when she gets sucked by the anima, unlike in the story. Everything that Alex did to change the story must have consequences. So he needs to take responsibility and anticipate the events that must be affected by his actions, especially the events that involve his friends and family. I don't know if my presence and activities here also affect Idolos. I sure hope that Idolos is affected positively even if the chance is almost zero because I'm not there. But I sure hope that there is a chance no matter how slight it is because I hope that Idolos Lysana won't die. For Alex, Earthland Lysana's life is surely more important than Idolos Lysana. But he also has a hope that Idolos Lysana won't die. It might be greedy, but he really wants everyone important to him in this life to be safe and happy, even their other versions. Well, there's nothing he can do about Idolos now, so he needs to focus on what's in front of him. Earthland Lysana is safe now and doesn't get transferred to Idolos. Mira and Elfman should also be fine because their little sister doesn't die. Anyway, they return to the hotel and Alex immediately asks Wendy to heal the injured siblings. They get healed quickly thanks to Wendy's healing magic that has gotten much better now that her base power has grown a lot too. Still, Wendy's healing magic can only heal physical injuries. Elfman is still unconscious, but he'll be fine and Lysana is also fine now even though she is very tired. Mira is fine physically after being healed, but she is in a very low spirit and keeps looking down sadly. Alex knows that she feels very guilty about what happened to her younger siblings. Elfman takes over a creature that's too strong for him because he wanted to save her. But he couldn't control it and if Alex wasn't there to stop him, he would have hurt Lysana. Follow me. Let's have a talk. Alex asks Mira to follow him and she nods obediently. They go to the rooftop without the hotel's permission, but it doesn't really matter because this is the only place they can have privacy here. I won't say anything about what happened in your job and what mistakes you made because I'm sure you already know even without me telling you anything. That's why I'm sure you also know how disappointed I am at you, Mira. How many times have you heard me saying that we always need to prepare as much as we can? But it seems you have forgotten that advice and chose to do the job without even resting properly first. Even if you weren't that tired, fighting an S-class threat without your full power was plain stupid. Besides, your younger siblings are not you, they aren't S-class mages yet, so don't expect them to be like you. Myra's tears flow down her cheeks, but Alex still needs to scold her because that's what she needs now. If he just lets her be, then she will be depressed alone instead. At least by scolding her, she will know that he cares about her and her siblings, so sometimes a scolding is necessary. Also, didn't you hear what I say to Gildarts before he left for that 100 years quest? Don't let your pride get the better of you, prioritize your life, and retreat if it's impossible to win because your life is the most important. But you just kept pushing yourself even when your team clearly couldn't defeat that beast at your condition.
What's your reason?
The pride of an S-class? The pride of an older sister? Or maybe because you don't want to lose to Erza? Are they more important than your siblings, Mira? Weren't your siblings your reason for being strong and always working hard? Have you forgotten what's most important to you? Then why did you keep competing with Erza over everything until you end up taking a job that's too hard for your team?
I'm sorry.
Myra's tears flow even stronger, but she cries silently while sitting on the floor. Alex sighs and crouches in front of Mira before patting her head to console her a bit. Our jobs are dangerous, that's why we need to be careful so we can return safely. I have seen many deaths in my life and I'm sure you too. But no matter how many times I see it, I'll never get used to it, and the last thing I want to see is my loved one's death. Neither I or anyone in the guild want to see yours or your siblings' death, Mira. I'd rather see you fail but alive than dead, and if anyone blames you for it, then you better believe that I will be the first person who'll make them regret what they say, even if it's the king. So never take your jobs too lightly again because your lives are important to us. Alex knows this event will change Mira even if Lysana doesn't die. But because of that, he hopes that Mira won't give up being a mage and try to get stronger instead. Her power will be important in the future when many dangers come at them. If she can be that strong even after stopping for 2 years, then she would be much stronger if she keeps growing. The future might be more dangerous now with all the changes, that's why every bit of their growth is important, but for now, Alex is just glad that this whole thing goes according to his plan. Elfman wakes up the next day, but the siblings wait for another day to return to Magnolia. He still needs to recover his strength, after all. Mira keeps apologizing to her younger siblings and they have a good talk that finally lifts her spirit again. Alex's team leaves to do their job to subjugate a dark guild after making sure the siblings are fine. Now that he has succeeded at preventing Lysana's death, Alex can finally focus on his job without any worry. Subjugating dark guilds is a common job for Alex and it's actually his favorite, especially if they are Zerif worshipper guilds. He likes destroying those maniacs and they also usually have more magic power for him to absorb compared to magic beasts. Furthermore, if he is lucky, he will find valuables in their stashes like money, jewelry, or even magic books, increasing his profit even more. That's why while it's riskier than magic beast subjugation, it's also more profitable. But he makes sure to only take the job if he's sure his team can defeat the targeted dark guilds. That's why he needs to get information about them even before taking the jobs. He doesn't want to risk his team's life, after all. His team often takes dark guild subjugation jobs though, so they are used to it and already have proper strategies to defeat the dark guilds. The strategy that they use the most is for Alex to solo the dark guilds after being buffed by Wendy. After finding their base, Wendy will buff Alex with all of her buff spells. Then Alex will transform into Shikaku and make a powerful sand dome to protect Wendy, Carla, and Meteor. He will also add Shikaku's seals to strengthen the sand dome even further so no one can break it. Wendy can even strengthen the sand dome, so its defense is really high. They have tested it and even Gildarts couldn't break the dome right away, even with his crush magic. Shikaku's seal and Wendy's magic buff are stopping crush magic's effect quite well, although only for a few times. But that's enough to show its defensive ability because Gildarts' crush magic can break almost everything, including spells. Spells of equal level with it can stop it, so the sand dome shield is almost at an equal level with Gildarts' crush magic. Anyway, after protecting the kids with the sand dome shield, Alex will transform into whatever form he wants and attack the dark guild alone. With the kids protected, he can rampage as much as he wants without any care. As long as there's no hostage in the dark guild's base, he can just destroy everything. He can collect the material things like money or treasures later after defeating the dark mages. But he will fight carefully if there are hostages in the bases. Fortunately, there are no innocent people in the base of their current target. Alex has surveyed the whole base that looks like a haunted mansion in the middle of the forest using Shikaku's sand eye. So he can just fight without any worries, which will make this easier. He chooses to transform into Mini Saiken, the six-tailed slug. Alex shows up in front of the Dark Guild's base openly. He just walks there nonchalantly, attracting their attention with his unusual appearance. What's that?
Such a strange beast.
Hey, it's coming here. Let's capture it. That kind of strange beast must be expensive. The two guards see Mini Saiken's unusual appearance and immediately think of getting profit from selling a rare beast. They have done many illegal jobs including smuggling many kinds of creatures, so they can tell if a creature is valuable or not. None of them has ever seen a creature like Saiken, so they know they will get a lot of money from selling the slug to collectors. That is if they can even capture the transformed Alex with their puny strength. The two guards rush toward Alex while preparing their spells. But then Alex suddenly shoots 4 whitish liquid balls at them. The 2 balls on the front hit their magic circles, destroying them, while the 2 at the back hit their feet. When the whitish liquid balls hit their feet, the 2 guards' feet suddenly stick on the ground and they fall on their faces because of their running momentum. The whitish liquid ball is a very sticky liquid that's stronger than any glue. Alex drops more of the sticky liquid at their bodies, so they can't move to fight again. He leaves their head though, so they still can breathe and scream for help. Their screams attract their guild mates' attention and all of them rush out of their base. The dark mages see their 2 wet guild mates get pinned on the ground by 2 of Alex's tails. He is absorbing their magic power until they pass out because they've done their job at calling their comrades out of their hiding. Good, you finally show up, so I don't need to look for you now.
Alex grins.
It talks. The dark mages are surprised to hear the strange beast talks. Alex doesn't give them a chance and shoots a massive amount of sticky liquid to the sky from his mouth. The sticky liquid he shoots then becomes a rain that falls upon all of them. A few of them who are quick-witted immediately try to block the rain with magic because they know it will be dangerous. But they are speechless when nothing happens to the ones who don't protect themselves and get wetted by the rain. Until they find out that no one can move. Even those who manage to block the rain are caught by the sticky liquid that spreads on the ground. Alex can actually control the liquid he releases to move as he pleases, and he controls the spreading sticky liquid to wrap the dark mages' bodies. Now no one can move, and before they can do anything to repel the sticky liquid, Alex moves fast to knock them down. Even though he is a slug, Saiken can actually move very fast, utilizing his liquid that he can control freely and make it slippery so he can slide. Alex uses that technique to slide toward the dark mages. He knocks them over so they'll fall and stick flatly on the ground. He hits them quite hard with his tails that knock out some of them. Then he absorbs their magic power to weaken them greatly and knock them all out. By absorbing their magic power to the lowest amount possible that won't kill them, Alex can make sure they won't fight back until he can hand them over to the Magic Council because they will need a long time to recover their magic power. His fast and decisive actions are the keys to his success in his S-class jobs. Alex rarely gives his opponents chances to attack him, especially when he goes against many people at once. He might fight them properly if there are only some or even just one of them, but it all depends on the situation too. Right now, he only takes this job as an excuse to follow the Strauss siblings and save them. He has succeeded in that, so he wants to quickly get done with this and go back to Magnolia. These dark mages are also not powerful enough to entertain him anyway, so he won't waste his time. It takes a while for the Magic Council's law enforcement squad to arrive with their airship to take the captured dark mages. Alex often deals with them because he takes Dark Guild subjugation jobs quite often, so he knows the procedures and can finish everything quickly. Alex's team finally returns to Magnolia and finds the Strauss siblings have arrived safely. The siblings also have reported what happened to Makarov, so he calls Alex to his office right when Alex's team arrives. Makarov just wants to know the details because the siblings were too tired to tell all the details and Mira was in a very low spirit, so they couldn't speak properly for too long. That's why Makarov chose to wait for Alex. Alex explains everything that happened from his point of view. Now Makarov can understand everything and he is very thankful for Alex. It really could end up badly if Alex wasn't there. From the siblings and your explanation, it seems like the quest's danger was downplayed by the requester or they didn't know that the target was that strong. The second case seems to be more possible because they are just civilians, so their knowledge about magic beasts is limited. Yeah, that's why we are the ones who always need to be selective and careful about the jobs we take. We need to make sure everyone thinks that their jobs can be more dangerous than what's described. The adults mostly think like that, it's the young ones that often underestimate their jobs. They should be more aware now because of this incident, but I'll still do something about it. Anyway, this problem is over and everyone is safe. Alex is very relieved now and the only thing left to anticipate this year is the S-Class exam because Mystogan should be promoted to S-Class this year. What happened in her job still changes Mira even though Lisana is still here. She can't help but keep thinking of the worst-case scenario that could happen that time if Alex wasn't there. The sight of Lisana being hit by the uncontrolled elfman keeps appearing in her mind for a few days. Mira is in very low spirit after returning from that job. She doesn't show up in the guild for a few days and stays in the dorm all the time. Elfman and Lisana are in good condition now, and they reassure the others that Mira is fine. She just needs some time alone. Then a few days later, Mira finally shows up in the guild, with a new look. Everyone's jaw drops when they see Mira wearing more feminine clothes. She wears a simple light blue one-piece dress with a long skirt and her hair is untied. This surely surprises everyone who always sees her in her tomboy gothic outfits. Even Alex is surprised because he didn't think that Mira would already change herself like this. She looks more like how she would be in the original story if Lysana was gone. But she doesn't look exactly like that now, and looks more like someone who tries to change to be more mature. Her tomboy side is still there, but Alex can already imagine how she'll look if she becomes exactly like herself in the story. After entering the guild, Mira immediately approaches Alex, who sits on the bar with Makarov. She just stands beside him and looks at him for a while without saying anything, which makes the situation quite awkward. "Oi kid, say something." Son Goku can't bear the silence. "Huh? What are you saying?" Alex asks stupidly. "She wants to hear your opinion about her new look. Just tell her that she looks good." Matatabi sighs and feels that she has failed at raising Alex. Alex can feel that the tailed beasts are kind of blaming him for something he doesn't know he's being guilty of. But they usually know more than him, so he just follows their advice.
Been a while, Mira. That's a cute dress.
You look really good in it." Mira smiles before sitting on the chair beside Alex, which surprises him because now he knows that just as the tailed beast said, she was waiting for him to compliment her look. He still doesn't understand why she even wants that though. But the others in the guild understand, and it just makes their jaws drop even lower. They didn't expect that Mira would change this much in just a few days. This might be the most mind-blowing thing that's ever happened in the last few years. Alex, are you free tonight?" Mira asks while blushing, making everyone's jaw break through the floor. I plan to prepare some stuff for a job tomorrow."
"Why? Idiot."
"You should say you are free." The tailed beasts somehow shout the same thing at Alex without any brief. The others in the guild also seem to have the same opinion as the tailed beasts, but they can only shout in their minds. Then, as they've expected, Mira looks dejected after Alex says that, so the tailed beasts quickly tells him to fix it. Well, it won't take long because I've made most of the preparations. So I can spare some time. Do you need something from me tonight?" Alex repeats what the tailed beasts tell him to say. It's nothing grand. I just want to treat you to dinner as a thanks for your help. But it's fine if you can't tonight, I can treat you another time."
"Oh, so that's what you mean."
Alex wants to say that it's fine, but the tailed beasts quickly shout at him to stop. "Don't say that it's fine, and she doesn't need to treat you or whatever you want to say."
Shikaku quickly stops Alex.
"Just accept her invitation. She has put up her courage to ask you, so it's impolite to refuse her. Also, try to think if you are in her position. Won't you be disappointed if you try to show your gratitude to someone but they refuse it?" Matatabi explains it with her motherly tone as usual. It's good, I can free my time for dinner. I've finished most of my preparations anyway. There won't be much to do tonight." Alex quickly revises his words, making everyone feel relieved. So that night, Alex has dinner with Mira. He almost brings Meteor with him, but the tailed beasts scold him again while sighing in disbelief. So he comes alone and even dresses properly after the tailed beasts told him to. His stupid self even thinks that Mira will come with her siblings, so he is surprised when she waits alone in their meeting place. If not for the tailed beasts again, he will ask why Elfman and Lysana aren't there. The tailed beasts keep guiding him on what to do and say the whole time like complimenting Myra's dress and even sets the chair for her. He really acts like a gentleman, although none of his actions are his own initiative. Well, at least that makes Mira happy, although the tailed beasts feel tired for being Alex's dating assistants. It feels more frustrating for them when they know that Alex doesn't realize that this is a date. He really thinks that this is purely Myra's way of thanking him. After all, both of them mostly talk about that incident, and Mira also keeps asking for his advice about what she should do from now on. But he doesn't realize that she is asking for his advice so that she can have excuses to get closer to him by training with him and asking for more advice in the future. Alex always ridicules dense MC in stories, but he himself is just as dense. Well, even if Alex isn't dense, he will not take this too seriously. He will think that what Mira feels might be temporary. She might not actually fall for him. It's just because he was there for her at her lowest time, and it makes her think he is very reliable for now. Her feelings might be temporary, like an impulse, and it might change after a while. The tailed beasts know it might be the case, but they want Alex to take this chance. Alex is like their kid because they basically raise him and they want him to live like normal people by experiencing romance. He never shows any romantic interest in others. He just keeps thinking of getting stronger and protecting his loved ones using his knowledge about the story. But the tailed beasts think he forgets to pursue his own happiness. That's why they want him to take this chance while he has it. Even if it doesn't work, it can be a valuable experience for him. Their lives here are tied to Alex, and a human's life won't be that long. So they want to get the best out of their few decades here, and they want Alex to also live to his fullest here. As the tailed beasts have thought, Mira keeps trying to get closer to Alex. She will often ask for his advice and join his training. She even learns how to cook and will sometimes bring the result of her cooking in their training. Though they are surprised that her feelings don't seem to change even after months. She even becomes more feminine, calmer, and brighter. She stops using foul language, stops fighting with Erza. Both girls actually get closer very quickly, which is surprising. Mira has become very mature too, as she often stops and scolds those who fight when Erza isn't there to do it. She will even scold Makarov, and her demon self sometimes still shows up when she scolds her guild mates. Slowly, she becomes the guild's mother like how she is in the story. But unlike in the story, Mira is still working as a mage. She keeps getting stronger and taking jobs, although she becomes much more careful with the jobs she takes now. Against her enemies, she will turn back into Mirajane the demon. But with her friends, she will become Mirajane the angel. Alex is happy with this result, although his dumb brain still doesn't catch Myra's advance on him. Well, he can't think about it too much anyway because now his focus is on Elfman's problem. Just like in the story, Elfman still can't control the beast that he took over that time. He also has a trauma for almost killing his sister that makes him unable to transform into full forms properly. Fortunately, he only can't transform into the beast because of his fear of losing control again. He still can transform into the other beast transformations he has and still can take over other beasts if he wants. Right now, Alex is trying to help Elfman get over his fear and control the beast. He always brings Elfman to train together when they don't work because Alex finds out that Elfman's problem is his insufficient power and lack of confidence that he can control the beast. So Alex's solution is by making Elfman stronger. If he gets much stronger, he will gain the power and confidence to defeat the beast's soul. That's why he keeps training Elfman when he can, and without his realization, the time for the S-Class exam is finally here. Idolas Jalal, also known as Mystogan, is the one who's supposed to be promoted to S-Class this year. So Alex isn't surprised when he is chosen as a candidate, but it's surprising that he is the only candidate for this year's S-Class exam. Well, the other potential S-Class have retired from the guild because of their ages. Some of them are still not too old, but they retire because they start families and want to avoid danger. So it leaves the young ones who aren't strong enough to be S-Class yet. Though it might be wrong to call the young ones weak because the only old S-Class now is Gildarts, while there are 5 young S-Class mages in the guild. So it's more that the guild simply has promoted almost all of their S-Class potentials and only Mystogan is left now. The younger mages like Natsu, Gray, Wendy, Elfman, etc. will still need a few years to reach S-Class levels. So now there's only Mystogan that fits the criteria of an S-Class mage. Because they only have one candidate, Makarov only chooses Laxus and Alex as examiners. Both of them are more experienced than Erza, Mira, and Kana as examiners because they were promoted earlier and Gildarts isn't here, so only both of them are available. Then, because there's only one candidate, Makarov only prepares one trial for the exam. Usually, the early rounds were to sort the candidates, a kind of qualifying round. The real test is the last trial, and because Mystogan is alone, they don't need to sort the candidates again and can just do the real test. It's also more effective to just do one test that's really hard and can show the candidate's real potential. Mystogan's test is called the Cat and Mouse Trial. He is the mouse while Alex and Laxus are the cats that will hunt him. He will be hunted by Alex and Laxus for a whole day and he needs to survive to pass the test. Of course, Alex and Laxus have handicaps. They are wearing bells on their wrists, feet, and waists that will ring whenever they move. The bells will alert Mystogan every time Alex and Laxus are close, but it still won't be easy to face 2 S-classes even with such handicaps. This trial's difficulty is the same as some trials being merged into one. After all, each year's exam is equally difficult to make them fair. Their arena is the whole island, so they are free to move anywhere for a whole day. Mystogan is given 15 minutes to move first and the cats will move after that 15 minutes is over. The trial starts when the cats start moving, so Mystogan can find a good hiding spot and prepare strategies in that short 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, Alex and Laxus start moving to hunt Mystogan while Makarov stays in the camp. Laxus is rushing while Alex just walks slowly because they have plenty of time. Alex is looking for Mystogan's traces in the forest while also trying to sense him. Mystogan doesn't have inner magic power as someone from Idolas. But the magic items he uses have quite a lot of magic power that Alex can sense and he already knows how they feel like. Looking for Mystogan isn't really a problem for Alex because even though Mystogan tries to hide his traces, Alex can still see them clearly with his high-level hunting skills. The problem is the bells on his body. They are really annoying because they keep ringing every time Alex moves. His ears are very sensitive, so the bells sound very loud in his ears and he needs to bear it for a whole day. Not long after he starts his hunt, Alex senses Mystogan's magic items. Mystogan is still very far from him, but his keen magic sense can already sense those magic items. If this is a normal hunt, Alex will quickly go there to fight. But the purpose of this trial is to see Mystogan's ability to handle pressure for a long period, which also tests his endurance, strategic skill, power, and even patience. So Alex doesn't really need to rush at Mystogan. He can do other things that pressure the guy because the purpose isn't to fight and defeat Mystogan. Alex transforms his right arm into Isabu's arm and raises it to the sky. A big blue magic circle appears high above the forest and water starts gathering below the magic circle. It attracts everyone's attention because it can be seen from all sides of this island. All of them know that it must be Alex's spell. Makarov and Laxus think that Alex has found Mystogan, but Mystogan is confused because Alex hasn't found him yet. At least that's what he thought until suddenly, numerous water bullets are shot from the giant water ball that floats in the sky. The water bullets are flying at high speeds toward him from a very far distance, much to his surprise. Mystogan runs away to dodge the powerful water bullets that can pierce through the trees easily. He keeps running while making a magic shield to defend against the water bullet rain that keeps chasing him. The water bullets are so strong that he has a hard time stopping them with his magic shield. They can even break his shield after a while, forcing him to keep running instead of trying to defend. He runs while trying to locate Alex using his magic item. But he can't find Alex in his searching radius at all. Instead of Alex, he senses Laxus entering his detection range. Alex's attack makes Laxus find his location too, so now he'll also need to face Laxus. To his surprise, Alex's attack suddenly stops when Laxus gets closer to him. Alex doesn't want to gang up on Mystogan with Laxus, so he stops to let Laxus attack Mystogan. For Alex, it's better to keep pressuring Mystogan all the time until the trial is over to truly test him than just attacking strongly in the beginning. He can sense that Laxus is attacking Mystogan now. But the fight doesn't last long as Mystogan can quickly escape from Laxus. He is really smart and can find a way to escape from Laxus rather quickly without spending too much magic power in the fight. Alex tries to find Mystogan with his senses again without moving around too much. He actually uses this chance to train his senses. The tailed beasts say that if he trains his senses well enough, he can detect everything that happens in this whole island. That's why he trains his senses, especially his magic sense. It is very useful in almost all of his jobs because he can sense his enemy's presence and estimating their power so he can prepare the best strategy to fight them. Now, in this exam, Alex will attack Mystogan from a very far distance every time he senses the guy. It really makes Mystogan flustered every time Alex attacks because Mystogan can't find Alex's location with any detection spell he can use. Then because of Alex's attacks, Laxus will find Mystogan's position, so Mystogan can't rest at all. Alex can even find him when he hides deep in a cave and the attack will come from the ground instead of the sky in that situation. This trial is very stressful for Mystogan because of Alex. Even hunting and closing anima portals was never this stressful. It's all because Alex almost doesn't give him time to rest during the test. It's not just Mystogan who can't rest because of Alex. Laxus, who relies on Alex's attacks to find Mystogan, also ends up working all the time. He is actually the most tired because he keeps attacking Mystogan seriously after chasing the masked man all the time. In the end, Laxus gets too exhausted to continue chasing after Mystogan in the middle of the night. There are still 10 hours left for the trial to finish, but Laxus decides to stop and sleep in the forest. He has run out of magic power, so he can't continue chasing Mystogan. Alex works alone now, and it just increases the trial's difficulty because now he won't stop attacking Mystogan. Previously, he just stopped to let Laxus attack Mystogan. But now, he can't do that because Laxus is resting. So he just keeps attacking Mystogan until the guy can escape from his attack range. But it won't last long because Alex will find him soon and attack him again, so Mystogan really can't rest during the trial. Even so, Mystogan succeeds in finishing the trial in the end. But he becomes so exhausted that he can barely stand when the time runs out. After Makarov announces that he passes the exam and gets promoted to S-class, Mystogan falls asleep on the spot because he is extremely exhausted. Well, at least he is getting promoted to S-class, just like in the story. Laxus gets scolded by Makarov though because he ditched his work to sleep before the trial ended. Things really end well for now. The exam is finally over and they are about to leave the island. They have rested for a night and plan to go back to Magnolia today. However, Alex has something to do before returning to Magnolia, breaking the last seal. They were actually ready to break Kurama's seal a few days before the S-class exam started. It could be broken at any moment, but even the tailed beasts didn't know what will happen when the last seal is broken, so they waited. The tailed beasts and Alex are still quite worried about it though. Of course, they want to release Kurama as soon as possible. But something unusual might happen when the last seal is broken. Even Kurama, the only one who can break the seal, agrees with them, seeing as how he doesn't break it right away. He should be the most impatient because he was sealed the longest, yet he chose to stay sealed for a little longer because he can feel that something bad might happen. Kurama can't say anything to them, but he can hear everything they are talking about. So he knows what they are thinking and he feels the same. That's why he doesn't break the seal right away, even though they've gathered enough power to break it now. They all hope it's just them thinking too much, but sometimes they need to believe their hunch. Even more so when all of them feel uneasy about this, including Alex. He can't even sleep lately because it feels like something very bad will happen when the last seal is broken. Usually, Alex would just break the seals in the forest near Magnolia to prevent any destruction caused by the side effect. But he feels like this will be too dangerous to be done there, that's why he didn't break the seal before the exam. He has discussed this with the tailed beasts and they agreed to do it here, on Tenru Island. This place is really far from any towns, and while there are others here, there shouldn't be any problems because all of them are powerful. So Alex and the tailed beasts finally break the seal when they are about to leave the island. The seal orb cracks and golden light orb comes out of it. The golden light orb grows bigger and changes its shape until it finally becomes a giant nine-tailed fox. Do you guys miss me? Kurama asks while grinning. No one missed you, you damn fox. Shikaku is the most displeased to see Kurama. Both of them always fight, after all, typical siblings.
It's good to see you again, Kurama.
But we have something to think about now. Matatabi stops her two siblings' quarrel immediately. Everyone becomes serious right after she says that. Kurama doesn't even talk to Alex yet because he still feels uneasy. All of them are waiting for something to happen, but nothing happens until Alex and the exam team reach the coast. They are about to get on the ship when Alex suddenly feels his magic power is acting up. His calm magic power suddenly flares up and his heart beats very fast. He even feels a strong headache as if his head is split open. Makarov and Co. are surprised to suddenly sense Alex's flaring magic power. They turn around and are surprised to see him kneeling on the ground while holding his head painfully.
Alex!
Makarov shouts before running to Alex, but Alex suddenly raises his hand.
Stop! Don't come any closer. No!
You need to get away from here. Get as far as you can. Alex quickly shouts at them, telling them to get away from him.
Huh?
What the hell are you saying? Are you telling us to leave you when you are in so much pain? Even Laxus knows that they can't leave him when he's clearly hurt. I can't explain it now, but you really need to get away from me. I need to handle this alone. Don't be Stu. Laxus can't finish his words because Makarov stops him. Alright, we'll go to the sea and return to pick you up when you finish.
Huh?
What are you saying, Gramps? We can't just leave him. Laxus protests to his grandfather.
Just do it.
Makarov enlarges his hands to grab Laxus and Mystogan. Then he takes them to the ship and they leave the island. They go quite far into the sea and stop there. What happened to him? Mystogan finally asks. He is also worried about Alex. That's most likely his magic. Do you know of Alex's past? Makarov asks and Laxus nods. Whole Mystogan shakes his head. Alex has told Makarov and Laxus about his past in the experimental facility. Only a few people in the guild know, and they are included. But Mystogan doesn't know because he rarely talks with his guildmates. Then I won't reveal it. What I can tell you is that Alex has some dangerous creatures' souls in his body. You know the creatures he can transform into. Yes, they are very unusual. I never saw those creatures even in books, and he has 8 of them, right? 8 are the ones that have been unsealed. You see, he said that there are actually 9 creatures he can transform into. But whoever gave him those creatures' souls sealed all of them with unknown magic. Those seals will be broken one by one, and 8 of those seals have been broken so far. Mystogan is smart, so he catches up that someone was putting those creatures' souls inside Alex's body without his consent and knowledge. But Mystogan understands that Alex wants to keep it a secret, so he doesn't ask about that. Then, this is... The last seal is broken. Every time a seal was about to break, Alex would go to the forest or mountain because the magic of the creatures that were unsealed would affect him and his surroundings. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to control them and go on a rampage. So he always told me to stay vigilant until he returned. Alex only told Makarov about this, and he always secretly told Makarov each time he was about to break a seal. After all, He was worried the side effects from breaking the seals would be too much because even the tailed beasts don't know what would happen every time a seal was broken. So he told Makarov to avoid a disaster. If the side effects were too big, then Makarov would be ready to protect everyone from the out-of-control side effects. Alex doesn't want to kill anyone because of his mistake, after all. Fortunately, he always managed to handle the previous seals. But it seems this last seal is different. He didn't even tell me anything, so maybe he himself didn't realize that the seal was about to break. Also, from the way he told us to get away as far as possible, the effect of this seal breaking must be bigger than the other seals. Right when Makarov finishes his words, they all hear a very loud scream. It's Alex's scream that's so loud it can be heard even from a very far distance. Then they sense a massive amount of magic power rising on the island. On the island, Alex is screaming in agony as he feels incredible pain all over his body. This is the worst pain he has ever felt. Even those tortures in the facility years ago were nothing compared to this. He thought no pain could defeat those tortures, but now he knows it's wrong. It's like every cell in his body is bursting. It's so painful that he's sure if he never went through those tortures, he would be crazy or even die from this pain because he won't have a strong pain tolerance. But even with his strong pain tolerance, Alex still feels like dying. Other people might already give up on living if they feel this pain. Alex's powerful will to live is the only reason he can endure this hellish pain. The tailed beasts want to help Alex, but the side effects of the seals being broken are beyond their controls. After all, it's Alex's magic acting up because of a change in his own magic, so only he can handle this. They can only see as Alex's skin starts ripping out of his flesh. But it doesn't seem to be real because instead of flesh and blood, what shows up is a mysterious dark red skin. Alex is actually turning into Jinchuriki mode version 2. His whole body becomes dark red. His eyes and mouth become white but look empty. 9 long tails appear on his butt and there is a skeletal structure sticking on top of him. He looks just like Naruto in Jinchuriki mode version 2. Roar. Alex roars like a beast and the roar creates a very powerful shockwave that destroys everything around him. The shockwave even pushes the ship back quite far even though it's located far in the ocean. Now they truly understand why Alex told them to get away as far as they could. If just a roar can create this much power, then they can't imagine how strong the real attacks will be if they need to face the out-of-control Alex. Makarov looks at the island in afar with a serious expression. Don't lose to that power, Alex. Alex's mind is now in his soul realm, standing in front of the chained-tailed beasts. He wants to focus on controlling his magic that goes out of control that makes him unable to even control his own body. But he can't even do that now because something serious happens in his soul realm. He and the tailed beasts are now looking at the bits of dark red crystals that come out of the dark floor and merge in the air. The crystals seem to be the pieces of the broken seals that imprisoned the tailed beasts before. They gather and form a big round ball-like thing that floats in the air. It just looks like the tailed beast's seal orbs until it changes color and some patterns appear on it. Alex and the tailed beasts widen their eyes when the big ball suddenly becomes a red Rinna Sharingan. The giant eye also feels alive and it actually looks at them as if inspecting them. It can't say anything and can't show any expressions without a mouth and eyelid. But they can feel that it's angry at them and despise them. I can't believe it. That is a real Rinna Sharingan, the original one.
Kurama grits his teeth.
What do you mean by the real one? Alex doesn't understand what he means. Simply put, it's the 10 tails eye. The seals that imprisoned us, they were made of 10 tail cells. We've broken them, but it seems the broken pieces just sink and hide deep in your soul realm, waiting for all the seals to be broken so they can merge into their real form again. Matatabi is the one explaining as always. No wonder the seals were very strong. They were made of 10 tail cells that were the best to contain our chakra as we were basically parts of it. Shikaku is very displeased. But why is it only the eye? It doesn't have its full body. Alex asks in confusion. Because 10 tails can't be completed without us. It can even form an eye like that because it has taken some of our chakra, I mean magic power when we were sealed. Without our magic power, it would just be a husk. Kurama explains now.
Husk? Ah, the statue.
Yes, the demonic statue of the outer path, or simply the statue. The seals that imprisoned us must have made of the husk cells. Then because the seals absorbed our chakra, now the statue's cells have all of our chakra in it that it has merged. But it can only form an eye because it doesn't have enough energy. Matatabi explains again. I think it's not just that. Most likely, only a small part of the statue was used for the seals. So it couldn't store too much of our power. If they were fully made of the statue's cells and at full form at that, then we wouldn't even be able to break free because we would be nothing but chakra masses without consciousness. Sun gives an opinion that seems to make sense for the tailed beasts but not for Alex's bird brain. So basically, that eye is the 10 tails, right? A very weak version of it, that's why its form is just an eye, right? Alex makes a simple conclusion. That sounds about right, although there's no details. More importantly, the side effect you feel right now is most likely because of that thing. I think it's trying to take over your body. Kurama looks dead serious. Obviously, Alex is surprised. What? Taking over my body. Yeah, it seems that way to us. Suddenly, dark purple chains come out of the dark floor and catch the tailed beasts. They try to retaliate, but the chains don't even budge. These chains seem to be the same chains as the ones that come out of the demonic statue of the outer path that make them powerless. A chain also wraps Alex's body and he also can't break free from it. The giant Rinne Sharingan moves closer to him, but he can't get away because he can't move. So he can only watch as the giant eye gets closer to him. The giant eye stops in front of Alex and looks at him for a while before it suddenly turns into a bright red light. Alex and the tailed beasts widen their eyes when the bright red light enters and merges with Alex's body. Arg! Alex's scream in pain as his body glows red after the giant eye enters his body. F***CK. It really tries to take over the kid's body. Shikaku shouts angrily while trying to break free from the chains, but he can't. This is really bad. If it really takes over the kid's body, then it will absorb all of us to be complete. While it isn't the husk's complete body, it will be able to fully recover in some years after absorbing all of us and be the complete 10 tails. When that happens, it will be the end, for all of us and this world. Maybe the world won't end even with the complete 10 tails there. Powerful mages might be able to stop it, but it will surely cause great disasters. Many towns and even countries will be destroyed before they can stop it. Kid, don't lose to it. You're the only one who can defeat it now. If you lose, everything will end. You, US, and everyone you know will die. Son Goku shouts vigorously, very unusual of him. The 10 Tails' goal in life is to take back its chakra that was taken by Kagaya and spread to humans. There's no chakra here, so its goal will change. It will try to take all the magic power in this world. The world will still be there even if the magic power is gone, but many will die in the process because no one will let a single entity take all the power in this world, and if it succeeds, then it will rule the world as the only one with power. If that happens, there's no way this world will be fine because 10 Tails isn't a kind-hearted creature. So don't lose. You're our only hope now. All of us here believe in you, boy. Matatabi says it firmly as she and the other tailed beasts put their hopes in Alex. Alex is screaming in pain as he fights the 10 Tails consciousness. It's an invisible battle that only Alex can feel and do. This is a battle of will between a young boy and an ancient being. Arg. Don't joke with me, damn it. You are just a piece of the true 10 Tails consciousness, you aren't even the real thing. Even the real thing was just a mindless beast, you are actually just a tree. Controlled by Kagaya. As if I will lose to a tree like you. Alex is trying hard to hold the control of his body. He can feel his connection with his body weakening a little even though he holds onto it as strongly as he can. His opponent might just be a small part of 10 Tails, but it is still an immortal monster that has lived for so many years. Alex's connection with his body is getting weaker and weaker as his consciousness starts fading. The pressure that the piece of 10 Tails consciousness gives him is really strong. He can feel that it's the Rinne Sharingan's ability that weakens his mind. TSK. You really are the eye, huh? Such a powerful attack to my mind, it must be your genjutsu. But as expected, you are just a really small piece of the true 10 Tails because your genjutsu is weak. If it's at the level of infinite Tsukuyomi, then I wouldn't be able to even fight you. So there's a chance. Even if you are still so powerful, I won't lose to you. If Madara and Obito could control you, then I can do it too. Alex says that its genjutsu is weak, but that's compared to infinite Tsukuyomi. It's still a strong genjutsu that Alex can't defeat at his current level. The genjutsu still overpowers his will, although not by much, that's why he still can fight back, but he is still losing slowly but surely. Arg. F***CK. I need that power of friendship now, goddammit. Come on, fairy tale. Give me that power. Alex is shouting nonsense to keep his hope and willpower high. Though now he really hopes that the power of friendship is real and he hopes he has it because he has joined Fairy Tail. It might be too much to ask though. The battle feels very long for Alex even though it has just been a few minutes. But it already feels like days because of how stressful and difficult it is. Then after who knows how long, Alex is reaching his limit. The thin string that connects his mind and his body is about to snap. He barely holds onto it, but it won't last much longer under the 10 Tails genjutsu pressure. So Alex decides to take a gamble that can give him a chance.
Fine. You want my body?
Then stay in my body forever. Alex jumps at the giant eyeball before he really loses his consciousness. Then he uses his magic power absorption ability on it. He uses it at full power right away because he is on the verge of disappearing. He doesn't know whether this will end well or not because he is basically absorbing the 10 Tails' little consciousness, so he is merging with the 10 Tails. After this, he doesn't know if it will be him or the 10 Tails that survive, or maybe both of them will disappear or a new consciousness will form. But this is the only chance that Alex has to win and survive. This is the gamble he is willing to take. As long as there's a chance, then he will take it. He still enjoys his life, so he won't give it up no matter what.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.